So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Importantly, that you are excited here because the AFDC is back and it is better than ever. And things are gonna get real spicy today.
2.3, 2.2, oh my god, the Holy Paladin might have this for 29
Look at that! No, put your finger back on that release spirit! Put that back on there!
Gosh.
You release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Go and take out the mobs! Wait a minute, hold on, I have doubted again. 1 second. They timed it just. Oh my gosh!
Go.
0 seconds!
Goodness.
Literally 0 seconds!
I've never seen a 0-second clutch before.
Yeah, they got the plus 2. They've got the plus 2.
Gosh.
The Marines are. Oh no!
No!
They might still have this
yeah.
though. They might still have this though.
Oh, it's him. He's at
Hold
1%. We expected to see more priests than we have. See, we got the Resto Shaman now. We've got another team running the Resto Druid. We've got a Paladin in the mix. There's a lot of fun and flavor.
I cannot believe everything we've been seeing from the Navy to the Marines or to the Army. This is insane. The Coast Guard has been doing insane. Everybody's been doing insane.
So it's really satisfying to bring home #1.
They have it. They have it in the bag. They're doing a DPS a second. 1% of health a second. Koromar is bouncing around all over the place. But the Marines at the last 10 seconds plus 2. This 25 iron dots. You're no longer racing against the haywire, but you're racing against the potential for a plus 3.
Go, 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 Pop Lust. Use everything you have. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't think they're gonna make it. No!
Coast Guard just barely missed it.
This was the most amazing Keystone event in recent history.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between, it is day 2 of the Summer Clash here with AFDL events. My name is the Kex Man. I'm a little bit brighter today, and I don't know why, because I haven't changed anything with my setup.
You are absolutely glowing. I love it.
I don't know why. I
Fantastic.
really don't know why. But yeah, I'm looking brighter. Crazy, you are looking handsome, glorious as ever. Your new office setup is something to definitely be envious of. But chat, how are you all doing? We're obviously here for day 2. Yesterday we saw some pretty exciting things going on. We saw some dungeons that went well, some dungeons that didn't go so well.
Yes.
Today, we're hoping for some different things. We know what the new dungeon is. And I think we both agree, Crazy, that the dungeon today, which you folks are going to find out shortly, is going to... I think it's going to bring out the best in every single one of these teams.
There's going to be some spiciness to it, that's for sure. There's going to be a couple spots in this dungeon that are going to require some pretty good play. And there we have it. It is going to be Neltharis is our 4th dungeon. That is going to be a Tyrannical, Sanguine, and Afflicted. Now, Tyrannical Neltharis, that kind of screams like things can go bad to me. Especially with that like blacksmith boss, the 3rd boss near the end. there's a lot of damage going out in that fight all of the time. So you throw Tyrannical on top of it, and you have the opportunity for things to just kind of blow up in your face.
Not only that, but the timer of Neltharis is absolutely brutal. You are going to have to make sure you are on the top of your game in being able to make sure you're timing the dungeon. Not only timing it, but you're getting that, hopefully, the +2, the +3. I'm wondering if the Neltharis dungeon is going to end up being almost the breaker for a lot of these guilds, where it's a case of, were you able to +2, say a 20, a 21 to get that 23, or maybe even a 24 if you +2 up to 22, and save a little bit of time. How important is that going to be? And I mean, we know how important these can be. I mean, take a look at what we saw at the end yesterday. We saw that
the
freehold.
Heartbreak. The absolute heartbreak in that freehold.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough to see, that not quite going their way. So these small margins, it's pretty big. It's pretty big for these teams. So, but today is we said yesterday probably didn't really mean much if you finished on top after the first day. I think it completely changes today. You finish on top today, you're in for a good shout for the next day.
Yeah. By the end of today, we're 2/3 of the way finished with the competition. We've had 4 of the 5 dungeons already, and you're going to start seeing some pretty high scores. Going into tomorrow, you want at least 2, if not 3 of the 4 dungeons you have access to, pretty much finish on the highest key you expect to be able to do. That way, you have tomorrow to do whatever your 5th and final dungeon is, which we don't know what it is yet, and then just get another extra level or 2 on whatever else that you can. Today is really, really the big day. Yesterday is, hey, go in, get all the little baby keys out of the way, knock out the 15, the 18, the 20s, whatever, and put yourself in a position where you can do what you need to later in the weekend. Today is where we start seeing some of the big guns and some of the big keys come out. We're going to see 24s, 25s and stuff today. And that's where we're going to start to see some separation from the teams.
That's what I want to see. I want to see these higher keys. Maybe I want to see them get even higher than that. I want to see 27s. I want to see something really, really, I want to see a 28. Should we give a huge shout out as well? Yeah, 27. Let's do a 27 Neltharis Tyrannical. Yeah, it's fine. It's easy. Huge shout out as well to the folks, obviously, in chat right now. I do want to give a special mention to the folks who have woken up from New Zealand. I know it's very, very early over there. I know you folks are obviously, I think it's like 5, well, a lot of folks woke up at like 5 a.m. for this. I know the New Zealand Defence Force did wake up at 5 a.m. We can see the team set up here. Before we get into it though, question for yourself. If you are one of these teams, do you go into Neltharis first today and set your stall out for that?
It depends. It depends what I was able to accomplish yesterday. If I'm the New Zealand team, I want to get in there and I want to go redo that freehold. I want to go. We missed it by just a fraction. We had the time, and it just came down to a couple deaths right at the end. I want to get myself going. I want to start my day big, bold with a real big key. I know I can go and knock out my early Neltharis keys, no problem. I want to get back to where I think I should be. If I'm some of the other teams that didn't kind of have that heartbreak at the end, I probably do want to start in Neltharis and say, okay, this is a new place. Let's knock out the 15, the 18, the 20 or 21 real quick. Get that done within the first hour and a half or so, and then have the rest of the day to kind of work through and figure out what big keys I want to accomplish today and what are kind of my other targets for each one of the dungeons. So I think it's a little different depending on how you ended yesterday.
I think that's fair. Me personally, I would kind of forget about yesterday, and I would just go straight into Neltharis. I'd say I want to get Neltharis to at least a 20 as quickly as I can, and then I can work on the rest of my dungeons from there. For the folks that are just joining us, by the way, and you're wondering to yourself, what is the Summer Clash? What is the AFDL? The AFDL is the Armed Forces Dungeon League, and we are committed to providing military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. And they are not just doing this for fun. Either the winning team selects a charity from the Activision endowment, and the prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL. And if you would like to help support the AFDL, the fundraiser is open over on our GoFundMe. Type !charity in the chat and follow the link. Your generosity throughout this tournament is very, very much appreciated. But let's talk a little bit about the teams. And first up, I do want to talk about Regiment Gaming Crazy. They are America's largest military gaming community, founded in 2020 with the explicit mission of uniting veterans, service members, and dependents of the US Armed Forces through the power of gaming. Yesterday, not the day that they probably wanted. They wanted to, I imagine, push a little bit harder. We do have a little bit of a change up in personnel. However, it's got to be commendable, their ability to continue to push through the 5 hours that they had.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a rough start for them. We did see them struggle a little bit in some of the 15s and 16s. I know they had like a substitute in yesterday, so I believe they have their entire kind of expected main roster in today. Really hoping to see some good things out of them today. I want to see them kind of work on catching up and just keep pushing. You know, it's commendable to see how hard they still pushed throughout the day yesterday, even though they were having some issues. They didn't give up. They didn't give in. They didn't put up the white flag. They kept pumping. So I want to see some good stuff out of them today.
Yeah, I completely agree. It'll be interesting to see, what the switch is going to bring to them. They've got to feel good morale wise. The timer has started, by the way. All of these keys can now be started by these teams, and it looks as though the majority of them, Regiment Gaming, Goats and Glory, and Warrior Gamer, are heading into Naltharis. They're getting that 15 done. Meanwhile, New Zealand Defense Force, they are getting back into a freehold. Yep, you definitely did. Speaking of New Zealand Defense Force, they are in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen as you see it right now. They're a combined arms team representing the New Zealand Army, Air Force, and Navy, with a mission to find, develop, and create future leaders that will be able to compete in the growing digital world. And yesterday, they definitely showed us that they are growing into this tournament, because I think, personally, they just got better as the day got on.
Yeah, they were phenomenal. They came in, they had the exact strategy they wanted to do. They rotated through each dungeon on the 15, then on the 18, then on the 20, and then started doing 22s. Had a heartbreak at the very end of their 22 freehold, but this is from what we understand, it's their first competition that they've competed in, just as a whole. So for them to come out and put in as good a showing as they had yesterday was fantastic, and I think they have a real shot at this. They played incredibly well. They had a bunch of roster swaps throughout the day yesterday. Not different people, but just comp swaps and changing out a couple of different classes throughout the day. It worked out really, really well for them. So I'm really excited to see how well they're able to carry that forward for today.
Yeah, and speaking of teams that did an incredible job yesterday and are bringing it into today, obviously the US Navy, Goats and Glory in the top right-hand corner of your screen. They are part of the Navy Esports program that is seeking to build trust, positive awareness, and opportunities for the Navy to engage with every American through a shared passion, and that is esports. They are focused on training and competing with esports teams across the country as an essential part of the Navy's mission. And if the mission was to win this tournament this weekend, they're definitely on that road right now, because yesterday, I think, as much as I enjoyed what the New Zealand Defense Force were doing, I think Ghosts and Glory for me were probably the most solid outside of the fourth team that we'll get to shortly.
Yeah, they were also pumping. Everything was really, really clean. They struggled a little bit at the end. I think fatigue kind of hit them in their last key. So they actually finished the day with a slightly lower score than the New Zealand Defense Force did, but they were impressive all day. They weren't really making mistakes up until the end. So I think they're, definitely competitive here too.
And speaking of competitive, our final team of the day in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Warrior Gamer. Connecting veterans and youth, they are an American organization focused on promoting health, wellness, and community through gaming. And when they got Tournament Realm access, they were practicing every single day in the lead up to this tournament, and it definitely showed yesterday. If I remember rightly, Warrior Gamer, they finished on a 23 for every single one of their keys, I think.
Yes. Yep, 23 in every key times the 3 keys, 69 score, which is pretty nice.
Nice.
and they actually had a little bit of a different strategy than what the New Zealand Defense Force did. New Zealand Defense Force went from dungeon to dungeon to dungeon. They knocked out all their 15s, all their 18s, all their 20s. The Warrior Gamer team decided to just hard focus one dungeon at a time. So they started in Freehold and they got all the way up to a 23 Freehold. Then they moved on to Neltharian's Lair and pumped through Neltharian's Lair. And then they finished the day working on Brackenhide. And they just went, we're going to only stay in this one dungeon for however much time we need to. We're going to get to where we want to and then move on. So it's always really interesting watching these tournaments and seeing different strategies that come out against the different teams and seeing which one works well for the first day versus how does it actually carry out to the end of the tournament.
Well, yeah, it's kind of one of those weird things, especially with a tournament like this, because you could be mistaken for thinking, oh, 5 hours, we've got to sprint through, we've got to get through these as much as possible. But then you think, oh, 15 hours, okay, we've got a little bit more time. We can do, it's very, very easy to approach this with just a go fast mentality.
Yeah.
And I think if you do that, if you approach this with solidly just a go fast mentality, I honestly think you'll fall behind and you'll fail pretty quickly.
Yeah, because the whole idea, right, is it's not just who completes the most dungeons. It's who finishes each dungeon on the highest average key level. So for the 15, the 18, those levels where it's relatively easy in the grand scheme of things, especially on Tournament Realm with full 447 best in slot gear, yeah, you're going to be able to sprint through them, and you should sprint through them, get through them as quickly as possible. But once you hit the 20, the 21, 22, 23 type key level, it can't just be about speed anymore. It has to be about also playing safe. You can't screw up. You can't fail. If you fail the key, then not only did you lose the entire amount of time you committed to that key, which could be upwards of a half hour or more, you have to go and do it again, and you don't get the upgrade. So it doesn't just set you back a half hour. It could potentially set you back a whole hour by the time all is said and done. And that can end up having a really big effect later on, as we see. So that's kind of the risk of what happened with the New Zealand Defense Force at the end yesterday when they failed this 22 freehold during the last boss. They had 2 deaths and pulled in an extra trash group, and that was quite literally the difference. That one mistake was the difference in whether they failed the key or not. And now you see them having to start today, going right back into that dungeon just to get the 22 done that they should have completed at the end of yesterday.
Yeah, and I imagine they've probably entered into this 22 freehold going, right, it's the first dungeon of the day. We need to absolutely hammer through this, not only to kind of get the dungeon complete. I mean, if you can get a +2 on this, you're going to be sitting really, really pretty on your freehold key. But there's also kind of got to be that, there's a case of pride. There's a case of we will not be beaten by this.
They spent all day thinking about this. Are you kidding me? They started playing at 5:30 a.m. yesterday, which means they finished around 10:30 in the morning. And then had to spend the entire rest of their day thinking, oh my god, I can't believe we failed that stupid key. Holy crap, how did we fail this stupid key? And it's all you'll think about the entire day. You'll just kick yourself for it. So by the time you're starting today, you're like, I just need to get in there and annihilate this place.
Yep. Nothing is allowed to survive in front of me.
Yeah,
I must take care of this.
Nothing matters. I have to blast this key. We can't just time it by a second. We need to time by like 2 or 3 minutes and show that was a fluke, that was a mistake. That's not how we play.
And also it's a morale thing as well, because if they manage to do that, it almost sets you up for the rest of the day in a case of, we came in, we set ourselves a goal to smash through this key, and we've done it. So now we can move on to, maybe doing an Altharis.Maybe they might spend the day, I don't know, taking a look at some of the other dungeons. I mean, is there a world potentially where, and I don't know whether you would do this, but you know that there's going to be a second dungeon coming up tomorrow, or a 5th dungeon, as it were, in the pool of 5. You know that's coming up. What if you turn around and say to yourself, why don't we work on the first 3, get them to a really, really good level, and then we've only got 2 dungeons to worry about, either at the tail end of today and tomorrow as well.
One of the thoughts that I had yesterday as far as strategies, to just break it down, right? You have 15 hours to do 5 dungeons. So it's just 3 hours a dungeon. You put 3 full hours into every dungeon, and whatever you get, you get. That's your time limit. So if you leave 1 hour today to work on Neltharis, then you have the 5 hours tomorrow. That's 6 hours to do Neltharis and whatever else you get tomorrow. Which means you use the first 4 hours today to just keep blasting the keys you had yesterday and get them up as high as you can. Get your 24, 25, 26, however high you're able to push them. You have 4 full hours to do that. And then once fatigue does start to set in, because it will after 4 hours, you're going to go back to some easier keys. You're going to finish the day with only a 15 and an 18, which in the scheme of this tournament, in the frame of this tournament, really aren't that difficult of keys. And it kind of uses your time pretty effectively. I actually think that's a pretty solid strategy.
That is, of course, if there isn't a real wrench thrown in the works by the team tomorrow. We don't know what the dungeon's going to be. We don't know what the 5th dungeon will be. It could be something really cruel. You're calling a Stratholme?
Yeah, calling a Stratholme.
Oh, calling of Oh, wow, the Caverns of Time one.
Yeah,
not even
throw
the
that
regular
in there,
Stratholme.
Adam.
No, I think it's going to be Old Scholarmance, but they've also got to grind out the item.
Oh,
they've got to grind out the item. They've got to do the quests and everything. That's what it's going to be.
Oh, man.
That would actually be really, really funny. We're seeing all the teams here, with the exception of New Zealand Defence Force in the bottom right-hand corner, being taking their time in Neltharis. Obviously, these are 15s. This is a relatively long dungeon. I mean, the timer for this one is 33 minutes, and you're going to get pretty close up to that. Doing, obviously running this dungeon. We do see Regiment Gaming. They are currently working towards the second boss here. This boss is very, very interesting. I've had a couple of issues with this boss in the past. He will do a big roar, and then will kind of chase your tank and do a bunch of damage, and you need to use chains. I've just seen the boss not do that. I've seen do the ability for the chains. I've seen the boss do the roar. I've seen the boss chase the tank, but in between there, for some reason, whether or not it's spell batching or what, it will not do the ability to bring down the chains. So you actually end up in a horrible situation where you can't do anything about it.
Interesting. See, my issue on the boss is, as a demon hunter, pretty much all I want to do with my time in dungeons is cast I-beam. So on this boss, I actually have to do a mechanic. Like, you put the chain on me, I can't just stay in melee range. I have to make sure the chain goes to the other side of the boss. And if I'm too close to him while I'm trying to fight him, I take damage and I can die. It's the kind of mechanic that doesn't work well for me. It's taking me away from my I-beam time.
I-beam time is incredibly, incredibly important. Chat, how are we all feeling? I hope you're all feeling good, refreshed, and ready to go for day 2 of the Summer Clash here. I know the teams are, looking at the way that they are ripping through these dungeons. We're coming up to that 3rd boss, Forge Master Gorek, on the side of Warrior Gamer. If we could potentially go full screen on those folks, we can see what this boss will do on a Tyrannical. Even though it's only a 15, it'd be interesting to see how quickly their health drops during some of these abilities.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage that comes out during this fight. There's a lot of stuff going on that you have to be aware of. And it's really, really easy to just be slightly in the wrong place at the wrong time, eat one of the swirlies or whatever, and you just kind of go splat.
You do very quickly go splat. Very quickly go splat.
Not that I would know. I've never stood in the wrong spot during this fight and killed myself. I swear that's never happened. But I could totally see how it would happen to someone.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever actually died on this fight by getting hit by the swirls. I've died on this fight because the rest of my team has got hit by the swirls. But I myself, I don't think I've ever been hit by anything. I remember the first time I did this boss, and I was like, "Oh, this is exceptional. This is an exceptional boss."
Yeah, it's fun.
Very good fun.
Isn't this the boss where they have the Ready for Raiding achievement in this tier?
Yes, it is.
I like how they still have that in the game. I like that they still do that all the time.
Oh, it's great. I remember it bugging out for me once, because in Cataclysm, the Ready for Raiding achievement was in the Dead Mines remake, and it was a Mythic only achievement. For some reason, the game gave it to me after my first normal kill in Cataclysm. I don't know why, but I'll take it.
So you cheated. Got it.
I didn't cheat. The game cheated. I didn't cheat. The game cheated.
Oh, okay. That's how you're going to play that.
Yeah, what do you mean? How I'm going? It's what happened. It's what happened. They were able to deal with Forge Master Gorek very, very quickly. But remember this fight, team, because when we get to those later levels, once we get to the 21s, yeah, it's not going to be
where
good.
we're going to see some spiciness.
It's going to be painful, and the last boss as well. Warlord Saga is no pushover either.
As long as you remember that you have to pick up the tools, it's not bad. The problem is when 3 of the 5 players in your group forget to pick up the tools until the boss starts casting stuff, and then that's when bad things happen really, really quickly.
9 times out of 10, I'm normally tanking keys. I'll do it myself. I'll just run around and pick everything up because there's nothing the boss does that is dangerous before then. You only need 3.
Oh, you only need 3?
I'm pretty sure you only need 3. At least
Shows
I've
how
only
many
ever
keys
needed
I've
3.
gotten to do this expansion.
So I just go and pick up all 3 and then do it myself. The danger comes from the danger comes from if you accidentally there's one of them that makes you charge at the boss.
Yes.
And if you time that incorrectly, you actually end up in a really, really horrible position where you charge into one of the swirls. This is an interesting. Oh, this is a really huge pull. So they're pulling in a bunch of the trainees. They're going to pull it to this. They've obviously got the Phoenix and the ads before the last boss room. The damage coming through on Handon here will be disgusting. But they're then going to use the chain, pop it on everything, stun them, do a bunch of damage, and then they should, in theory, get the majority of their percentage here. I don't think they'll get it all, but that is a really interesting setup.
I didn't know you could do that. So what happened? So you click that burning chain and run it through the ads, and then it stuns them?
Yeah, so the burning chains that you see are the exact same thing you have on the boss. So on Chargath, when he does the charge and you run him through the chains, it's the exact same thing for the trash. It just kind of gives you a little idea of how the boss is going to work.
I gotcha. I didn't even know that was a thing.
There we go. The more you know.
That's really
and
cool.
they used it. They did a good job in using it, actually. Using it to pull the trash through.
Can I use that against my teammates?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, I want to kill Salen with that.
It would be cool if you could.
That'd be a lot of fun. I love friendly fire stuff.
You do have to have a fairly substantial cooldown on the team, though. They've got 2. Oh, this is risky.
Wow.
And they got through. 98% on the enemy forces, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. It looks like they have pulled 1 mob, 2 mobs.
Yep, looks like they got a friend coming down, and they probably have figured out that that's enough trash.
No, they've got another. Yeah, there's a second one that comes down with the one. That's not the end of the world, though. They'll probably pull this into the boss. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that was clearly intentional.
The only problem with this one is I can't see the timers on a +3 because the weak aura is not there.
Yeah, why doesn't he play with the weak aura?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Why do people not use that? There we go.
3 minutes. Yeah, they'll get a +3 on this.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
They will get a +3.
Not even close. Not
Easy
even
key.
close. And they do have their Presvoker in the group doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. You can see the Preservation Evoker down there doing a cool 50k DPS. But then you see the Hunter doing about 275k DPS. About 100 of that is probably the Evoker. So blame the Evoker. Exactly. The Evoker is actually doing a ridiculous amount.
I don't think we will see much of a change in the team for this group.
No, probably not. Did you see, I think it was Tettle's tweet this morning? Since Augmentation Evoker came out, literally this week, the IO cutoff for the rank 1 title has gone up by 50 points.
I didn't see that. Hang on, let me have a look.
That's like, to put that in perspective for people, if you're not used to doing ridiculously high Mythic Plus, once you get into like the mid to high 20 type keys, you don't gain a lot of IO anymore every additional level. So like a 50 IO increase just in general when you're already at like 3.2k is a ridiculous amount of IO. Having the entire cutoff move by 50 IO means everybody went up by a ridiculous amount. Turns out AUG Evokers are a little impactful.
Yeah, they have definitely impacted the meta. Good grief. We are seeing
Yeah.
Regiment Gaming. They are making their way towards the third boss here, Forge Master Gorek, who has yet to be pulled, but may be pulled here very certainly if they let these ads go a little bit crazy. We also have Ghosts and Glory finishing off their Neltharis key. We still have New Zealand Defence Force in the freehold in that 22, and we are looking as though Warrior Gamer are going back into the Neltharis and getting that getting that key up as quickly as they can, which we said was a pretty good idea.
Yep, they're gonna go blast out their 18. It does look like Goats and Glory is on track for a 3 chest. I think if I'm reading the week or right, there's about 1 minute and 15 seconds left for them to kill the boss
Correct.
and get their 3 chest, which should be plenty considering he's already at 30% health on only a 15. So it looks like they are also going to get their 3 chest. In the bottom right corner right now, you see the New Zealand Defence Force team is working on the third boss, the Ring of Booty, down in Freehold. They are having a pretty good run so far. Only 1 death on the board on a 22, which is pretty good. And they are making really good time this time. Now, they still did this weird route where they're really low on trash. And we talked about this last time, where normally you come out of this boss and you're mid 80-ish percent on trash, 84, 85. And then you do the 2 pulls on the other side of the bridge near Harlan Suite. That gets you your 100%, and then you're good. You don't normally have to do much trash other than that on your way over, though. They still have to do probably 1 more trash pull over here before they cross, because Ludwig gives a little bit of trash. I think the weak aura says 4%. They're going to have to do 1 more trash pull here, at least. They should have time to go and do that right now, though, before the boss starts, because they do have like 30 seconds here. So
They're doing it now, yeah.
Okay, they're going to grab the Crusher, which is going to give them a couple percent. Not a ton, though. I'm assuming this will give them enough. I wonder if they just straight up missed a pack last time.
Potentially. I mean, it's one of those... I think last time they were probably looking at it and taking it a little bit easy, because I mean, you look at the timer here. I don't think there is there's nothing they could have done different here to get a 2 chest. I think the 2 chest idea is you know, it's not going to go well, because they've got to clear out this boss, then go and take out Harlan Suite. They'll be kind of close, but they'll be able to go from a 22 to a 23. I think they're just taking it easy, to be honest with you. I think they are just taking it easy.
Yeah, play clean. I mean, realistically, +2 chesting a 22 isn't easy. Although that does actually bring in a different question, back to strategy a little bit. Would it have been better to intentionally go a little slower in the 20 and only single chest it, so you get a 21 that you can 2 chest?
Ooh, interesting.
Because that leaves just a little more margin for error. That's kind of what the Warrior Gamer team did, right? Is they pretty much had all 21 keys, and so they were able to go and 2 chest that to jump up to the 23 instead of going from a 20 to a 22 to a 23.
But I think that's because they 3 chested the 18. Whereas,
true.
like, New Zealand Defence Force didn't. So then now they have to deal with the 22. They still get the same key level. I think it does just take them, unfortunately, 1 extra run.
Yeah,
which for freehold is
that's
about
true.
25 minutes, 26 minutes. Which is not the end of the world when you think about it.
No, it's not. But, you know, like we said, every minute matters. Every dungeon run you have to do is another 20 or 30 minutes, and it is a time-limited event. You want to be as efficient as possible. So the fewer runs that it takes you to get to whatever your desired maximum key level is also an important thing to keep in mind and be focused on. Now, we do see some really good shark kiting here out of the Hunter on the New Zealand team, doing really well, making sure just kiting those sharks into that bait on the floor, into the lumps of blood, doing really good, not letting it kind of chase the healer down. Yeah, the chum. Looks like my whole guild is in chat. Hi, friends. I love you all. You're all beautiful people. Yeah,
You'd
they
love
do
to
take
see
down that boss with not really much of a problem. They're just shy of 85%. I think that means they're pretty good on trash to just go across the bridge here. And they obviously aren't going to two chest it like we talked about, but they've got 7 minutes to complete the key. So that shouldn't really be too much of a problem, even on a 22.
No, they'll time this key. The question is, do they then go into the 23 or do they go to Neltharis to get some score in there? There's a couple of different ways they can look at this.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're going to want to get in Neltharis just to get it started, or if they're going to do the strat we talked about earlier where they just focus on the 3 keys from yesterday for most of the day. And just keep pushing the Freehold, Neltharian's Lair, and the Brack.
And they're not that far behind Warrior Gamer, who are in the lead as well. So
right.
They could definitely do that and give themselves, and it could also potentially give Warrior Gamer a little bit of a wake up call. Like, hey, we've got a team breathing down our necks here. You put a little bit of pressure on them, and that's when you start to make a couple of mistakes.
Yeah,
that's when you start to, that's when issues start to come up. So that is definitely an option. Mind games, as it were, potentially being played by some between some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, if when they complete this key, right, they have a 22 Freehold, they have a 22 Neltharian's Lair done. So if they then go and turn around and go to Brack and knock out a 22 Brack and they time that means they're only 1 key level behind Warrior Gamer in all 3 dungeons. So if they decide they're just going to hard focus yesterday's dungeons again today, knock out the full round of 23s, even though they won't have done Neltharius yet, that means they're pretty much up to par with where Warrior Gamer is, minus the 1 dungeon. Which means Warrior Gamer is going to have to go back into all those dungeons and try to get 1 more key level. We're going to have to try to do the 24s because New Zealand is still going to have the end of today and all of tomorrow to work on Neltharis and whatever the heck we get for tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you, by the way, if you want to keep your up to date with the leaderboards, exclamation point leaderboard in the chat, that will help you take a look at a glance and see exactly what's happening here. We are seeing the majority of the teams still in Neltharis. Goats and Glory and Warrior Gamer, they are both in a plus 18, and we have Regiment Gaming finishing up their 15 here. Not as quick as the other teams, but it does give them a completion on Neltharis, does give them points for that one, and they can continue to push through and hopefully get a pretty high Neltharis and get some more score on the board in comparison to where they were yesterday, which we would love to see.
Yeah, keep pumping, keep getting those keys up, and it's a good start to the day. This was a decently clean run. Couple deaths, couple little mistakes that killed people, but still able to time the key pretty easily. Lots of time left on the timer. And it kind of sets the stage for them to be able to have a much more effective day today than they did yesterday.
Yeah, they've got to break the shield, though. Everybody looking super close. They aren't going to be able to break the shield.
Break the shield.
We might have cast a curse them. The shield is continuing to go off. Everybody is dead. They've still got 6 minutes to come back through. But that is really unfortunate. They didn't break the shield, which is so important. If you don't do that, you are going to be in a world of hurt, as we just saw then. This is still timeable for them, but that is going to cost them not only sort of the actual time itself in the 5 hours they have over the day, but also it's, it is one of those things. We know how good their morale is. They were able to keep it up throughout all of yesterday. Are they going to be able to do the same today?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh man, I'm sad.
It's always tough for that.
I'm sad that we cast or cursed them that bad.
But there's also, I mean, and I've done it in Neltharis as well, where you get to a certain point and you think, oh yeah, we can break the shield easy, and then you just forget to do something, or somebody
you forget to click the item to break the shield. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, they need to break there, and they don't have Bloodlust here. They don't have Bloodlust. This shouldn't be too much of a problem for them, but the main thing is they need to get these items nice and early. Get these items nice and early, and I always do it as a tank myself. I run around the room, and I try and pick up as many of the items as I can, so my DPS just need to focus on DPSing. Because you can pre-pick them up.
Yes, yeah, and you should. You kind of want to have them early, especially the range DPS. There's no reason for the range DPS to not be running around picking them up, so you have them available, and you don't have that mad scramble where the shield goes up, and you're like, "Oh my god, I forgot to pick up my thing. I need to go get it. Where is it?" And then you're freaking out. You're looking around. You can't find it, and you just end up dying.
Here we go. Let's see if they can break the shield now. They do have. There we go. The
Yep.
shield has been broken, but they've lost two players again. They lost the healer and they have lost the warrior as well.
Yeah, it looks like the healer
That is really
back
unfortunate.
up, which is good. But yeah, they are down the warrior, who has been their strong DPS all tournament so far. They should still have enough to bring the boss down. He is at half. Looks like they did have a battle res. They were able to commit to Jazzy, so they do have a full 5-person team. Although healers get really low. Okay, they are able to recover there. They are going to have a shield coming up relatively soon, I believe. You do see some people in the back
93.
running around, picking up all of their tools and whatnot. So we should be able to break this shield hopefully pretty quickly, because this is really the dangerous part. If you don't break this shield, you are going to be in for a world of hurt. I see one explosion. I see two. There's the third. The boss is stunned. They did
they've
lose
lost
the
the healer
healer
again.
in the exchange again, but I think the boss is going to be low enough. They are going to be able to pull this out. You got 10% on the boss. Most of the players have some level of self-healing they can do to help keep themselves alive. You do have the prop pally who's able to ward of glory themselves and their friends, and there you have it. They are able to clutch it out at the end.
There we go. We do have the Neltharis completed. How are we looking? Looks like New Zealand Defence Force did finish their key.
Nice.
So New Zealand Defence Force did finish their key, and they have got that 22
there you go.
freehold
They're
on
going to
the
brack.
board.
They're
Yeah.
going to do their 22 rack and hide. Yeah, they're going to go knock out their 22s, and I wonder if they're just going to start rotating through the 23s after that before going to Neltharis.
Potentially. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
I kind of want to see that, honestly. I really want to see them put up their 23s and just put that statement out there for Warrior Gamer and say, hey, you're not the only one doing 23s. You need to do more. You don't have this wrapped up already.
But then I suppose on the side of Warrior Gamer, they could be sat there going, okay, you've managed to get 123. You've still got to get 2 other dungeons on a 23 and match our Neltharis at the same time. I personally think Warrior Gamer are going to push this Neltharis as hard as they can, see if they can get it up to a 22, maybe even a 23, get that done. It's a big ask because it is a difficult key on a Tyrannical. But if they are able to do it, they really put a statement out to the rest of the teams. They put a statement out that makes them go, okay, you've got to work hard. You've got to make sure you are pushing. You know, if you don't beat this 23, and even especially if they know they can go higher, they could be sat there going, if no team beats a 23, we've got this in the bag because we know we can go higher.
Yeah, they know they can go higher. They handled their 23s without too much of a problem, right? They were able to not just get a 23, but time it pretty easily. They weren't really all that close. They clearly have a little bit more room to go. I think they're probably feeling pretty confident because they are obviously in the lead right now. Everyone else is trying to catch up, and they do seem to be, you know, just a half step faster at this point. The real question is, are they going to be able to continue that, or are they going to hit a wall? Because in a competition like this, it is a marathon, not a sprint. And if they, you know, they finish off this 18 Neltharis, let's say they 2-chest it, right? They go into the 20 and something goes wrong and they wipe. And they decide to reset it. That can snowball really quickly in a tournament like this, where you get into a situation where it's not just, hey, we wiped it, we lost 20 minutes, but we did it 2 or 3 or 4 times, and all of a sudden we're down an hour and a half. We wasted an hour and a half, and everyone had that time to catch back up.
Yeah. If you, and I think as you mentioned, the snowballing effect is something that all of these teams need to be very, very careful of. Obviously, the keys themselves don't deplete, but if you keep having issues in a 20 or a 21, and you're constantly sat there going, oh, we kind of have to do this again, we're going to have to do X, Y, and Z again, you end up in a position of morale starts to drop, mistakes start being made. It is very, very rough. And even though people have been doing really well with these keys, one mistake that snowballs, and all of a sudden all your hard work is completely undone. You do need to make sure you are keeping that half-second step ahead. And if you folks want to make sure you're keeping a half-second step ahead on your Mythic Plus runs, you need to check out one of our fantastic partners, and that is Raider the go-to.
Smooth, buddy, smooth.
Oh, it's what I do. It's the go-to PvE platform for Mythic Plus players. You should check them out and see all the benefits of logging directly to the premier platform for PvE players. It is the home of the Keystone Masters and Heroes, and for beginners and pros alike, with guides and guidance, widgets and features that are going to enhance your gaming experience. It's been around since 2017, and it is, once again, a household name for World of Warcraft players.
That's it?
Check them out, Raider.io. Yeah, 2017. It feels like they've been around forever.
Wow.
They've tracked hundreds of millions of hours of Mythic Plus dungeons. Global coverage of the race to World First. They are...
Oh, yeah,
they're incredible.
It's Raider.io, right?
It is.
they are like
the
one-stop shop for everything PvE. Everyone knows who they are.
And they also support community events like this one. We are on the front page of Raider.io today and tomorrow. And we were yesterday. And Monday and Tuesday, some of the folks from these teams are actually going to be featured on the front page of Raider.io as well.
I love that.
Yeah, Raider.io, incredible people.
They do a ton for the community. They really do. The group of people in charge that runs Raider.io are just absolute best people. I love all of them.
I have had the pleasure of being able to work with both, with not only Hula Hoops, but also Aceric as well. I've had the opportunity to cast with Aceric in the past.
Didn't we cast
and the rest
with Aceric
of
for this last time?
I think we did.
Yeah.
I think we did, yeah. It was, truly an incredible person. The entire team are amazing. I can't wait until BlizzCon, and I'm going to hug every single one of them. And I'm going to hug every single one of you if you make it to BlizzCon as well. Everyone in chat, you're all going to get hugged by the Kexman.
Yes.
And you crazy if you make it.
Yes, I get a Kexman hug.
I
get a Kexman hug. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kexman hugs for everyone.
Oh, I can't wait.
I've been told I give excellent hugs.
I'm very excited now. I'm very excited.
It's going to be so much fun.
BlizzCon can't come soon enough.
What do you... I reckon we will get a new expansion announcement at BlizzCon.
Oh, absolutely.
10.2 will be out before BlizzCon, and we will get an expansion announcement 100%.
Yeah, which is, were you there in 2019 when they announced Shadowlands?
Yes, I was.
I was in the main arena for the trailer, like the announcement trailer for it, and just the energy in the room watching that trailer. And the moment that Sylvanas grabs the helmet, looks like she's going to put it on, and then breaks it and the sky shatters, just the gasp from the crowd. It is like nothing.
And then we
else.
actually played Shadowlands, and
it's
we went,
like, damn, you screwed it up.
God. Honestly, as much as all the trailers were fantastic, the Shadowlands cinematic trailer, brilliant. Diablo 4 reveal, incredible, and I'm enjoying my time in Diablo 4. For me, it was the fantastic Overwatch 2 trailer. The Overwatch 2 trailer was the best trailer of the weekend for me. It was amazing.
That was great too. And then that took another little while.
Well, let's not go into that one. Let's not go into that.
Yeah, fair.
Because that was,
fair.
That was a misstep. That was absolutely a misstep. But it doesn't look like Ghosts and Glory are misstepping right now.
Well, they did have the healer fall. They did have the healer die on
it's only
his trash over here. They tossed that battle res though, so everything's fine. Other than that, they do seem to be staying pretty stable. They're not quite on track to +3 this key, but on an 18, a +3 is a decently big ask, to be honest. A +2 is a little bit more realistic.
A +3 on any Neltharis is a pretty big ask, unless you're running like a +2 in your 440 item level. Neltharis' timer is brutally unforgiving. It really is.
Well, a lot of it's just how
it's a nasty
big
timer.
it is. There's so much running.
I love it.
There's
I
a
think
lot
it's
of
amazing.
space you have to cover.
Speaking of big, did you do the mega dungeon last night? I said you were thinking about it.
I didn't get to. I did a couple of like baby keys with some guildies. We were we have one guy that's kind of like returning to the game. He's gonna play mage for us. Real good player. And so we're trying to get him some gear. So we did a couple of like 17 keys last night for him. But no,
Nice.
I didn't get to do the mega dungeon. I still really need to do that. Hey, I have like half my guild in chat. Can any of you people be available tonight at like 8:30 or 9 to do the mega dungeon?
Yeah. Can we make that happen? And
Yeah.
you've got to stream it as well.
Ooh, that's asking a lot. I don't think I've actually streamed WoW myself in like 2 years.
Well, there we go then.
You're gonna make me do this
Perfect time
now,
to
ain't
come
you?
back. The perfect time to come back is the mega dungeon.
All right. I will put together a group and I will stream it tonight. Oh,
Let's
yep.
go.
There we go. Salen will put it together. So in chat, Dr. Salen is our guild master. So he'll put together a group for me. He'll make it happen.
There we go. Happy days.
Between him
It
telling
is-
people
it
he'll
is
kick
very
him out of
good.
the guild and me telling people they won't get gear because I'm on loot council, we'll get people in.
There you go. 8:30. Book it.
Yep.
Done.
We'll make it happen.
Done. It'll be well worth it as well, folks in chat. If you have done the new mega dungeon, yeah,
No spoilers.
it's
I don't want to know.
pretty
I'm going in
good.
pure blind.
It's the best mega dungeon they've ever done.
Okay. Wow.
It's
really?
Yeah.
That's a
100%.
bold statement, sir.
100%. Regiment are going into a 17 freehold, by the way. So now they've managed to get that Neltharis done, and now they are going in and trying to get their score, continuing to rise up. The 22 Brackenhide is still being done by New Zealand Defence Force, and we have had the Neltharis 18 done on the side of Warrior Gamer. The question is, was it a 3 chest? Was it a 2 chest? I'm gonna lean towards a 2 chest. If they have 3 chested an 18, I will lose my mind.
Yeah,
Because that is such a big ask.
They were done really, really quickly. Like just look at where Goats and Glory is, right? They finished the first key like 3 minutes
It
behind.
was a 3 chest.
Oh dear lord! Wow.
Sheesh. That is that's a big statement. That is.
So you're saying they came to play?
Oh yeah, gamer by name, gamer by nature.
So,
that is how that. Oh,
the numbers are a little small and hard to read, but it looks like the mage did 140k, the hunter did 120k, and the evoker did 30k. So pretty much
they're going
about
into a
where you
21
expect.
Neltharis.
Yep.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay, well, so I think them practicing every day for like, what was it, 2 weeks may have had a little bit of an effect.
Yeah, probably. Probably. The beauty of it as well is not only were they able to practice routes, not all routes, however you're saying it, but also
Routes.
they're playing with each other.
Can we full screen Warrior GMR real quick? Because the tank is off in Narnia. This is a 21, guys. You know this is a
Warrior
21.
Gamer. This is what a Warrior Gamer doing here? They're using the chains again. They're using the chains, but they're
as the first pull with like all of the trash on the bottom. And
but yeah, they're pulling all the trash from the other side. This is clever.
Pop, 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 pop. Use all defense. Wow.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. And that immediately gets them a bunch of extra percentage and also speeds it up. The biggest thing that you need, the biggest thing for this dungeon, I think, is the sheer amount of time it takes you clearing through the trash.
Yeah.
That is even more impressive when you consider
12% trash instantly.
But it's also sanguine, so they can't allow those. They cannot. Yes, there we go. Chain strat, trash from left and right, and then go magma. It does save time, but also because it is sanguine, they need to make sure those mobs are constantly moving. Grips, knockbacks.
Wow.
They need to make sure that those are, those are effectively being dealt with comfortably. Warrior Gamer is setting their stall out early, day 2.
Yeah, this is them kind of putting their flag in the ground saying, we are the team to beat.
They are the one who knock.
Yeah. And like someone said in chat, they came to kick butt and chew bubblegum. They're out of bubblegum.
Exactly. I also realized I made a Breaking Bad reference. I've never actually watched Breaking Bad, which I know a lot of people are going to get.
Never watched Breaking Bad?
Never watched Breaking Bad. Bad?
Bad? What? Bro, what's wrong
I've never
with
watched
you?
Breaking.
Go watch it. Go right now. Right now. Go.
No,
Leave.
I think the problem is the problem is a lot of people tell me to watch stuff like that. They're like, "You've got to watch it; it's amazing." And then I'll watch it and go, "Yeah, it's all right."
It takes a while for it to warm up. Like it's not like you watch the first episode and you're just so hooked you can never let go. It takes a little while to kind of really get roped into it. So I get where you're coming from, but give it time. Watch through the first season, get in the second season, get a really good feel for everything that's going on, and then it really starts to kick into overdrive.
Okay. We do have, it looks like Ghosts and Glory heading towards the final boss of their 18 Neltharis here. They are still on time for a +2, I think. They've got like 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
they should be really comfortable on that one. The 22 Brackenhide for New Zealand Defence Force looks as though it's going nice and clean. They're making their way towards Treemouth, the fantastically named boss, second boss specifically.
Extremely original. Went really far out of their way to come up with that name, as we know.
Warrior Gamer heading towards the first boss here. Obviously, Magma Tusk on their 21 Neltharis. I'll be interested to see if they are able to 2-chest this one.
They
3-chested the 18.
If you look, they're already at about 25% trash. By the time they're done with this pool, they'll already be above 25 or 26% trash. 3 minutes into the dungeon. 3 minutes! So they are really, really pumping through. It looks like they're actually going to go ahead and just pull the boss while the trash is still alive in the back, which, I mean, it's fine. Those aren't particularly dangerous mobs.
Yeah, it's just the boulders.
This boss can get a little spicy. It is, really easy to accidentally run into a lava wave on this boss. By the time you're on a 21 Tyrannical, that is going to hurt. That is going to leave a mark because it turns out lava can actually be a little hot. But I'm going to assume these guys are practiced enough that they probably won't get hit by too many random lava waves.
You would hope so. That was a really fast magma shield remover for Ghosts and Glory as well. Just under 4.5 seconds.
Yeah, they lusted that.
Well, I think it was just they pre.
Oh no!
What you can do is if you know
Warrior
which
Gamer.
items you.
I know what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm trying to watch 4 screens at once.
I need to have an extra set of eyes.
Yeah.
Have we had the technology yet where I can get 2 extra eyes implanted?
No. We have technology where you can find cat videos on a little piece of plastic in your pocket, though.
This is the better timeline. Then.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy with what we were able to achieve. They promised me flying cars, but I have cat videos in my pocket, so.
Magma shield removed after 2.4 seconds. There we go. There's the +2 on the side of Ghosts and Glory and immediately heading out of this dungeon. They're on a pretty good roll. Do you go back into Neltharis now and go for that 22?
Yeah, absolutely.
You aim for the +2 on the 20.
Absolutely.
Get that 22 sorted because they had a bunch of time left.
Absolutely.
Bunch
you
of
keep
time
pumping because if you get your 22, although Neltharis, that well, actually it's only a 20, right? But that puts them in a pretty solid place. They get some 20s across the board, and it puts them in a position to kind of pick where they're going to go from there. I think it's a good way to go. That's kind of what I would do, and then start saying, okay, well, we have 4 hours or 3.5 hours left today. Where do we want to allocate that? What keys do we want to focus on for the rest of the day today? And what do we want to leave until tomorrow?
I'm trying because I just realized as well, taking a look at this, because of New Zealand Defence Force, because they haven't gone into Neltharis yet, Regiment could actually end up overtaking them if they continue on this route. Simply because of even if it's only a +1 here and there, they still have the 15 that they got in the Neltharis.
This is true.
So there is absolutely a world where New Zealand Defence Force, if they continue on this route here, they're going to get +1s here and there, but at some point, Regiment's going to overtake them because of that Neltharis key.
This is true. I wouldn't be surprised if they go start doing Neltharis soon. If I had to guess, they're going to finish this 22, and then they're going to go do the round of 23s, get all their 23s out of the way for the day, and then hard focus Neltharis for the rest of the day. That would be my guess.
Also, I just noticed that Magma Tusk that Warrior Gamer did took about 3.5 minutes to 4 minutes.
Yes.
That's a long old boss fight.
Yeah, that's a lot of health on that Fire Mammoth. And that was with Bloodlust, too. Okay, it looks like we are going to full screen here for our New Zealand friends who are working on Treemouth, the wonderfully named, extremely original-looking boss. It's a tree, that has a mouth. So it's Treemouth. So I totally get where that name came from. Really creative. I love it. They are playing pretty clean so far. It looks like they have no deaths on the board in this 22 so far. They have most of the trash done. So they are actually making really good time. They're obviously not going to 3 chest, but do you think they're actually on pace to get their 2 chest here?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Treemouth is still going to take probably at least another minute, I'd say. It's tough to see. It's tough to see how long they've been in combat for.
Minute 30.
Treemouth. Minute 30. So yeah, you're probably looking at least another minute.
Yeah.
If not, between a minute and a minute and a half. The walkover to gut shot is not too bad. There is an opportunity, but they're gonna have to push it so hard.
Yeah, it is. I guess it is tyrannical. So like the bosses are gonna add way more time. Can someone talk to the evoker and see if the evoker can contribute just a little bit more, speed up the boss? We're at 40k DPS on the evoker. I know.
How long do you think that meme will continue to be funny? Because I'm thinking quite a long time.
Until they figure out a way to fix it on details.
I mean, you're looking at each boss is probably at the minimum. Each boss is going to add 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So that means you're going to have, I would say, so that's 6 minutes for Gut Shot and Decatriarch. That is even if it's probably be closer to 4 minutes for Decatriarch.
Decatriarch's a 4-minute fight.
Yeah.
So that's 7 minutes there. It looks like they have, maybe 9
I don't think
minutes?
they won't 2-chest it. They won't 2-chest it.
No.
No. I don't, if they do, I'd be happy to be proven wrong. But if they manage to 2-chest it, then that's a huge victory for them. That is a huge victory for them.
Yeah.
Because you could probably get across here in about, I mean, it would probably take you about 2 minutes, if not more, to get across here. Plus, you've got to wait for the pathing of Stinky.
Yeah, well, they're going to skip
Stink
Stinky.
Breath.
They're going to skip Stinky with the Hunter, and the Hunter's just going to drag him off and then feint him off while everyone else runs around. Yep. So they can skip that. Not a big deal. Not really losing any time there. I know they go kind of up this path and try to skip as much as they can over there. Oop. And they're going to run up that bridge. So they're going to pretty much just go right to Gut Shot here, right?
Yeah.
I guess there's one trash pull you have to do before Gut Shot.
There's one trash pull which isn't too big, and then you've got a couple of trash pulls before you get to Decatriarch. It's yeah. I think it's too big of an ask, to be honest. I think it's far too big of an ask for them. Yeah. I think the better option here is, rather than trying to rush it and maybe 2-chest it, I think it's better for you to aim for the completion and just take it easy, because you've still got over 4 hours left in the day. Don't stress yourself too early. Yeah,
I hear you. It looks like they are making really quick work of that trash group, though. Over on the side of Warrior Gamer, they are just about to take down the second boss in that 21 Neltharis that they are kind of steamrolling through. It looks like they're 11 minutes in. They've already got 2 bosses down and almost half the trash. So they're making really quick work of that place so far.
Where are they going?
I don't know.
Oh, I think I see where they've gone.
Looks like they're going to meet up with the... are they going to use more chains here somewhere?
I think
because
so.
That's a ridiculous amount of trash over there. Yep, they've got some chains over here.
There it is.
Okay, so this is going to probably take out like another 10% trash all at once.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me for Warrior Gamer is that they've just kind of... Wow. They've very much been... I mean, there it is. Boom. Immediately getting a bunch of extra...
10% trash instantly.
The most impressive thing for me is just their ability to go... this is our tactic, this is what we're going to do, and then executing it cleanly. There doesn't seem to be any second guessing. There doesn't seem to be any confusion as to what their plan is. Everybody immediately knows, everybody is immediately on board, and it's worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, you can tell they have put in a significant amount of time, not just practicing and playing on the tournament realm, going through the dungeons, but even pre-planning their routes, studying all the different route options you have, the different ways to do different pools, the different little tech like that, like using those chains, when to use them, where that should fit in, how to go in weird little directions that help you get to those chains a little bit more efficiently. They've put in a substantial amount of time and research into getting to where they are. This isn't something that just happens by accident.
They want to win. They absolutely want to win. And I think when you get into that mindset, it is, and specifically, and I'm talking as somebody that has never been part of any armed forces or anything, but it is definitely a big part of being in any of the armed forces realistically, which is a case of you win. That's what you do. And that's what they're aiming to do here.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And that's really why I love this tournament, is because it's people that are willing to put in whatever amount of work is necessary to get them to the best possible chance that they could have to be able to take a victory home. So it's always really great competition, really strong competitors, and it's usually really, really close between the top couple of teams. On the side of New Zealand, we are seeing them just finish off Gutshot. Looks like about 15% left health on the boss. They do only have about 4.5 minutes left on the timer, so they are not going to be able to two-chest this. There's just no way at this point. Should still have plenty of time to complete this 22 Brackenhide, though. And up on the side of Goats and Glory, they are working on their 20 Neltharis. They are working on the first boss over here. Looks like the boss is at about 20% health. Seems like they're making pretty decent time here at the start, although I wasn't able to see if they're using the chain tech that the Warrior Gamer team has been. Hopefully they are. But yeah, I haven't seen it. And just looking at the percentage of trash they are versus how much time they've used, doesn't seem like they are. So that's piece of tech.
Warrior Gamer were at what? 25, 20, just shy of 26% when they got here. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't used that.
Yeah. Yeah, so we are seeing a little bit of a difference in just the strategies coming out. That's a lot of lava waves to dodge right at the end as the boss falls over.
Oh, they good deep breath. Good deep breath in from the evoker there.
That was beautiful.
The boss already dead.
That was beautiful. Love it. Love that.
That fight does feel like it takes forever on a tyrannical as well. Magma Tusk has so much health. It does last a long time.
He is a mammoth. I mean,
true, it's a mammoth task. Speaking of mammoth tasks, take a look at Regiment Gaming right now. They are looking to complete the 17 freehold. They have lost their healer. Battle Res coming out from the Paladin tank here. They do have 6 minutes left on the timer here. They have all of their percentage. It is just Harlan Sweet, and they're going directly into the final boss of Freehold. I love Harlan Sweet's design as well. I think he looks absolutely fantastic. Just this little goblin man.
It's an awesome model. They did redesign this fight a little bit from what it was back in Legion. I actually like the redesign, to be honest. I hated having to be stuck in that little corner. I like that you can now use more of this space and you kind of have to spread out a little bit more. I think it opens up the fight, makes it just a little bit more enjoyable overall. So I'm pretty happy with what they did. And I think we all kind of collectively as WoW players enjoy the third phase of this, where you just get to put up stupid numbers because he takes extra damage. I love when they add stuff like that into bosses. Hi, Thor.
Anything that increases a boss's damage taken, that's a plus.
Yeah, that's always fun.
But I think it should only. I don't think it should. If you want to have a damage plus increase, it should only come after you've done a mechanic right. So a perfect example of that: Northrend Beast, Trial of the Crusader, Ice Howl, the third boss of that encounter. Goes to the middle of the room, knocks everybody to the outside of the room, selects a person, charges at them. If he hits anybody while he's charging towards the wall, He enrages, he does a bunch of extra damage to your tank, and he hits pretty hard, so you don't want that. However, if everybody moves out of the way and he hits the wall, he takes a bunch of extra damage. I think it's like 100% extra damage.
Yep, it's double.
That should be, your reward for a DPS doing mechanics correctly.
I like stuff like that too.
They did lose Jazzy there. They did lose the warrior, and they're also people are dropping super low here. I want to make sure that everybody's staying. Yeah, there we go. And
Looks
then
like they are able to
beats
stabilize
everybody up.
They are able to stabilize, and now the boss is taking extra damage, so you just see that health bar absolutely melting off. Everyone does dodge those tornadoes that time. You have the cannon barrage coming out, but as long as people keep moving, that won't matter. And there it is. Boss is dead. They timed their 17 freehold.
Did anybody get the mount?
Could you imagine how upsetting that would be if you got like a super rare mount like that on Tournament Realm?
Oh, I'd be sick.
I'd be so upset.
I don't normally get a bunch of mounts. I think the rarest mount I have is Rivendair's horse. I think that's the rarest.
How long
did
that
That's
take
confirmation,
to get?
by the way. I got it randomly one day because I just ran the dungeon. I didn't farm for it.
Wow.
I was just in the area and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to go and do Strathorn because I can. And boom, he dropped the mount.
Okay.
Although saying that, obviously with the new Siege of Orgrimmar skip, by the way, thank you, Blizzard, as a warrior player. Thank you for that.
Do you have your shoulders or no?
Oh, no, not yet. But the first one I did, I got the mount, I got the Iron Juggernaut. So that's a pretty big plus.
That's nice.
Not the shoulders that I wanted, but I did my best. We're seeing Decatriarch Rathai here on the side of New Zealand Defence Forces. They take on this 22 Brackenhide. They've definitely got the time to complete it. The question is, will they continue and go and do a 23? Well, I think it's going to be clean. Maybe. They've got to switch to this totem.
Get over that totem! Kill the totem! Kill the totem!
Yeah, their movement's so quick.
All right,
There's
they're good.
never in doubt.
They're good. So, do they do the 23 Brack? Do they go into Neltharos? Or do they start back up at the top of the rotation and go back to Neltharian's lair?
Well, once they've timed this, once they've timed this, they'll have every key at 22. They haven't done any Neltharis yet.
Correct.
The moment they do a Neltharis, they leapfrog Goats and Glory until Goats and Glory then finish their dungeon. Having a 22 is good for them, and I think it comes down to, they've got the 22. It'll come down to two things. It'll be one, Warrior Gamer, they go into a 23. Do they just one chest it? Do they two chest it? How do they deal with that? And then number two, how far can New Zealand Defence Force time do a 22? They haven't been able to two chest a Brackenhide. I could see them two chesting a freehold potentially if they really pushed it hard. If they can do that and then get a 24 freehold, they've kind of then caught up with Warrior Gamer.
Yeah.
So that'll be where that will come into it.
That was spicy. That was really
Never
close.
Never in doubt.
Oh, that was scary.
They don't know. They don't know the word scary. Apart from when you accidentally,
that's pretty close. That totem was way closer than you want it to be too.
You know, I mean, it depends on if you accidentally pull a trash back into the last boss of Freehold. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, that was also not ideal.
The opposite of ideal.
Less than ideal play there.
Yeah. And there we go. There's the. Oh no, they've still got 7% trash.
Yeah. With 4 minutes left. Fortunately, there is a bunch of stuff up there. Aren't the Rot Hexers worth like 4%?
They're not far off.
Yeah, I think they'll just do this
far
pack.
off.
This pack will be plenty.
No, they'll still need more.
No? Oh, whoa. Okay, so they have to do 2 pools. That's making it closer on the timer than I think they wanted to.
It is definitely going to make it closer, especially because this War Scourge is going to continue to cause issues. But I don't think it'll. It's not going to cost them the dungeon.
I don't
It's not going
know
to
if
cost
they
them
know
the
where to
dungeon.
go next, because the tank was just kind of panning around there looking for a mob to go and
Anything.
It's like, hi, I need to go find a friend. Where are you?
Where are you?
Looks like they'll be just shy of 99% when this dies. They have 3 minutes to go and find a friend.
And they found a friend.
All right, good.
There's so much trash outside. There's so much trash outside. It's never ever going to cause them issues.
Yeah, there's always somewhere to go. It's just how far do you have to go to get it. But they will blast this pretty quickly. It's obviously not going to take them 3 minutes to kill this trash mob. So they are going to get this
Famous last words.
They are going to manage to time this 22 Brackenhide. And then, give it a minute for them to kind of reset. And we'll see where we go from here.
I'd go Neltharis.
Would you? I think I probably would too at this point, getting all my 22s out of the way. But I do still think there's a possibility they say we want to get our rotation of 23s in.
Maybe. I mean, you think about the 23s, you would spend... the way I would look at it is time management versus points scored. You turn around and you say, okay, let's go and do a... by the way, this could be a +2 21
Yeah, I was
on
looking at that with like my mouth open just in awe.
But what I was going to say was you could go to the 23, the 23, and the 23. That's going to take you an hour and a half for 3 points. Or I could spend an hour and a half getting an Altharis key to a 20, and I could get 17 points or 20 points.
Yeah,
I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think they should probably put an Altharis on the board, knock out their 15 and their 18. I don't think that would be bad. But yeah, on the side of Warrior Gamer here, they have, what is that, a minute and 20 left on their timer to be able to, no, 2 minutes left on their timer to be able to two-chest it. They're going to successfully two-chest this 21 Neltharis.
Well, are they going to get another shield? They might get another shield.
Yes, another shield in 3 seconds. So they'll get a shield, but I'm going to assume it's going to blow up pretty much immediately.
Oh, they've already got items ready. So here we go. Let's see how long this shield lasts. Here comes the shield. And then...
boom. Shield's down.
Yeah.
Boss down.
And they only lost the hunter. So nothing of value was lost.
Toxic.
And they got portal.
Yeah, and they got portal. They got their bragging rights portal on PTR or on Tournament Realm.
Let's go.
Wow, they two-chested a 21. That is a hell of a 21. Feat.
That is amazing. That is actually amazing.
Yeah, that is really an incredible feat.
Do you go back in and rip a 21 Neltharis and try and two-chest that for 23s across the board?
Well, they just got their 23 key, so yeah, I absolutely turn around and go right into my 23 key, and I'm going to go time that so I have 23s across the board and tell everyone else, come get us.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can see here on the leaderboard.
Take long either.
No, it really didn't take long. We do have the new dungeon now, Tharis coming in here. New Zealand Defence Force still yet to post a key level there, but every other team has completed. 15 on the side of Regiment Gaming. We do have 18 on the side of Goats and Glory, the US Navy Esports, but Warrior Gamer here to game at a 21. Once again, that is a huge achievement, especially considering it is a tyrannical Neltharis.
You realize that took an hour and 5 minutes?
Yep.
To do 3 keys through Neltharis?
I mean, to be honest, it would probably take me an hour and a half to do a 15.
Well, depends who you're playing with.
Well, yeah, that is true.
Depends who you're playing with. If I have Salin in the group, yeah, it's going to take an hour and a half.
Why would you do that? Why would you be so cruel?
Just rogue things. Yep, it looks like New Zealand is going to their 15 Neltharis. So I would imagine they're going to be in Neltharis for a while and just kind of hard focus it and get that up to their 22 as well. So that they have their 22s across the board, which puts them in a pretty solid spot. When they finish this key, I believe that would put them in 2nd place. So that'll put them at 81 points.
I think so.
Yeah, that'll put them at 81 points. When Goats and Glory completes their current key and their plus 20, that'll put them at 80 points. And then we have Warrior Gamer currently at 90 points.
Yeah, they're starting to stretch that lead. I mean, you saw on the leaderboard there, exactly, you could see in plain numbers that Warrior Gamer were definitely starting to stretch those leads. And the leaderboard does look absolutely fantastic, thanks to our production partner, Chaos Creative. They are a production agency brought together by a team of passionate professionals who help gaming and esports communities take their events and content to the next level. Whether it's online, in-person, or hybrid, no matter what the event looks like, their incredible team can help you manage the chaos. Reach out on social media at Chaos Creative GG or go to chaoscreative.gg and discuss bringing your ideas to life today. And the team at Chaos Creative have done a wonderful job at making this look absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they do great stuff. They really do great stuff. I've had the pleasure of working with them quite a number of times in the past. Great people.
Look,
Really
I'm taking a
great
lie on
people.
Regiment doing this Brackenhide Hollow as well, this 17. And once again, this opening area, even though it isn't fortified, you've still got to be careful. You do have to be careful because a lot of these mobs will hurt a lot. That's all I've got.
Sorry.
Oh,
I'm
you
not
laughing
laughing
at
at you.
Yeah. Yeah. Production seem to think that we're saying nice things just because they can hear us. No, we're saying nice things because they deserve nice things.
Because they can mute
deserve
us
nice
and then
things
we
said.
get kicked off the screen. I mean,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they deserve nice things.
No, they deserve nice things. They work hard to bring this together. And chat, I think we can all agree. Chat, by the way, I didn't say this yesterday, and I kind of felt bad about it. Everybody in chat that can hear my voice right now, my beautiful golden radio voice, because I have a face for radio.
You
everybody
do
in
absolutely
chat-
have. I was trying to compliment you there. That was bad.
But yeah, it's. I do want to say, everybody that can hear me right now, can I get some love? Can I get some hearts? Can I get some appreciation in chat for all of the folks who have been working behind the scenes to bring this to fruition? Can we get some love in chat for Marielia, Dr. Jones, Hothead, for bringing these AFDL events to you folks, to all of the teams that have been working, not only the players, but the folks that have been working with the teams so they can be on these events. Can we get some love for them? Because my word,
Huge
without
shout
them,
out
we
to those
would
nerds.
not be able to do this. And I love doing this, especially because I get to work with the most talented people like crazy.
Hey, you just have to say that because I'm here.
Is it safe to say you're crazy talented? Would that work?
Yeah, I guess that actually has to be true, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's literally part of my name.
There we go.
Yeah, but I honestly can't thank the production team behind this enough. These events are so much fun to be a part of.
Look
I
in the
love
bottom
getting
left.
to watch what these teams do. I love getting to hang out with awesome people like Kex and just, just vibe about gaming and vibe about WoW.
Look in the bottom left.
Look at the bottom left. Which one's left? Okay. Well, they're not doing anything.
No, they tried.
What I
They
missed?
tried. They tried the same pull on a 23
Oh,
with the first pull with the chains.
yeah. How'd that go for him?
Not go well. It did not go well. I don't know whether there was like a mistake or whether just they ended up getting slapped. I'm not 100% certain what it was.
Could have been a little bit of both.
A little bit of
Looks like
column
they
A, a
are
little bit of column B.
Looks like they are gonna reset and try that again. That is
If
that is
there's
a
a time where
spicy
you-
pool.
If there's a time where you want a reset, the first 90 seconds of a dungeon is pretty solid.
That's kind of the time frame where I'd want to do a ridiculous over the top pool too. Because if you mess up, you're not really losing any time. It's not 25 minutes into a dungeon or a mistake on the last boss that cost you timing the entire key after a half hour. It's 90 seconds, and oh well, pour it out and go again. No biggie.
Yep. Unless you continuously try the same thing for 25 minutes, and then you're running into other issues.
Well, if you try the same pool as the opening pool in the dungeon nonstop for 25 minutes and continue failing, at some point you just say, this don't work for us.
Yep.
Or at least you should.
There comes a time where you've got to throw the towel in.
Yeah, it looks like they are going for the same pool. You do see the warrior tank off in Narnia running down the hallway. He's at like half health, which probably isn't ideal, although he did finally get some separation from the mobs. He is very, very low, very low. Looks like he did get a heal on himself. Coming back around, about to be in range of his evoker, or of his paladin healer, who is able to get the tank back up and stabilized a little bit. This is a ridiculous size trash pool. They're bringing it over to these chains, and you're going to see each one of the players click these chains, drag the chains out, and have them explode on all the trash. They did lose the tank there, so that's going to be another go again. Turns out when you have about a little over a dozen mobs on you in a 23, they actually hurt.
I'm wondering if they're going specifically for this strategy to get the +2 in.
They might be. They might be, because we saw them able to +2 the 21 with, a little bit of time to spare, but they did what? 3 chain pulls?
Yeah. That's the only reason I could see them doing that, is if they're, because that's the only way you would get a plus. The only way you would get a +2 is to do ridiculous pulls like that. The question is it worth it on a 23? Because still you then get a 25 Neltharis.
Do you see Brosy in chat? They still had the chain debuff. Did that not reset when you reset the dungeon?
Oh, that
dear.
could be why.
Oh, Blizzard.
Wow, that's a surprise. I didn't realize that was a... Oh, it didn't. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, that is pain.
Well, okay, I guess go again. Hopefully the debuff is available.
GG, go next.
Yeah.
Man, there are so many weird interactions with stuff like that.
Yeah.
Many weird interactions.
Oh, man. Why are you chatting? Focus on the key. They have to wait. They have to wait for the debuff to go away. They clearly didn't wait long enough last time. Maybe they should have chatted more last time. You don't know. Don't tell them how to live their lives.
Yeah.
On the side of New Zealand, in their 15 Neltharis, we do actually see the debuff for the can't chain on a weak aura on the screen. So it looks like they are also doing some of those chain pulls, and it does seem to be having a pretty good effect. They are 8 minutes in with about half the trash done and the first boss done. So they are definitely on track right now to be able to 3-chest their 15, which honestly isn't that much of a surprise. Both Goats and Glory and Warrior Gamer did manage to 3-chest the 15. That shouldn't be too difficult for these teams. So they're moving into the second boss. And on the side of Warrior Gamer, they are going with this ridiculous pull again. There's the Warrior off in Narnia, running through, finding friends, making friends, and then insulting them to make them very angry. They do have a little change this time. You actually see the Evoker jump down to carry the tank over and be able to heal the tank so the tank doesn't just fall over. That is going to have a major stabilizing effect and just straight up moves the tank over faster. It's still a ridiculous pull. Looks like they're also pulling some of the birds from the hallway. They've got everything here that they want now. Tank's going to take a second, get them all grouped up. You saw the shockwave go out for the stun. We're seeing everyone get their chains now. Tank has to be careful, make sure that you don't get any of them behind you. Stun all the mobs. There's Sanguine. They're standing in Sanguine. There's a ton of Sanguine healing going out. 6.5 million Sanguine healing went out there. You have to keep kiting these mobs, but they are all below half health. And now everyone else just has to nuke them all down. You do see the damage starting to pick up from everyone else now that the chains stuff has expired. But there's still a lot of health on those mobs. That is still a lot of mobs. They are very angry at the tank for what just happened to them.
Angry.
And yes, they are very angry at that tank, that little dwarf tank. So you do see the tank running away, trying to kite them, making sure he doesn't get his face just absolutely kicked in by these mobs. And they are able to successfully handle this pool. That is 12% trash all at once in about a minute and a half.
A question for chat and everybody else. Has anybody else had this healer Sanguine in their keys? Because They always seem to do the most amount of healing in mine, and I've never invited them.
I hate it here.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
The sanguini linguini, like Sloot used to
Yeah,
say.
sanguini linguini.
Yeah, I love
nom,
that they
nom.
made that show up on details now, so you can see how badly you're doing at it.
Yeah. Like Eddie says, they keep trying to recruit them, but they just stay silent. They never talk. Oh, by the way, if I go to if there's anybody from Blizzard listening, you can have this idea for free.
Oh boy, this is gonna be bad.
At BlizzCon, have a drink stand that does like fruit punch or like just regular fruit smoothies, not fruit punch, but fruit smoothies. But each one of them is named after a Mythic Plus affix. So you could have like a strawberry one that is called Sanguine, like the Sanguine Slurpee or something like that. You can have that one for free.
Well, okay. So wait, no. Let's carry. So what would bursting be?
Bursting berries.
Okay, I could see that. Afflicted. Afflicted has to be like green or purple, right? No, I guess that has to be purple. I'm thinking like green to make it like look like a poison, but that doesn't really fit with what the affix actually
Entangling.
is. Entangling can be green.
Yeah, you could have entangling energy because it's like an energy smoothie.
Yeah, I could see that. What else we got?
Are you going through the Mythic Plus affixes now?
Yeah, volcanic. You could put some like hot sauce in it.
Volcanic vigor.
Yeah, I could see that one. Storming.
Volcanic vigor.
Storming, you could do something cool with like dry ice, so that you have just a little bit of like the steam or smoke or whatever. I guess technically,
I'm not even thinking about looks. I'm thinking about
coming off
names.
the top of it.
I'm just going names right now. You could have a storming strawberry.
I'm just trying to think like the whole way through. I'm trying to really help. I want to bring this to fruition. Who do I know at Blizzard?
Do I know a Blizzard?
Do I know anyone from Blizzard?
Just I know we haven't spoken in 6 months, but you need to hear this idea.
No, you know what? I'm going right to the top. I'm just gonna message Quick. Hey, Quick. I know you probably don't know who I am, but I have an idea, and I think you're gonna want to hear it.
No, just don't even say that. Just message them the names. By the way, it looks as though, speaking of names, on the side of Goats and Glory, Warlord Saga is starting to take some names from their group. We did see Don Becky drop the Druid, get rezzed back up. We now have lost... I'm trying to see exactly who that is. If we could go full screen on Goats and Glory right now... That is the Ret Paladin. It's not a big loss for anybody. Let's be realistic here. They do have... trying to see how much time they've got left here as well. We need to go full screen on Goats and Glory. That would be absolutely fantastic if we could get that, because that's a tough ask. This could be close for them.
Yeah,
this could be 50 seconds. They've got the shield coming up. Shield is coming up now.
You have a minute down to DPS. Uh-oh. Stop dying!
Don't
Break
die!
the shield!
Stop dying!
Break the shield!
The shield's broken.
You have
the shield's
40
broken.
seconds, 11 million health. Nuke.
They've got a bunch of extra damage coming in right now, but they're going to get 20%. I don't think they will get another shield here. Another magma shield in 30 seconds, which is almost exactly the same time with his key. If the magma shield comes up before the key finishes, that's it. They need to beat that timer. The magma shield timer is the important one. That is the thing that needs to happen, and they got 17 seconds left on this one, and it is looking like it is going to come down to the wire, but they are not doing enough damage. I don't think that Ret Paladin missing is causing so much issues, because it means that the preservation of the augmentation evoker doesn't have somebody else they can buff.
It means that all that damage buff just has to go on the tank.
And there it is.
Unfortunately, tanks don't do much. And yep, we do see the deplete go off, and they are just porting out. There's no reason to finish. There's no point going on. Keys only count if you time them. And
here comes that fact that you mentioned at the start, Crazy. How much time did they just spend in that key?
33 minutes.
33 minutes wasted.
33 minutes that they will never get back. That's a pretty sizable chunk of time in a tournament like this to unfortunately lose, especially on only a 20. It's not like that was a 22 or a
ugh.
23 where it is your big key where you expect to have things like that happen. But on only a 20, don't forget, we just saw Warrior Gamer not just time a 21, not just one chest a 21, but two chests a 21. So that really has them standing out a fair bit here as they, on the side of Warrior Gamer, are working on their now 23 Neltharis. They have taken down the first boss. They just jumped across the whole way. Obviously, that's all clear because they did all of that trash in that front area in that first pool with the chains. And they are going to make their way down to the second boss. Turning attention now over to the bottom right-hand corner, the New Zealand Defense Force team. They are working their way through their 15 Neltharis, and unfortunately, it looks like they've actually had a little bit of issues with it. They have 2 deaths so far. They've got the first 2 bosses down. They're finishing up some trash. They're about to pull the third boss, but they only have 3 minutes left to get their +3. Okay, folks, sorry about that. I think you should be able to hear me. Unfortunately, the Bronze Dragonflight decided they wanted to have some fun, and they froze the stream on the caster's end. It kind of blew everything up, so blame Crummy. It's entirely her fault. I think the Morchi version of Crummy came out a little bit, but we're good.
The timeway is slightly unstable. 10.1.5 has caused a couple of issues. Speaking of issues, Ghost and Glory as well. They tried to start their 20. Yep, the first pool has caused issues for them as well. And so far throughout the day, I mean, Warrior Gamer still pushing very, very hard. But I think at the moment, I've actually got to say, well done to Regiment Gaming. They have been gaming this first hour and a half.
They are pushing through. They're getting their keys. There's been no failures. They just keep pushing and keep grinding away. They're getting their 16s or 17s, and they are moving their way up. On the side of our friends from New Zealand, who, of course, are playing with their screens upside down, as you do in New Zealand. We did see proof of that yesterday, in case you're wondering. They are on their way to the last boss here in this 15 Neltharis, but if you look, they only have 30 seconds left on the timer to 3 chest, which means they are going to fail 3 chesting this 15 Neltharis, which is really not what you want to see. That means you're only going to get a 17 key out of this, which just sets you back so ridiculously far.
It really does. And it just goes to show how brutal the timer is on Neltharis as well.
Honestly, if I'm them, I'd be seriously debating just hearthing out right now. You lost 20 minutes, and that sucks. It sucks losing 20 minutes, but it means you will just have to do another Neltharis key anyway. So why not knock that out as a 15 where you should be able to go faster? You've gotten to shake off the cobwebs now. Get your +3 done so you get your 18. You know you can 2-chest the 18 to get your 20 key, and then at least you get your 20. And then you only have to do the dungeon twice to get your 20 key. Whereas if you continue this, you're going to get a 17. You are not going to 3-chest a 17. You're only going to 2-chest. And then you'll only have a 19. It's going to set you back for the entire rest of the day. you have to be thinking bigger than just this run. You have to be thinking about what the effects of that are going to be later on, and if it's going to cause you to have to do one extra run of a full run of the dungeon on a higher difficulty level to get you to where you otherwise should be. Yes, it would cost you 20 minutes, but I actually think continuing here is the wrong decision.
That's an interesting point to make. That is an interesting point to make. I mean, it is entirely possible that there was a slight hiccup. Maybe it could have been a mistake, and they know that they could 3 chest to 17. Maybe they have that idea in mind, because I think as well the other side of it, maybe they tried something a little bit different that wasn't going to quite work out for them. We do see this first pull coming in here for Goats and Glory, so let's see if this works out for them. It's a much smaller pull here. That's a
It
much
looks
smaller
like they already
pull.
did the chain once.
Yes, no, you are
because
correct.
they're at 15% now, so they actually
correct.
were able to pull off the chain. They're doing really solid. The folks down at Warrior Gamer are also still doing really solid. Only 1 death so far in their 23 Niltharis. They have killed the second boss. They are clearing trash on the way to the third. So we do still have 3 teams all working on Niltharis at the same time. On the side of New Zealand, they are on the last boss. The last boss is down 25% health. It looks like we are about 15 seconds away from the second shield. I do think we're actually going to end up seeing that. Unfortunately, the boss will probably be about sub 10% by the time that shield does come out here in the next 5 seconds. So they are going to have to do that. They're going to have to make sure they blow it up really quickly. But that boss is about to fall, and they are going to be securing this 2 chest on their 15 key.
Yeah, we'll see what they do after that one. Meanwhile, on the side of Regiment Gaming, they're heading towards Decatriarch Rathai, which, as we spoke about yesterday, possibly the coolest name, Decatriarch.
Yes.
In Dragonflight. I think it's definitely the best, I would say.
Yeah, they straight up made up a new word for it. I love it. It's fantastic.
I don't know. Is it, let me Google it.
Decatriarch? There's no way that's a real word. That's absolutely just the devs having fun. And I love that for them.
Looking at this, I think that's... Yeah, I think that is the first time the word Decatriarch has ever been used.
Yeah, the devs are just having fun again. It's fantastic.
Let me think. Decatriarch. Yeah, I think it is. I actually, because
Beautiful.
there's nothing else that gets mentioned before that.
Yeah.
So there we go. Decatriarch it's a word that was invented for WoW.
Love that. Absolutely love that for them. That's just you love when the devs get to just have fun.
Yeah. And they've been doing a lot of that with Dragonflight as well. They've been having a lot of fun. But not only that, I think a lot of the side quest lines that a lot of folks never saw or haven't seen, I think are absolutely, they are so good. I mean, specifically, you take a look at the... No, we do see, by the way, Decatriarch in action here now on the side of Regiment Gaming on this plus 17. But you take a look at the quest line that happens in Waking Shores at the bottom of the Ruby Life Pools between the 2 orcs. If you haven't done it, I recommend you go and check it out. It is incredible.
Yeah, there was a lot of passion put into this expansion. You can tell, you can feel it in a lot of different ways, and it's really carried through to the way that we're all interacting with the game.
And it's not even passion. I think it's more a case of them kind of turning around and going, "Okay, we'll show you that we can do we can put together an expansion again."
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Dragonflight. I've been having a lot of fun. I don't think it's that far out there to say this is the best expansion we've had in a very long time.
What's the next expansion? What do you think it's going to be?
The next one?
Yeah. What's coming after Dragonflight?
I want Void Daddies.
Okay, interesting.
I want Void Daddies. We're seeing little bits of voidy stuff here, although there are no old gods in the Dragon Isles. There's absolutely no old gods. That's just propaganda. Nazoth himself has told me on Twitter that there are no void or no old gods in Dragonflight. But we are seeing little bits of purplish stuff that normally would be associated with the void. And I think that might be where we're headed next. Either that, or it's possible that we don't fully deal with the primalists. It's possible we don't fully deal with all 3 of the primalist dragons that are left in this expansion, and that carries forward. And that ends up being kind of a shared storyline between this and the next expansion, with wherever we end up going, maybe the other side of Azeroth. What do you think?
We're going to the west side of Azeroth.
No, okay. There you go.
I just straight up. If you actually, there's 3 reasons for this. Number 1, we had. If you take a look at a lot of the stuff that's come into the shop recently, specifically the 6-month mount. Shout out to Regiment Gaming, by the way. They have timed that 17 Brackenhide Hollow.
Beautiful.
So once again, they are continuing their charge up the ranks today. They do still have to get this 1 enemy force done, but they're going to get that done easily, and they are going to time this one. So huge shout out to them, continuing to push nice and hard here. But yeah, we've had a bunch of things that have appeared on the store, the 6-month mount, that have a piratey feel, or a sea dwelling group feel. Number 2, we've had a lot of hints at something happening to the west of Azeroth, specifically the book that you do have in you've got the book that is available in the Forbidden Reach area. And then thirdly, if you open up your WoW and open up your map, you'll notice something has changed.
I saw that.
10.1.5. Everything on your map has been shifted to the east. Everything has been shifted to the east. It's all offset to the east.
Yeah, which is a really weird change to make 18 years into the game.
So, I think that's going to be the case.
Okay. So you think pirate expansion to the west?
I don't think pirate expansion. I think exploration expansion.
Okay.
I think 10.2 we will have Farak as the final boss. That's going to be the final boss of the raid for 10.2. Personally, what I would like to see happen is, and this is a dream scenario for me. Next expansion, we deal with the exploration of the west side of Azeroth. We encounter some new things. We discover some stuff that kind of wasn't there beforehand. Whilst we are dealing with this, we end up, the next expansion after that one, we deal with the repercussions of the alternate universe Draenor, the one that the Magheart Orcs come from, the scenario where you have this fanatical light army, as it were. I think that'd be very, very cool to deal with. They come through the Dark Portal, and then from that you get a little bit of change of the old world. So we see maybe a revamp of the Scarlet Crusade. We maybe see a revamp of Lordaeron. See a couple of those things that are going on, and then once that is dealt with, and you kind of deal with the quote-unquote bad side of the light, which would be interesting, dealing with Turalion and such, then we will start to see some Void stuff coming in. And speaking of Void stuff, Gorek here, Forge Master Gorek, is going to be trying to send Warrior Gamer to the Void, because on a Tyrannical, this boss is tasty, but... Looks like they've dealt with this very, very comfortably. They do have 6 minutes left for the 2 chest, which isn't going to happen.
No shot. No shot. You're not 2 chesting a 23 Nelfaris. No, thank you.
That ain't happening. Or at least, for us, it ain't happening.
No. Ian will come out of the woodwork and just, smite down your group and say, nah.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
They do manage to take down that boss without really much of an issue, though. They still only have 1 death on the board, so still playing extremely cleanly. Got 25% trash to pull here on their way to the last boss, which isn't really too big of an issue. That's kind of the standard route that you deal with here. And then, of course, that last boss, Warlord Sargo, with the Magma Shields, which really is the only point of difficulty that you would expect to be able to kill them on this type of difficulty, and it could be completely mitigated by just a little bit of pre-planning.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely mitigated by just do the boss.
Yeah, just do the mechanics the way that you're supposed to. Weird.
Yeah, just do the boss and you'll be fine. They do have a little mini boss here that they're dealing with, Commander. I can't remember his name. I'm just going to call him Commander. Iron
Torch.
Iron Torch Commander. That's a pretty cool name.
That's pretty
Obviously
sick.
dealing with that. It's up there. I also appreciate. I'm seeing a lot more people as well that have this. The timers for abilities on this sort of like this vertical timer on their screens. I actually really like that. I've been meaning to use it for a while for myself, but I haven't done so yet. So I need to get on that. I need to get that done.
It's an adjustment. I'll warn you. I've tried to use it in the past, and when you're used to the regular boss bars or like the regular bigwigs bars or DBM bars, whatever, and you've been using that for literal decades, trying to use something different takes a while to adjust.
100%.
I tried using this weak order to make everything kind of have that track down. I tried using it on a raid night. It didn't work. It made me miss literally every ability, so I uninstalled it and just never gave it another chance to actually learn it in a not mythic progression environment.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense on a mythic progression environment. That could end up getting in the way. Could cost you. Could cost you a kill.
It is real
if you're not
slick
sure.
looking. I think it works really well.
It is nice.
I love the look of it.
You see them pulling this trash over here. They want to make sure they are getting this Neltharis done as quickly as they possibly can. They want to win this whole tournament. And obviously, one of the big things is if they do win this tournament, then they are going to be able to take home the prize. And you're probably wondering to yourself, well, exactly what is the prize for this tournament? And the winning team is able to select a charity from the Activision endowment. The prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL. And if you'd like to help support the AFDL, the fundraiser is open over on our GoFundMe. Type !charity in the chat and follow the link there. Your generosity is very, very much appreciated over this entire event here. So once again, thank you so much. If you are giving and you are able to help out, it is, it's absolutely incredible the folks they're doing here. Someone at Sickpans are saying I need to see how this format works. Crazy, do you want to run us quickly through the exact format of how this does work for folks that are just coming in and want to know just what the Summer Clash is all about?
If this is your first time here and you aren't sure what's going on, basically this is, obviously a Mythic Dungeon tournament. And it's a great push style format. So you have various different dungeons. On the first day you get 3 dungeons, and then on the second day you get a 4th, on the last day you get a 5th. And the scoring is quite simply whatever your highest key level is on each one of the dungeons. So you start with a 15 on each dungeon that you get, and you have to try to push it as high as possible. So if you're not big in the Mythic Plus, you don't do a lot. Basically, when you complete the dungeon, you get either a +1 increase to level, +2, or +3 based on how quickly you completed it. The faster you complete it, the higher the upgrade level you get. So you start on a 15. If you complete that very quickly, you get either a 16, 17, or even an 18 key. And you keep working your way up. And the winner of the tournament is simply the one who has the highest total difficulty level of all of their keys combined. So that's how the scoring works. So right now, each one of the teams is just working on getting a little bit higher and a little bit higher in each one of the dungeons. And on the side of Warrior Gamer, we actually see them in a 23 Neltharis. They are finished with trash now. They are going around these packs. They are going to skip them because they don't need them. They already finished all the trash they need. They are approaching the final boss. They are not going to be able to 2-chest it. They only have, I think, 20 seconds left, so that's obviously not achievable. You're not going to kill a boss in 20 seconds. But they have plenty of time to be able to achieve timing this key, especially with the fact that this boss does have multiple phases where he takes double damage for a nice period of time. We are going to see.
I just want to point out
what.
So, New Zealand Defence Force are on the second boss of Neltharis.
Yes.
This is how tight the timer is on Neltharis, by the way. Second boss of Neltharis. They've still got they still would have 2 bosses to go after they've killed this. They've only got 11 minutes for 3-chest.
Yeah, and they're only 8 minutes in. So on a 33-minute dungeon, you have 19 minutes. That doesn't seem like a lot.
It's mind-blowing how tough the timer is on this thing, which puts into perspective just how good Warrior Gamer were when they got the 3-chest on theirs. Oh, look at those chains lined up perfectly. Look at that.
Chain, and keep going, keep going, keep going.
No, they need to
Blow
let
up.
their debuff drop off. And there's the
boom.
final one.
And not a problem. Now they get a nice damage buff on him, and he's going to take a good chunk here, all the way down to about half health. So they are certainly
That's 20,
making
almost
pretty good
20%.
time. 20. I thought it was 50.
No, as in like they took off 20% of his health.
Oh,
in
yeah,
that one phase.
In 10 seconds. Yeah. So boss is now sub 40%. Shouldn't have any problem cleaning this up at all. And by the time this dies, they are halfway through their timer for the 3 chest, with 2 of the 4 bosses dead and half the trash done. So they're actually probably just about on pace to manage a 3 chest here, if they're able to continue using the chain tech for some of the trash pulls.
They've really got to push it in the next room. The next setup to Forge Master Gorek is the furthest that you go with the most amount of trash, and you've still got a pretty nasty trash pack beforehand. It is achievable. It's just very difficult.
Yeah, so the boss does go down here, and let's see how quickly they can get through this group. Are there any chains in this hallway that they're able to use? Because they don't have a debuff right now.
There's a set of chains just there, and then once they get through into kind of the sleeping quarters, quote unquote, then that is the next area that you will see a chain coming out. But there's a bunch of chains coming through, boom, boom, boom. Everybody takes a bunch of damage. And now we just continue to move through. They can do it again here, because you can see at the top of the room there will be a chain just in the background there.
I see.
So they can use that one. I think there are chains at the top. It's been a while since I've done Neltharis, if I'm perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, see, I had never used the chains because I just haven't had an opportunity to do very high keys in Neltharis yet this season.
Well, if you use chains, it's less option for you to use I-Beam.
Yeah, but when I do get to use I-Beam after a chains goes off, it means it's a big I-Beam.
True.
I like big numbers on my I-Beam.
That is true.
I'm
That's
a
tough to
big
say.
fan of big numbers.
We also see our first Neltharian's lair, top left-hand corner of your screen from Regiment Gaming. They are in a 16. So once again, they are looking to make up on lost time from yesterday, and so far they've been incredibly impressive today. They've come in with a really, really good attitude after what was probably a bit of a rougher day. What was a rougher day on day one, which was yesterday. But so far doing well. Dungeon complete for Warrior Gamer, by the way. So that 23 Neltharis has been completed. They have 23s across the board.
That's what, 92 score already?
Maths is not my strong point, but yes,
yeah,
it was 92.
So that's 92, and they're not quite halfway done with the total time in this competition.
And they've already told us as well that they know they can push harder on these keys.
Yeah. So where do you think they go next? What are they going to push?
Tough to say. I honestly would... I'd go back into Neltharis.
Really?
I'd go back, because they've got a 24. I'd go back into Neltharis. Honestly, for my money, I think a 25 Neltharis is probably the biggest key, the highest key that anybody would push on this one.
Okay. Okay, 20. Okay.
So...
I'm going to interrupt you for a second because we're getting some intel from the team themselves saying that they're actually going to do Atoll d'Azur next.
Okay, that's cool. I like to see that.
Now, unfortunately, that's not actually one of the keys for the tournament, so that's just them going to kind of have fun and play around because it's tournament realm. But, you know, we support that here.
Just imagine the flex of them turning around and going, "Yeah, we're just going to do it at Atoll d'Azur because we want it." Just everybody else is running through the keys they need, and they're like, "Well, we'll do some mount runs. We've got some siege to do."
We missed doing AD. That was a fun dungeon, so we wanted to relive it. What? I can't. There's
point of view. This is a great point of view.
Yes, this is wonderful and makes everything very visible as to what's going on. I could very cleanly see everything being photographed or telegraphed to me.
You know, we talked about VR yesterday for WoW.
Yeah, that's what it would be.
Yep, that's exactly what it would be.
Just
This is
staring
also
up
getting
the
up to the point.
butthole of a bunch of mobs.
I mean, what you do in your spare time is up to you, but we do have a bunch of pelter mobs coming up. So this is where, let's see if we can stick with Regiment Gaming here. This is bolstering, and this is bolstering, fortified, and we have pelter mobs. Chat, get your bonks ready, because they're gonna be coming in pretty shortly.
Yeah.
And I know you love
We saw these bonks chunking people yesterday, especially once you hit like the low 20s in here. Every one of those jagged discs is like bonk, there goes 2/3 of your health. Bonk, bonk. I love it.
We do know that Warrior Gamer is taking their break now as well. So Warrior Gamer have decided to take their break. Yeah.
They're not allowed to take breaks.
They're sipping champagne, they're eating grapes. Everything's fine.
Sitting on their marble couches eating grapes.
Yeah, exactly.
Love it. Love that for them. Well, everyone else is going to not do that and continue working on keys. We're still playing in first person over here on Regiment Gaming side with their prot paladin, who seems to just really like not being able to see things.
This Vile Shard Hulk as well is pretty beefy. It's got 2 stacks of bolstering, so anything from this could hurt. Piercing shards coming out on the tank and dropping the tank down to 20%. That's a oof, ouch moment. Here come the pelters. Everyone get ready. Everyone in chat, get your bonks ready.
Here come the bonks.
Here come the bonks, the jagged discs.
Bonk, bonk.
Okay, bonk, bonk.
Oh,
bonk, bonk. There we go. We do have one of them going out here.
Someone's health get chunked. That'd be a bonk.
It's so imperative as well that they are able to kill these jagged discs first, and it looks as though they are doing exactly that. Yeah,
yep,
they immediately identify the danger. Those destabilizers are going to go off though. There goes one destabilize.
One went off. That's not entirely
not the end of the world.
Yeah, looks like they are okay though. They are recovering, so they'll take down this breaker without really too much of an issue. And then they do have some other trash on the other side of the room they have to do before the boss, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they didn't pull those yet.
All right, I don't think there's a pelter though.
No, the pelter is the one in the back there, I think.
Yeah.
So looks like
I feel like pelters should be in every dungeon.
Do you now?
Yeah.
So you're saying you hate WoW players?
Yeah. Have you met them?
True. You have a point there, my friend.
Looks like what are they looking at here?
Hiding?
I mean, I would, because
full send.
It's Ulrod Cragshaper. Full send. Let's go.
Full send. Throw your shield.
Zoom. Bonk.
I love
Captain America.
Shield. Whoa!
Oh, they tried to do a little bit of tech getting the boss away quickly to a position, and then immediately got knocked back because of that. The rescue didn't quite go off. Where are they going?
I told you the tank likes being in a corner.
There's got to be a reason for this.
Yeah, it's one of those things like when you're backed up in the corner, you just fight a little bit harder.
Nobody put Super Leo in the corner.
Exactly. He
There's
put himself in the
reason.
corner, and now with a boss there that makes him want to hit the boss harder, so he's doing what he needs to be doing.
I'm wondering if it's going to make the spawning of... I wonder if it's going to make the spawning of certain things a little bit easier to deal with. Maybe the hands, the strike of the mountain that comes up?
Maybe? I mean, he still has to go, like, underneath, right? He still has to go underground, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah, he's just gone into the middle. Oh! I'm wondering if maybe they did that so that they could skip the underground phase, because surely there's got to be travel time between where he goes to the middle. I'm wondering why. I'm gonna have to ask them. Gonna have to find out why that is. Yeah. Do they know which one's the real one? They seem confident in this bellowing idol up here to the north. Let's see if this does hide Ulrod Cragshaper.
I hope so. It feels so bad when you pick the wrong one.
There it is.
They got the right one. All right. And now this boss will just kind of finish off and go down here.
Still, where were they going into?
Stop running away! Stop running away! Go the other way! You gotta go up the hill!
Huh. I'd have to look into that. I'm not sure why they take Ulrog Cragshaper down into that corner, but that will be something that we'll be taking a look at. We
It's
see the
very
17
possible they
Nelthara.
found some really cool new tech somewhere.
Maybe. We do have the ending of the 20 Neltharis here on the side of Goats and Glory.
break the
They
shield.
have lost
Break the
2
shield.
players. They're not breaking the shield quick enough.
No.
That's another 20. That's another bunch of time they've just spent inside Neltharis that has not gone well for them.
If they would have broken that shield, the boss is like 8% health. If they would have broken that shield, they would have 2-chested it. Now
How
they're
long have
only
they
going to
got left?
1-chest it. Now they have to play clean. 5 minutes. 6 minutes, actually. Now they just have to play clean, and they'll get their 1 chest, but... Oh, man, that's unfortunate. That's very, very close there.
That is pretty painful. The 17 Neltharis, by the way, they're looking for the 2 chest on the side of the New Zealand Defence Force, which will give them a plus 19 Neltharis, which I think they'd be pretty confident in 2 chesting as well. It's not ideal for them, but you've got to say, we would turn around and we were sat there going, oh, maybe they should reset and, maybe they should go for the 3 chests.
Yeah.
It's a waste of their time. When in actuality, they've probably made a better use of their time over the last 45 minutes than we've seen out of Ghosts and Glory, which is,
true.
Incredibly impressive. And if you want to make sure that you are spending the best amount of time in your Mythic Plus, you need to check out one of our partners, Raider.io. It's a premier platform for PvE players, tracking millions of hours of Mythic Plus runs. They've got guides, guidance, widgets, and features that will enhance your gaming experience. They support community events such as this one, and they work hand in hand with Blizzard for the MDI, as well as bringing global coverage of the race to World First. They've become a household name for World of Warcraft players, and to join in on that, go to Raider.io and join in on the incredible community.
Yeah, great people over there. Great people, great tech, great website, ton of stuff over there. Lots of
They've
resources.
lost their healer again.
Highly
They've lost their healer again. We need to go full screen on Goats and Glory. We have to go full screen on Goats and Glory here.
Do they have
the
a
Bloodlust
res,
has
or
been
they
used.
just-
Yep, the res
they had
has
a
been
res.
used.
Had a res. They popped Bloodlust for the first shield here. Bosses sub 70% already. But this is really putting them in a rough position here. They are going to obviously get the second Magma Shield here in about 20 seconds. They're probably going to set up for a third one as well after that. They really, really have to do a little bit of a better job getting through these Magma Shields quickly. They can't be stuck with that shield up for as long as they have. And we saw the team over at Warrior Gamers were able to take off the shield in 2 or 3 seconds. So that's really the kind of benchmark you want to be at. You don't want to be missing. It looks like they missed with one of the seed explosions.
Oh, they were able to remove it, though. They did drop super low, but it has been removed. 45% left on the boss here. They do have 3.5 minutes. The timer on the dungeon is not an issue for them. The timer for the next shield, which is in 24 seconds, is going to be the big tell. They will not kill the boss in 20 seconds. They need to make sure that the magma shield is broken instantly. If they are unable to break that magma shield, you've got to imagine this is going to be another untimed Neltharis for them. This is the moment where you need to be concentrating.
It absolutely all comes down to this shield. They have to pop this as quickly as
Here
they
it comes.
possibly can. Now here it comes, and it takes 3 hits. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3. There we go. All right,
there
good.
we
They
go.
are able to take down the shield almost instantly. Now the boss is taking double damage for that 10 seconds. They are putting a lot of hurt into the boss. Boss is now sub 20%. They have 30 seconds till the next shield. Boss is at about 16%. They should be able to take him down before we run into that last shield.
They should be able to beat the timer, but it's gonna be pretty close.
Tighter. It's getting tight. They have 10. No, they're not. They're going to get one more shield. So you see everyone immediately when they realize that they need one more shield, everyone breaks
They
off.
have to break it if they die here.
Yeah,
They
this is
absolutely
what
have to
I think
break
that's
it.
what happened last time. Is they
Here it
thought
comes
they
the
were
magma
going to
shield.
beat it and they didn't.
Here it comes. Let's see if they're able to break through this. The damage that comes out
One,
here is absolutely
two,
horrific. The Roosevelt, yeah, 4.1 seconds.
yeah.
They do get through it. There we go. They haven't made the same mistake twice. Warlord Saga falling there.
job.
That is a 20 now. Tharis completed. There's the portal. You love to see it for Ghosts and Glory. And what has been a bit of an issue for them over the last 45 minutes has now been completed. The big question is what comes next. Do you take your break now, or do you go into another dungeon and kind of keep this ball rolling?
I think you probably step away and take your break, because that was really spicy. That was a lot closer than you want it to be, and that was your second try at that to get it that much closer than you want it to be. You've got all your 20s done. Go take your break, take your 15 minutes, collect yourself, stretch out, whatever, and get ready to come back for the last 3 hours of the day and just hard focus pushing to 22s and 23s across the board. Because if you don't have 22s and 23s done by the end of the day today, I'm sorry to say, but you're getting pretty far behind.
I mean, they've gone directly into an Eltharian's lair.
They do
They've gone
have
from
a
one
break
now
timer
to
on
another.
the screen, but it looks like it's
Ooh.
only 2 minutes. So it looks like they're taking a minor break, but not a real, 10 or 15-minute break. On the side of New Zealand, it looks like they have people that have disappeared from the group. They only have 3 people in the group right now, so they may be taking their break. On the
They've gone
side,
into a 15 no lever.
15 on the side of Regiment Gaming, they are making their way to the last boss in this Nefarian's Lair plus 16. They are almost done with trash. They have these 2 scorpion pulls before the last boss, still 13 minutes left, so easily on time to be able to time this. Not really too much of a concern. They're going to take down this scorpion, move over, take down the other one, and then be able to work on this last boss. Plenty of time left in this key to get their 16 done. Which keeps help moving them up the leaderboard, keeps adding a couple points here and a couple points there, which is really what they need to be doing today.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for today for Regiment Gaming, consistency. They seemed to struggle with that yesterday. Today, not a problem for them at all, and they are continuing to push through these keys. And once again, doing an incredible job in keeping the morale high and also never giving up, which is absolutely huge for a tournament like this. Even if you feel as though you're going to fall behind, don't give up, because you never know what could happen. You could end up in a situation where, all of a sudden it's starting to click for us, it's losing it for other people, and now we're climbing up that leaderboard.
It's totally possible for teams to get hard stuck on a dungeon. We almost just saw Goats and Glory come real close to failing that plus 20 Neltharis for what would have been the second time. So it's very possible that teams can get stuck on different dungeons at different key levels where you wouldn't necessarily expect them to. And so you're never really out of this tournament until, midway through like day 3. They are able to drag the first ad into the spikes, which works perfectly. They did that fantastic. So the first ad is dead. Boss is at about 65% health. We are going to be getting the spike there in the back. Got the gonna have the AoE soon, I believe. So it's gonna be time to go ahead and hide.
Yeah, we've got the
Looks like
coming
boss
in now.
is about 80% on the mana bar. So yeah, we are gonna have the AoE coming in here soon. So after this magma crash, got to go hide for the magma wave, and then we'll have the next ad coming out. Run away! Run away!
Run away from the magma wave. Ooh, it does hurt. Also, I'm confused. I've always wondered why the hammer is green. I feel like that hammer would work better if it was like a dark brown, sort of black color. I don't know why it's bright green.
Yeah, I never thought about it. That's really weird. That doesn't match
it looks cool.
the aesthetic here, like, at all. There has to
It
be a
does
reason
look very
for it.
cool. Green?
Is it some special type of mineral or something that's supposed to be extra strong or powerful or imbued or something?
It's purest green. That's all I... It's purest green. That is a very, very niche reference that only a couple of people are going to get if they're from the UK. There we go. There's the completion, by the way. There's the completion.
Yeah, doesn't look like it mattered what it was made out of. They are able to take down the boss.
There we go. They take down Dargrul. And that does, once again, they're slowly but surely starting to climb. It's a bit of a mountain for them to reach the heights of what Warrior Gamer are doing right now, but we've spoken about this before. The weekend is a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
So they're doing well. Superwolf Leo, I see you in chat. Question for you. Why were you taking Ularog Crag Shaper to the corner of the room every time? I'm interested to hear your reasoning for it. I don't actually know why. That's a genuine question. Looks as though we've got Warrior Gamer. They're working through a 24 Neltharian's Lair. A 24 Neltharian's Lair.
24 Nelth's Lair. Those are going to be some big bonks.
Yes, they are going to be some big bonks.
We're no longer throwing discs. We're throwing lumps at you. We're going to put some hurting into you.
Oh, I need to have a Mythic Plus team now called Big Bonks.
Do it. You can get that all registered on our partner website, Raider.io. You can get yourself a Mythic Plus team set up there called Big Bonks, and then you can track your progress over time as you continue to try to work your way up the ladder.
Big Bonks. Oh, that's amazing. That needs to happen.
Please do that. They are getting ready here to pull Rockmora. They have started this fight. This is a fight where if you know what you're doing, it's pretty straightforward and not all that particularly dangerous. But the moment you fall behind on those skitterers, you're in danger. And we did see that happen to one of the teams yesterday where they weren't putting enough damage into the skitterers. When that shatter goes off, they all explode for extra damage on the raid. And if you have 2 or 3 or 4 of the skitterers up when that goes off, then everyone is just gonna kind of go splat.
You say bye-bye raid. It's that simple with that.
Yeah,
But
so
they're
that's
doing a
why
solid
you do
job.
see them continuing to make sure that they swap those skitterers, make sure that they are exploded before the skitterers explode all over the team.
Looks like Regiment Gaming are in Neltharis, but they are taking... I don't know whether they're going to take their break here. They may potentially be doing exactly that. Meanwhile, on the side of New Zealand Defence Force, they're in a 19 Neltharis. They're going to continue to push this Neltharis as high as they possibly can.
Yeah.
Goats and Glory here. They are starting their Neltharian's Lair. Getting this set up as quickly as possible. I'm wondering what... is this going to be a 23? 22?
22 Nelts.
22.
Yep, 22
yeah,
for them.
So that's pretty nice.
They
20...
are getting started there. Down for the New Zealand team, it does look like they did the chain pull at the beginning as well. You can see the debuff on the screen right now. And they are less than 3 minutes into the dungeon. And once this trash pool is complete, they'll be about 24% IO already. Or 24% count already. So they are really picking up the pace a little bit here. I think if they use the chains a little bit more frequently and a little bit more efficiently, it's going to help them a lot, especially as they start getting into some of these higher key levels. You really want to see them continue to get the 2 chests, especially for this 19. That'll be really big if they're able to achieve that 2 chests.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how things are going to play out over the next few hours. But for the next few minutes, at least, myself and Crazy are going to be taking a quick step away, stretch our legs. We're going to make sure we can get some coffee to keep the energy going. But all of that energy is coming from these teams performing so well. You're not going to want to miss a moment of day 2 here in the Summer Clash. Don't go anywhere, folks, because myself and
Stay
Crazy
tuned, friends.
will be back after this. Thank you for sticking with us, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. This is the Summer Clash from AFDL events. It is day 2. The teams have been continuing to work throughout the break. Unfortunately, Crazy, do not have enough time for us to fully go through what we wanted to obviously talk about here. I'm saying that because Crazy has donuts and wasn't able to finish eating them.
They're so good.
Show the donuts.
They're just like the frosted mini donuts from Walmart. But like, so real quick aside, I'm allergic to fructose. It's a really weird thing. It's like super rare. So I can't eat most donuts because like I live in America, right? So there's just fructose in everything. It's like high fructose corn syrup is what America runs on.
I know of one other person that has that.
Yes, I know. We bonded over that.
Old makes. Good old makes.
Yeah, we bonded over that at the Race World First in Boston. So, right, like I can't eat a lot of sweets that are made and sold in America, which is great because I live in America and it's just awesome. I love it. For some reason, of all places, the Walmart brand, Walmart made bakery chocolate covered donuts don't have any ingredients I can't have. It's the weirdest thing because I can't even eat Walmart brand bread. But their donuts, I can have.
That's really strange.
Yeah.
That's
I don't try to
strange.
understand. I don't try to understand, but I
think production put the leaderboard up as a way to say, hey, stop talking about donuts, you idiots. Because we are taking a look here. We have seen the New Zealand Defence Force. They have got their 17. So 17 is their highest on Neltharis. We've got the Regiment Gaming. They have got 15. We've got Ghosts and Glory, the US Navy Esports, on a 20. But Warrior Gamer still pushing the envelope with that 23. And they've got 23s across the board. Closely followed by New Zealand Defence Force.
Yes. New Zealand Defence Force is pretty much just a half step behind Warrior Gamer across the board, except in that Neltharis, they are obviously a number of key levels behind, but they're really putting in a good run so far. Goats and Glory is just a little bit behind that. They have had a little bit of a struggle today. They obviously depleted their first Neltharis 20 attempt and came real close to depleting it a second time. Had a wipe on the last boss, almost wiped the second time on the last boss. So they're having a little bit of difficulty. Regiment Gaming is having a much better day today than they did yesterday. They are banging out keys, not quite getting through as quickly as some of the other teams are. They're not 3-chesting some of these lower keys, but they are still pushing really hard. They're getting their 1 chest, or I think they got a 2 chest on one of them earlier. They're starting to get into 17s and 18s, so they are working their way up, and they're putting in every bit of effort that they can into this too. It's great to see on their end.
I'm wondering, are we going to get a scenario where it's the tortoise and the hare? I'm wondering if the teams are going to be rushing ahead, and then all of a sudden, Regiment Gaming is going to start to slowly but surely catch up. I'm wondering if that's going to be the case. We've got a 19 Neltharis here on the side of the New Zealand Defence Force, taking on Forge Master Gorek, able to clear that one up relatively quickly. Meanwhile, there's 24 Neltharians lair still ongoing, but looks as though we have passed the second boss. We've passed Ularog and the Bonking. They've only had 2 deaths. They're working on Araxus right now. And there's the spiked tongue coming in. The Warrior doing a great job at being able to avoid that. Ghosts and Glory also working through a 22 Neltharians lair right now. They are just a little bit behind the area that we're seeing Warrior Gamer right now. So not too far off. Not too far
pretty
off.
close. I want to look at the New Zealand team here for a second because they're working through this 19 Neltharis, and they just took down the 3rd boss. And here's what's interesting. They have more time left on the timer in this 19 than I believe they did on the 17 at this point.
Ooh,
because
interesting.
They are just now reaching the end of the 3-chest timer. Obviously, they weren't going to 3-chest a 19. They 2-chested a 15. They 2-chested a 17. But I think they're actually on pace to be very slightly faster in this key than they were in the 17. So I think they must have changed their route a little bit. My guess would be they did start using the chains a little bit more and a little bit more efficiently. To just get through some of that trash a little bit faster, save them a little bit of time. And I actually think This will be their last trash pull they do. They'll skip the trash in front of the boss. So they're going to get through on all these, bring them over, and they're going to use as many changes as they can on this trash, which will pretty much delete it. And then they have a little over right around 5 minutes to take out the last boss, which is totally fine. And then that's two chesting this 19, which gives them a 21 key to work on next. I'm actually really impressed with this run from them. This has looked really, really good.
The big many mistakes on Warlord Saga, absolutely doable, no doubt in my mind. Yeah. The question then comes into, is the 21 worth 5.5 minutes for a +2? Is that?
Oh yeah.
Does the increase? Is that worth 5.5 minutes? Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You want to do that because you want to get your 21 key. Because otherwise, if you only single chested, then you have to do a 20 by itself, and a 21 by itself, and a 22 by itself.
I mean, as in the case of when they do a 21 key, is the increase from 19 to 21 going to then mean that they will only one chest the 21? Is the scaling increase worth 5.5 minutes?
Very likely, yeah. If I had to guess, I would be very, very surprised if they were able to chest the 21. Now it looks like the Pally was unable to do the skip. Pally just didn't have a good way to get around, so the Pally just ran into the trash and died. They are going to be able to toss up a res there, though. That shouldn't be too big of an issue. Still have 4.5 minutes left, and now they are going to go ahead and pull the last boss, Warlord Saga, with over 4 minutes left. Plenty of time. They will not have Bloodlust, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal because you do have the damage increase phases here. Looks like the first Magma Shield is in about 20 seconds. They're making pretty good work of this boss. And you can actually see some of the weak orders that the Druid tank here has. Ducky Bear Cow, which is an awesome name for a bear tank. Has some trinkets available and ready. Has some trinkets available, specifically the Beacon trinket, which comes off of Sarkareth. I'm going to use that probably right now. Yep, there's that. Well, he has 100% damage buff, so that's going to do a ridiculous amount of damage. Actually shooting the bear tank to the top of the damage meter at 125k DPS for the bear tank because of just how much damage that meteor from that beacon does. And
would you suggest that the other DPS can barely keep up?
Oh my god.
Do you think the fact that there is a bear tank on top is giving them pause for thought?
Oh my, I hate it here. I hate it here. All right, so moving on from that, we are getting our second Magma Shield. They are exploding all over the Magma Shield. They need one more. They only hit it twice. They need one more. Something missed. Okay,
ooh, there it is. There it is.
There we go.
I mean,
I'm third one. Ooh, that was scary.
I'm fairly confident they're going to be able to kill this before the timer expires.
Oh, yeah.
These dad jokes are unbearable.
God, I hate it here. 8% left, no problem. They are not going to get this last Magma Shield 20 seconds away. Not a problem, and that is another successful 2 chest here in Neltharis. So that gives them a 21 key.
Okay, 21. Interesting. So they've got a 21 key done. I mean, if they get it up to a 22, then that will keep them in line with the rest of their dungeons. They've got everything at a 22. It will be interesting to see if, I mean, we will probably see, we've got the final boss coming up here for Warrior Gamer on a 24. That's going to be pretty tasty. We've got Regiment here currently waiting. Looks like they have restarted their Neltharis key. We've got Naraxus, the third boss here for Goats and Glory on a 22. But this final boss is no pushover for the group at Warrior Gamer.
Can we full screen Warrior Gaming here for this last boss? Because the 24 key is the highest key we've seen so far. Yeah, it's only a fortified boss, but it's the end boss on a 24, so that is still a big ask. Everything is going to be extremely dangerous at this level. And this boss does also just have like a substantial amount of health. They're 40 seconds into this boss and have only taken 20% off. So You're going to be looking at this boss for a little while here. They should have plenty of time as long as they play clean and don't lose anybody. If they lose anyone, it's actually going to make this timer a little bit tighter than what they probably want it to be.
It also potentially makes it slightly tighter on the boss as well, because they have to kill the ads.
Right. So every time one of those ads comes up, you obviously have to run it through those spikes, which stuns it, makes it take increased damage, but you do still have to allocate some number of global cooldowns to the ad to make sure that it dies. You can't just have it loose running around chasing people. We're about a minute and a half in now. Boss is still not quite at half health. The next ad has just spawned, taking damage on everyone in the group, and you can see how much damage that does. Everyone got down to half really, really quickly, but they are able to kite it into the spike, which, like I said, stuns it, makes it take increased damage. Everyone's hard swapping over to the Molten Charskin ad, and it is just about gone here. Boss is at 50% health. We're halfway through, a minute and 50 in. So everything that you just saw happen needs to happen 2 more times.
Easy. Just double it up. Just do the same thing again, and you won't have to worry about anything else in the boss fight. And it's very, very easy as well to, especially on a boss fight like this, where, as you mentioned, it's not a tyrannical boss. So there is, you kind of have to make sure that you keep your, for lack of a better term, your concentration going, because you've got to say to yourself, right, I know this isn't a tyrannical boss, but we're still on a 24 here. There's still stuff that can really, really hurt. And if I'm not quick enough in switching to the ad, if we're not quick enough in kiting it into these areas here, and it looks like they are grouping up because they almost want this to spawn directly on top of it. And that's exactly what's happening here.
Beautiful bait. Beautiful bait. Ad's going to run right into the thing almost instantly. Only got 1 or 2 ticks off on the raid or on the group, so everyone is still very healthy, very strong, in a good position. Ad is getting basically deleted, although he is standing up, so we are going to get probably 1 tick of damage here. Yep, 1 tick of damage.
Hatred.
Still dies anyway, so we're fine there. And should be pretty much fine. Have plenty of time before the next ad. Should not get the next ad. Do have the magma wave here, which requires them to hide, which they all successfully do. And boss is at 4%, 3%, and this boss is just about to fall. And there we have it. That is the first 24 key we've seen completed in this competition so far for this Summer Clash.
24 Neltharian's Lair with 3 minutes left. Could they get the 25 done?
Oh, absolutely. They had 3 deaths there.
Oh, they did.
They had 3 deaths. If they run cleanly, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think they have a 25 in them for that. I don't know that you can get any higher than 25, but I think they have the 25 in there.
Looks as though we've got confirmation New Zealand Defence Force currently taking their break, and Goats and Glory. Did they reset that Neltharian's Lair? They were on Naraxus when we left, and then we came back, and they're back at the start. Did they not time that 22?
No,
they did
didn't.
Not. They reset. Oh.
I didn't see what happened because we were full screen, so I wonder if they maybe wiped and said, okay, we have to reset.
I'm wondering, it must have been Naraxus that caused the wipe.
It very well could have been. Okay, we are seeing them do a very large pull here at the beginning, just kind of running straight through all the way. Are they going to go all the way to the Hulk? No, they're going to stop just short of the Hulk.
Yeah, at least I wouldn't go to the Hulk at this point. I wouldn't take all that, especially bolstering as well.
Only a 22 fortified bolstering. What can go wrong?
I think we might be about to find out. Keep an eye on Epic 2's health. That will be yo-yoing very, very quickly, especially with these basilisks. These basilisks hurt. It looks like they're able to get through that. We've seen that happen a couple of times so far over the weekend, where teams have gone in and their tanks have just been torn to shreds by those Nashers. Looks like they are skipping the Vileshard Hulk.
Deleted there. What?
They might be skipping the Hulk here.
Interesting.
Yeah, they are.
And what? Just do more trash in the area going up to Ulrog?
Possibly. I think maybe if you look at time investment of what you would have to pull here, you wouldn't want to pull the Hulk in with all that trash because the bolstering would get out of hand. You wouldn't want to pull it in with the other trash because once again, it would kind of get out of hand. So the amount of time you'd spend taking down those mobs versus the time that you would save, or the time that you would take down some of the mobs in the other areas, I think is a net gain across the entire dungeon.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's probably a pretty smart move. So we do see them engaging Rockmora here, who, like we talked about earlier, is a relatively straightforward boss as long as you're killing the Skitterers. If you fail to kill the Skitterers when he casts Shatter, then he's going to shatter your face.
I mean, it's accurate.
You got to put your face right into the ground with his Shatter. They are able to take out all those little adds there. That still does a substantial amount of damage, and well, you see those crystals on the ground if you're standing in them and you move. It does actually also deal ticking damage to you every time you make a movement. So that's why you see that come out. Everyone gets chunked for health, and then everyone just stands still and doesn't move for a little bit. Because if you start moving, that crystal formation on the ground will just kind of annihilate you and kill you.
Yep. No moving allowed. And there we go. Now they can move. There's been a couple of occasions of that in Warcraft. For those of you that were gamers back in TBC, we all know the very famous Flame Wreath chant. Very, very important. Very easy way for you to troll your guild as well.
Oh, God.
You could just kind of... Yeah, you just be like, oh, I'm going to move. I'm going to move.
Blow up Flame Wreath, kill everyone.
Flame Wreath's fantastic. Flame Wreath
it was such a griefer spell.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And for the longest time, Karazhan actually had the crown of best opening dungeon of an expansion. But that was soon taken over by Castle Nathria. Because Castle Nathria was the best opening raid to any expansion.
Are you okay?
I mean, take a look. Karazhan is solid, but Nathria is so good. With the exception of maybe one fight.
Maybe?
Oh, well.
Maybe
okay.
Maybe?
With one fight.
I'm sorry, were you there?
Yeah.
Were you there with Drunken Draven?
Stone Legion Generals is an arse fight. I will 100% agree.
But worst fights they've ever made.
But it also has some of the best fights they've ever made.
Sludgefist and Daddy Denathrius.
Sludgefist,
are two of the best fights they've had.
Council of Blood is a really solid fight. When you look at I love Council of Blood.
I wasn't the biggest fan.
But if you look at the first boss, in regards to first boss encounters, name me one that's better than Shriekwing.
Shriekwing was a fun first boss.
A great first boss. I mean, and also you have to think not just in reference to oh, look at that, we've got party going on there for Breakaway. But also you've got to take into account looking at where, not just mythic difficulty either, looking at normal and heroic difficulty, and again across the board. There's so many good fights.
Heroic Sludgefist was ridiculously tightly tuned for a heroic fight. That was a legitimate DPS check to the point that for the vast majority of even cutting edge level guilds, week 1 AOTC was off the table.
Yeah. We're seeing another big pull here. 25!
That's on 25! All the way into the Hulk.
Oh,
this is the entire first area into the Hulk. How do you survive this?
No, they killed some of it beforehand. They've had bloodlust up.
No, they're at 0% trash.
Oh, they are at 0%. What are they doing?
This is everything. Wait, where's the basilisks? Did they?
So it's not everything.
What'd they do?
Well, they've already.
Yeah,
even without everything.
Splat.
Tank went splat. Yeah, first 25 of the first attempted 25 is going to go to Warrior Gamer. Whether or not they'll complete it is another thing entirely.
Yeah, no. Damn, portal's going off. Reset. Go again.
Go again. Easy.
Yeah,
Castle Nathria was a much better first raid of an expansion.
I think Stone Legion Generals just soured that entire tier so much for so many people. But if you remove that fight, it actually was a pretty decent raid. I don't know that it's better than Karazhan.
No,
But
it definitely is.
For me personally, Karazhan holds like a special place because I didn't raid in vanilla. I only got my hunter to level 54 by the time BC launched, so I didn't get to do any raiding in vanilla. So Karazhan was my first exposure to raiding. And
Okay.
once I got myself to 70, I did Karazhan twice a week, every week for the rest of the expansion between my hunter and my paladin. And that was kind of where I learned the ropes of raiding. I learned how to tank a raid. I learned how to DPS and heal a raid. I learned how to raid lead in there. I spent so many hours in there. It just kind of holds like a special place to me.
Oh yeah, and yeah,
So,
I agree. I
I probably have like rose tinted glasses for that place because of that.
That's the thing. A lot of people do, because when you actually look at the fights, they're not great. They're really, really not great.
Some of them were pretty fun.
Oh yeah, they were, but some of them also weren't.
Morose was
it's
frustrating. I remember
it's also not peak WoW, because peak WoW is Throne of Thunder. Because Throne of Thunder is the greatest raid that they've ever created, bar none.
See,
and as Blazing Dragon as well. Sometimes on the tournament realm, you just send it on a 25 to see what happens. And we've just seen what happened with Warrior Gamer. It's death.
You're not wrong. See, Throne of Thunder, I didn't really get to do. I cleared on normal like week 2, maybe. And then I was in college at the time and ended up just kind of taking a break from the game. So I didn't get to experience Heroic Li Shen, which is, at that time was mythic version of today's level. So I didn't get to experience that. I didn't really get to experience much of that place on old school Heroic at all. So everyone says it was a great raid. I just never got to personally experience it.
They did 25 Nelthari. Yeah, they lived it.
How?
I don't know whether they did it in one go, but it looks like they did.
Yeah, it's a minute and a half in. They had to have. How?
Yeah. Built diff.
What are like? Are they taking WoW steroids or something?
They're actually, I mean, to be fair, you can get, there is a buff food that I'm pretty sure is called steroids.
That's amazing.
It's in the Blasted Lands. It used to be there. I don't know whether it's still there. ICC or bust. ICC was solid.
ICC was a good raid.
ICC was very, very good, but Throne of Thunder was better. I would say that ICC is probably my second favorite, but
over Ulduar?
Yeah. I would take ICC over Ulduar, but specifically ICC does have some really, really there's one encounter. I mean, Velitha Dreamwalker is a bit of a meh encounter. Yeah. And it's also got Loot Ship, but I would take it. There's only one fight in Ulduar that I would. My favorite fight in all of Wrath of the Lich King is Firefighter, Mimron Firefighter.
Oh yeah, it has to
be. Second is obviously the Lich King, because the Lich King is just an incredible fight. But I think the encounters in ICC are better overall.
Okay.
Than Ulduar.
I think those two are really close. I prefer Ulduar. Ulduar is my favorite raid overall ever. Because just getting to progress through that place, learn all the fights once, and then get to go in and figure out the hard modes, which tweaks the fights and adds these cool mechanics. It was like first time they'd done stuff like that. That was just a really cool experience at that point in time. I loved that place. I actually still normally go and do Ulduar on time walking every time it comes up in rotation.
Okay. I mean, I'm doing it. I did it during Wrath Classic. I was obviously raiding in Wrath Classic, and I did it when it was current content way back in the day. So I kind of experienced it on both ends of the timeline, as it were. And we are seeing a 25 Neltharian's Lair coming out of Warrior Gamer. They are on the first boss here, and we have got a 16 Neltharus on Regiment gaming screen, your top left-hand corner right now. Looks like they're getting through that pretty quickly. They do have the first 2 bosses dead. They're on the way to Forge Master Gorek. Meanwhile, the 22 Neltharian's lair is still ongoing for Goats and Glory. And out of the teams today, Goats and Glory have definitely had the most quote-unquote wasted time due to resets and such, but with the level they're dealing with, it's very important. You just get one chest on some of these 22s, and that could make the difference between.
You have to time it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they had to reset the Niltharis on a 20, and they had to reset this place on a 22. Both of them 25 or 30 minutes into the dungeon.
Yeah,
they've lost about an hour's worth of dungeon time to failures,
which is not
hurts.
It hurts, but it's not that bad.
No, but the problem is that makes it that much more difficult to try to catch back up, because at this point they have actually fallen behind. If you look at the scoreboard, Goats and Glory has a score of exactly 80 right now. New Zealand Defense Force is all the way up at 85 because they've got mostly 22s done, except for the Niltharis. And then obviously Warrior Gamer kind of on the top at 93 right now.
Yeah.
Which means Goats and Glory is a solid 13 points back. Now, if they nail down this Niltharis, that gets them 2 more points. That helps them start to close that gap a little bit. But that's a lot to make up. And an hour difference is at least 2 to 3 points difference that they've lost. And that starts to add up really, really quickly, especially now that we're into the second half of day 2, headed towards day 3. You really have to make the best use of your time as possible. And you're going to actually need Warrior Gamer to probably fail a key at some point soon if you want to catch them.
That's the big thing. I don't think... We haven't had Warrior Gamer. I mean, we've seen them reset a couple of dungeons, but 9 times out of 10, the majority of the dungeons they've reset have been first pull scenarios. I don't think we've seen them get deep into a dungeon and reset anything.
No, they haven't. They haven't had to. What they've been doing is trying to do just crazy, absurd pulls at the beginning, where it's extremely dangerous, but if we fail, we lost in 90 seconds, just reset, go again, no biggie. They haven't had to have any resets late into any dungeons because these first pulls, when they pull it off, puts them so far ahead of the timer, they don't have to do anything all that crazy later on. It's been really good strategizing from them.
That is very true. I mean, you see the timer in the middle of the screen, 2 hours and 15 minutes left. Looking very, very beautiful, giving us a very, very clear view of what's happening over this event. And it's all coming from our production partner, Chaos Creative. The AFDL is an initiative of Chaos Creative, and they deliver an immersive and inspiring experiences, whether it's online, in person, or a hybrid event. No matter what it looks like, their incredible team can help. Head over to chaoscreative.gg and discuss bringing your ideas to life with the team today. And speaking of ideas to life, it looks as though we have got an idea of a 21 Neltharius coming to life from New Zealand Defense Force. They're back from their break here. They did bring out the big pull, but it looks as though they did lose... they brought out the big pull and then died to the second pull, and that's going to be a reset.
Yep, reset. Not worth it. You lose 3 minutes, no biggie. That's better than losing whatever time you'd take in the whole key. Go again. Yeah. No biggie. No biggie. That's how, I like that move.
You also, with the how punishing the time is on Neltharis, that wipe there could 100% end up costing you a time, let alone a chest.
Yeah, or absolutely.
Like a +3.
It's not worth trying to continue. You want to do absolutely anything you can right now to maximize your useful time in dungeons. Don't put yourself in a position where you may end up actually failing a dungeon 25 or 30 minutes. And if you have a mistake early on, that's fine. It's no big deal. Reset, go again. Because at the end of the day, you have to do whatever you possibly can to get these key levels up higher and higher and higher. Put yourself in a position to get the highest total points that you can, because you really want to win. Because if you win, then you get to win the prize, and you get to take the prize home. And what's that prize again, Kex?
Well, The prize is actually pretty special because the winning team selects a charity from the Activision endowment, and the prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL. If you'd like to help support the AFDL, the fundraiser is open over on the GoFundMe. If you type !charity in the chat and follow that link through, and anything that you do give is graciously accepted. It is so appreciated. So once again, !charity in the chat, and the winning team does select a charity, and then the prize money from the event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL, which is absolutely incredible.
If you're in a position, please consider supporting, because it goes to charity, it's going to a good cause, and it's also going to help support the overall initiative here with the AFDL. It helps support this so we can bring you more events, which is exactly what we want to be able to do. We're all having a blast. We want this to be able to continue. So if you can, please consider supporting.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree more.
We want to see more of these people getting into these dungeons, getting their face pelted in by the jagged discs in 25 Neltharion lairs.
I mean, this 21 Neltharius is spicy enough with the tyrannical key. They are having to deal, they were able to interrupt that cry going out there on, obviously, the afflicted affix. So that's
very
quite
nice. They
quite
managed
nice to see
that first pull. But
they've still got a big pull here.
First pull. Warrior, really? Really? That's further in than I would have expected. They must have full wiped.
Really,
We're getting told by production that Warrior Gamer just reset their key, which means they must have full wiped somewhere along the line in that hallway on the way to Ulrug. I wonder if it was jagged discs.
I mean, it might have been. It might have been jagged discs. I mean, at this point, they do only have 24s and 25s in their pockets. So I'm wondering if they're going to... I mean, I'm wondering if they're saving Freehold for the final day. Because if they turn around and say, hey, we've got... we've got this setup here. We've got a 23 on everything. We've now got a 24 set up for something. I'm wondering if they're saving Freehold as hey, we know we can push this to a 26, 27. And speaking of Freehold, they are there. They're not saving it for the final day.
Well, that was a real quick answer to your question there, wasn't it?
That really was.
All right, so we're going to see, a 24 Freehold next up?
I believe so.
Yeah, all right, cool. That is definitely going to be a fair bit easier than what a 25 Neltharion's lair is going to be. Because even though it's tournament realm, right? So for any of you who don't know, all the teams are competing on the tournament realm. And on the tournament realm, they have vendors in Veldraken that let you buy essentially any piece of gear in the game, any slot at 447. So weapons, tier sets, trinkets, necklaces, rings, whatever. Any piece of gear that's in the game that you want is available in the tournament realm at the max item level that it can be obtained at. So you get to make yourself a character that's basically perfect. Full best in slot across the board. Absolutely anything you want. Even with that, a 25 key is still a 25 key. The bosses are still going to hurt. The ads are still going to hurt. And in a fortified setting, those pelters are still going to hurt you really, really badly. So even though all of these characters are geared to the teeth, it's still just playing real keys. It's still fighting against really high level keys with all the affixes involved, and sometimes stuff does just hurt. Asking for a 25 Neltharion's lair is really asking a lot, especially in that one hallway.
Yeah, you're asking for trouble when you enter a key of that size. I will say it is... we are looking as though we're getting towards the final area of the Neltharis 16 for Regiment Gaming here. They are not too far off. They're going to get this last trash pack done. That should give them close to percentage right now. We're not 100% certain. Each one of these will give, or each one of these larger mobs do give around about 2%, I think. Yeah, so about 2.5%, 3%. Yeah, they'll need to pull on the right-hand side here. They've got 7 minutes left, 5 minutes left on Bloodlust. But the big thing is going to be the shields on Warlord Saga. That's going to be the next thing. They've got 95%. They might be able to get it by pulling the 2 mobs to the left here. I think each one is around about 2.5%.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like that's what they're going for. So knock these 2 mobs out pretty quickly. And then you will have Lust coming up for the boss. Obviously, you're going to want to use that. Make sure Lust is available for one of the shields. Looks like they may have accidentally had some extra mobs come in, considering the tank didn't seem to be completely ready for that. So I don't know if that was intentional or miscommunication. But it looks like they are able to get them mostly grouped up here. They got the 3 grouped up. They have the 1 shielding in the back, exploding a little bit, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. They have managed to stabilize this, and the stuff should still be able to go down pretty okay from here.
Yeah, pulling these ads on the left and right-hand side, you can get 2 of them, but there are ads that do patrol backwards and forwards, so it's entirely possible picking up those 2 on the left-hand side there might have coincided with the moment one of the ads was patrolling. They do have the enemy forces all completed now, so they're going to start making their way towards the boss. 6 minutes left on the timer. We've got 4 minutes left on Bloodlust. The beauty they have at the moment is, if they wipe relatively early on here on Warlord Saga, they should be able to get back in. They should be able to get back in time. But I think it's going to be tight if they do wipe. They need to one-shot this realistically.
Yeah, and I don't think that should be too much of a problem. You know, with the damage amp, with the fact they will have Bloodlust at some point during the fight, I think they'll end up being okay. You do see some of the players in the group running around and picking up their tools from those gold piles that are glowy in the back. So several people have tools on them right now. We do have the first magma shield coming up here in about 8 seconds. So that's really the dangerous part of this fight, is how quickly can you break that magma shield. So we're going to see that here in a second. You have to use the tools that you pick up to break this. You have to use your extra action button and cast. We see 1 go off. There's 2 go off. Waiting for a third. I don't know if anyone picked up a third. I don't know if they have a third tool, so this is just going to take damage, and a couple people died.
They did have a third. The problem that you generally find with this boss in particular is you need to be 100% aware of what your item does, but you also need to be aware of where you're stood in relation to the molten cast that's going off. So if you've picked up an item that you know has a 2.5 second cast time, and you know the magma shield has a 3.5 second cast time, you can start casting it 1 second into the magma shield, and you will be able to move quick enough. It's all about understanding what your item does and how much of a timer is left. They've got 4 minutes left. They can still get back into this. They can still get back in. We've got 24 freehold on the side, obviously, of Warrior Gamer in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. They are dealing with a couple of bits of trash before skycapping Crag, the first boss of that dungeon. Meanwhile, the 21 Neltharis here for New Zealand Defence Force. They are still continuing through that one. They do have Magma Tusk dead, and Ghost and Glory at the tail end of a 22 Neltharis. And I'm trying to see how long they have left. I think it's about 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
Yeah,
just
that's
under 7 minutes. That's going to be tight.
That's really tight considering how much trash they still have to do. That's still a lot of scorpions and a lot of health in those scorpions to take care of in 5 or 6 minutes, on top of the actual last boss of the dungeon. Now, the last boss won't take all that terribly long on a fortified. The 14 deaths is a lot. That's really gonna hurt, because that's not just the minute and 10 seconds of timer that they lose from that. It's also just the sheer amount of damage output that they lose from having people dead for that long. So at this point, you got to kind of start running here now before this breaker dies. Let it die on the way so it doesn't bolster the odds, but you got to get down there and fighting. You got 6 minutes to kill 2 trash pools. And the boss, will they have count? They're not going to have count either. They're going to need to pull some little guys with either with the second trash pull with the boss or after the boss. I don't think they're going to time this.
Each one of these is going to take roughly a minute and a half. So that means that they're going to have 3.5 minutes to kill the boss and get their trash percentage. That is a big ask.
Yeah, I think they are actually a little bit behind. I think those deaths are going to end up haunting them here.
I suppose the question is, do you reset and confirm wasted time, or do you try and push? Do you pull the trash in with the boss?
Ooh, that with no lust?
I mean, it's that idea that maybe you need to do that.
I'd be more willing to go and get the other trash and pull that into this than I would pull this into the boss. Or maybe when this stuff's at like 20%, then pull the boss, but not fresh with the boss. You probably do have to pull the boss before the scorpion dies, though. And it does look like they are backing up just a little. No, maybe not. It looked like they were backing up maybe towards the boss. First ad dies. The scorpion's at about 30% health. You gotta get in combat with this boss. This boss is, even on a fortified, is still gonna take 3 minutes? 3.5 minutes?
I think so. I would say 3.5 minutes. I mean, they don't have... they're just going to go for it.
Yeah, I think they still may have enough time to do it if they just absolutely blow the living heck out of this boss.
Oh yeah, they have to just absolutely get through this as quickly as possible. By the way, we've also got Regiment Gaming. They did reset the 16 now Tharos. They weren't able to complete it, so they're going to go back in. They are going to go back in. Yeah, they need to blow this boss up. I mean, this is maybe one of those worlds where you turn around and you say, let's focus as much damage as we possibly can into the boss, and we'll just send healing cooldowns.
Kiliad.
Yep, Ad is dead now. We do have the things coming in. Are they going to have one of the spikes up and available for the magma wave?
Yeah, they have one more spike coming in here. They still got 12 seconds on the wave, so they'll be fine. They'll have somewhere safe to stand. Still got a little over 3 minutes left. They're about a minute into the boss fight. You've taken about 27% off of his health bar. So it's actually going to be pretty close to 3.5 to almost 4 full minutes on this boss fight, just because of the way it works and having to deal with ads. So if I'm them, I'm like, you have to seriously be looking at and considering pulling the trash that you'll need into this boss at the end just to save time. Because I don't know that you're going to have enough time to fully kill the boss and then go and find the 2 trash mobs that you need. I think you're going to have to send probably the Augmentation Invoker out to scout 2 ads, bring them in, and blow them up real quick while cleaving off the boss.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I think they have the time to kill the boss. They don't have time to find ads as well.
Yeah.
2 minutes left, or just over 2 minutes left. Darkroll is currently at 48%. Yeah, that's too much of an ask right now. I don't think it's going to happen, and I'm wondering if they're going to think that themselves.
Yeah, so they're 2 minutes into the boss fight. He's at about 40% health. So they need about another minute and 20 to kill the boss.
Oh, they just lost one of their DPS.
That's not
one
great.
Of their DP.
Do they have a res? Oh,
they have a res.
Okay. But that 5 seconds hurts.
Yeah, that 5 seconds, it takes it down to 1 minute 35, or 1 minute 38, 37, 36, 35 now. Dog run at 36%. I'd be town portaling if I was them.
I don't know that it's worth town portaling now because you're not saving any time. I think you just finish sending it. You're not actually saving anything by portaling now. You have a minute. How much is left on the boss? 30%?
Like 30%? No, not even 30%. You've still got probably a good 17% left, 18%.
Okay. Yeah, no,
And you've just lost your healer.
Yeah, you're done. Now you town portal. That's unfortunate. They're gonna have to clean this run up a little bit. That many 14 deaths going into the last boss is just gonna be a little too many to be able to complete this in time. They have to get a clean run.
Yeah, I think it's so unfortunate for them as well, because they pushed really hard, but like I said, those, and I'm wondering where the deaths actually came in. I'm wondering where those deaths would have come in.
If I had to guess, it's got to be Olrog's hallway. It's just so
Probably
easy
the most
for people to
dangerous
die
place. Or maybe a Naraxus wipe.
That could have been it too. On the side of Warrior Gamer, though, they are in that 24 freehold. They have just killed the second boss and are working on the trash between the second boss and the Ring of Booty. This is quite a large pool. This is that looks like a double pool there, which is kind of typical for that specific section. Nothing really wrong with a double pool there. They're not that particularly dangerous as long as the tank can survive it. It's really just kind of an AoE fest, which seems to be working out pretty well for them, especially with that augmentation evoker buffing their 2 DPS, who are doing a cool 400,000 damage per second each for this trash pack, which is quite nice.
It's wild. I can't
Mage
wait
is
to play
accelerating
with
to
augmentation
500k.
evoker. No. Yeah, you think, oh, do they have anything left? Just further into the gas pedal.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. All right, and took care of that double pool without any amount of a problem. The 2 buffed DPS combining for about 800k DPS, no big deal.
It's fine.
Unfortunately, the augmentation evoker only did 60k of its own, so a little behind the pack, but you know, we are still carrying those people until they learn how to play a little bit better.
I'm wondering the moment they are able to fix the damage meter, and we actually see, or people actually see, what augmentation evokers are going to do. It's going to blow people's minds.
Yeah. So I was in before I started my keys last night. I still don't have my bomb dispenser from Skarn on my Demon Hunter, right? And it's like by far my best in slot trinket. It's like a 3200 DPS upgrade for me. It's absurd. So I just got into like a random pug for normal Skarn. And at the end of the fight, I was third on details. But I didn't get any of the augmentation buffs. The 2 people above me I knew were getting augmentation buffs, and they were logging. So I got to do like an actual side-by-side comparison of, okay, what were the augmentation evokers worth for this fight? Now, the augmentation evokers, it was only a normal pug, so they were like 410, 415 item level. Pretty under-geared overall. The Warlock that I was with on the... or not the Warlock, the Warrior that I was with on details said they did 142k DPS. On logs, they did 92. That entire amount is the value of your augmentation evoker.
There we go.
415 item level.
It's ridiculous. You hear tales of people. You hear tales of people taking in augment evokers at sort of like 390 item level just because it's like so worth it, which is again mind blowing.
The way all their stuff works is it's like percentage based on the person you're buffing. So it doesn't matter what item level the evoker is. It matters what item level the person you're buffing is. And the more value that person gets, the better it is for the evoker. And because just a flat damage increase is just awesome for the raid to have in as many as you possibly can. It's fantastic. It's such a cool idea to put into the game.
And I'm hoping they continue with it as well. I'm hoping this gives them the moment, because I think the way that the community is looking at it at the moment, it is a case of, they're not used to having a class at this level, a support class at this level.
Yeah.
The moment they're used to it, it opens up the ability to have so many more. It opens up, a proper bard class, or extra support classes. I mean, you could potentially redesign some of the other classes out there to become a support class in the future. Whether or not they do that, I don't know. Like I said, I'd love to see a commander. I'd love to see a commander warrior class. I think that'd be so cool.
Yeah,
I don't know what you'd get rid of, but
I think that would be really cool. I think their biggest step before they can introduce other support classes is to figure out the damage hooks that can be read by in-game add-ons in a live
I
setting
think they are
rather
doing
than
that.
just logs. Once we have that, once augmentation's actual contribution shows up on details and people can see how valuable they are, everybody's going to want an augmentation evoker and more support classes, and that's how you're going to get the community buy-in.
I do actually think they had a community council interview, and they did mention the augmentation stuff in regards to like damage meters, and they do specifically say that, you know, the spec's only been available for 3 days, and the information needs to get like really cultivate into the player base. You know, they've said that it's been incredibly successful in high keys, and that's going to obviously start to trickle down into the community, and it's going to spread more over time. And they make a very, very good point of it. For those of you that were around when the Disc Priest rework came in, the exact same thing was happening when Disc Priests were getting kicked from groups because people believed that they weren't healing, they were DPSing, because they saw them appearing on the DPS meters.
Yep. And there was a time where absorbs weren't recording correctly as healing, so it looked like they're just DPSing and have no contribution to the healing whatsoever, so you can't bring Disc Priests. And then all the top groups figured out, wait, absorbs are stupid overpowered, we need as many of them as we can possibly get. And that information kind of trickles down. It
is one of those scenarios, I think, where it will take a little bit of time, but once it's done, oh boy, there's going to be a lot more people asking for them. They're looking, oh, here we go, we've got Warrior Gamer going for this pull again off to the side here, which again does just kind of make sense. Are they going to pull some more?
He was looking for him. I think they pulled him already.
I think he was maybe looking, the patrol. I think he was looking for the big patrol that was coming through. You can see it coming up. It was just on the top half of your screen right here. And these routes, obviously, they would have thought about this way, way, way beforehand. They would have set their stall out. And if you want to make sure that your routes are just as clean as this, then you need to check out our fantastic partner, Raider.io. It's the premier platform for PvE players, tracking millions of hours of Mythic Plus runs, supporting community events, and working hand in hand with Blizzard for the MDI. Raider.io has become a household name for World of Warcraft players. To learn more, head over to Raider.io and join their absolutely incredible community. They're fantastic. I love Raider.io.
Love those people. Absolutely love those people.
We've got a Trogthak here as well. Good old Trogthak, is it the Shark Puncher, the Shark Thrower?
The Shark Puncher Thrower. It's both.
Shark Puncher Thrower? Okay, there we go. I did think so.
Yeah, I mean, he does both, right? He just yeeted a shark halfway across the arena at someone.
I need to have those sharks as a transmog option at some point.
Walk around with sharks on your arm.
Yeah,
just punching
why
bosses
not?
with sharks' heads.
Why not? Why is that not available? Yo, trading post, please. Trading post.
I'd get that. I'd definitely get that. I love that it's two different sharks too, because you have like the hammerhead shark and then what is it? The sawtooth shark? They call the other one. So they're like super scary looking. Like they just look like they're gonna eat your head off. Really, really neat. I'm with you. I would dig that transmog. I'd rock that in my Demon Hunter.
I mean, the hammerhead is probably the slower of the two because he probably wants a slower shark on his main hand. Just to help, obviously, big hits, and then the sawtooth shark is the quicker one in his offhand to help stack the bleed. That does make the most sense. I do want to give a shout out as well for folks that are coming in that aren't able to watch the entire event. Then I do recommend you head over to our YouTube. It's basically just AFDL_events, and VODs will be uploaded at the end of the weekend, so that if you do need to leave at any point, you're not going to miss out on any of the action. Once again, that is AFDL_events over on YouTube. I do recommend going and checking that one out if you can't watch the entirety of the event this weekend.
Definitely do that. And if you're watching and you haven't already, make sure to smash that follow button here on Twitch. We're getting real close to our we're getting real close to the 250 mark of followers on Twitch. We would love to reach that. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing and you want to continue supporting the show, make sure to hit that follow button.
That's beautifully done.
Thank you. Appreciate it. They have a big friend in the way that they now need to wait for because they do not want to pull that. Whoa. What just happened?
Friend?
What? What?
I'm not entirely sure.
Something just flew across the way. That must have been the evoker literally just flying, doing the rescue thing or whatever.
Just evoker things.
Okay. Scared the hell out of me. I'm like, what? Did you just bug out?
Sometimes that happens though. If you've got your camera in a specific place, and then because there is, say, like a moth or a bird as part of the background area, and then all of a sudden you just see somebody just go past your screen, it's terrifying. Yes. It is terrifying. Speaking of terrifying, this pull coming in here, this is a real rough pull.
Very large pull. Please do not interrupt the painful motivation. Let that go.
I think it was interrupted.
All die. That is unfortunate. That makes this pull dramatically more difficult than it needs to be. But look how much time they have left.
Yeah, they've got a lot of time left. Yeah, I think you do want to interrupt that now. I think painful motivation has been changed slightly.
Has it?
Where it does need to be interrupted.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was nerfed or buffed. I'm not entirely sure which one you want to call it, but it definitely is. Something was done to it.
No. Oh, is that because people were cheesing?
Yeah, because it just makes this trash back completely, a non-event.
They were saying something on like the time trials for MDI. I guess people were doing some shenanigans with that.
They still need 10%. Are they gonna pull boss?
It looks like they're gonna pull boss with that trash, which got much harder since the cannon barrage no longer hurts trash.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say there's no way they were gonna do that. Absolutely no chance.
Pretty spicy on a 24. When the cannon barrage worked, it wasn't as big of a deal because the cannon barrage would just chunk them. But now that they removed that too, that's asking a lot. But
I would love
this
more
pack
trash.
10%. This pack isn't going to be enough. They are going to need more trash.
I'd love more trash to be affected by boss abilities.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
So that you can pull trash into bosses, which is riskier, but you do save a little bit of time. So yeah, I think I would like that to happen, kind of like a friendly fire thing. But I think it would be pretty difficult to balance it in regards to like scaling and such, especially on the higher keys.
Yeah.
Imagine trying to scale like the trash for a big dungeon where you have like a pull of 6 or 7 mobs into a boss, but then also scale them so that they have obviously enough health that you can do them without pulling them into the boss for the abilities. It's a bit of a funny one.
The big problem with that is the moment you put in cheese stuff, people will find ways to abuse it. Like pulling 3 groups in with a cannon barrage and just blowing them up, or dragging around one of those officers the entire way around the dungeon to just use painful motivation and nuke things, or even way back in Siege of Borealis with the cannoneers, right? And dragging the cannoneer, or was that Siege of Borealis? No, that wasn't Borealis. That was
no, that wasn't Borealis. That was
the other one over there. What was it called?
It was the jail. I can't remember it. I hated it. I really, really hate. That's probably my least favorite dungeon in all of BFA, and I can't remember what it's called.
There have been a number of times there where they do that, and then especially like the top level of the Mythic Plus community just figures out ways to just completely abuse it and cheese the dungeons and get these ridiculously high keys done that otherwise wouldn't be doable.
Yeah. But also the other side of it is where you have bugs in a couple of the dungeons, such as Tol de Gore, Gummy Penguin, coming through with a name there, where if you were using certain abilities, AoE abilities, it would pull trash from the rooms above, which is absolutely hilarious. Very, very similar to did you ever see the famous bug on the Blood Council in Icecrown Citadel with the orb?
No.
So you know if you remember Ice Crown Citadel and the Blood Council fights, you had the orbs that you had to stand under and bounce them up.
Right.
There was a bug for about a week, I think, or it was for about a week and a half, where the orb would bounce up, but because it was part of the fight, it would get too close to Blood Queen Lanathel's room, which is directly above it, and it would pull her.
Oh my! I could totally see that happening too.
Oh,
like it's not playing this game for as long as we have. You know, you hear stories like that, and you want to be like, "How could that happen?" But we've seen so much stuff like that happen. It's like, yep, that sounds right.
Yep. I think my personal favorite clip that I've seen recently was Apra Kit Kat, who's obviously one of the forefront names in the hardcore classic community. Absolutely love Apra Kit Kat. She's fantastic. She was doing a Narathi Basin, and I think she was protecting stables, and she looks up, and Anixia is at Blacksmith.
Anixia?
Yeah.
That is impressive.
It is. And speaking of impressive, that sweet booty that we did just see out of the group there, they've got the 24. That was the name of the achievement, that sweet booty. But this is going to be a level 24 freehold. Level 24 freehold. Yep. The first 24 of the weekend coming out of Warrior Gamer here. And once again, I think they've kept their foot on the pedal all the way through day one. They've continued that all the way through day two. They're doing a really, really good job at this.
Yeah, this was
I've been so impressed.
Clean, really clean run. Still plenty of time left. Shouldn't have too much difficulty being able to push this one to a 25, to be honest.
Second 24. Because they did Neltharian's Lair on a 24.
Oh, yeah, they did. And then we watched them try the 25 and get just completely obliterated.
Clapped.
Yeah, those guys are just absolutely killing it so far this competition.
Yeah, we're still seeing the 16 Neltharis here coming from Regiment Gaming. Meanwhile, New Zealand Defence Force looks like they have completed the dungeon. I don't know if that has been confirmed. Let's see if we can have a confirmation here. The 21, they've completed the 19, they've got the 21 Neltharis. I think they're in there right now. Meanwhile, Ghosts and Glory, they're back in that 22 Neltharian's Lair. They really, really want to get this one done. Which honestly doesn't surprise me because 21 Neltharian's Lair is a relatively good dungeon to get done. Meanwhile, the 22 Neltharis is currently underway on the side of New Zealand Defence Force.
Yeah, it looks like our friends with Goats and Glory are actually wiping right now in Olarog's room on trash. This is their third time trying that 22 Neltharian's Lair. So hopefully they're able to recover. It looked like they were ahead on timer. Hopefully they are going to be able to recover and still pick that back up. On the side of New Zealand Defence Force, though, they have been able to pull off that first pull with the chains that we've been seeing most of the top teams doing in here. So that's real good. Less than a minute and a half into the dungeon, 15% trash already done. Now this is a very large pull. This is a risky pull. 3 different trash groups, which, I mean, if you're going to do a ridiculously risky pull, like we've talked about, now's the time to do it. You're a minute and 40 into the dungeon. It doesn't matter. It either works and everything's fine, or it doesn't work and you just go reset, go again. You only lost 3 minutes. Not too big of a deal.
Yeah, the reset is going to be... the reset is much nicer there, and also, because you can go back in quite quickly, you can really, you could turn around and say, hey, I've been able to identify what went wrong. We go in this time, we've got it. I mean, you see Ducky Beck out there taking so much damage. It is so painful. Looks as though we have lost Lucas. Lucas Maximus is down on the Hunter, but it is only a Hunter.
There goes the
everyone else, though. Yep. Misfits dropping, Galvoka dropping, Jags dropping,
That's
Ducky
okay, go
Beck
again.
out dropping. And
go again.
They're going to town portal.
That was a bold pull there. That explains a lot. I'm sorry, I got distracted by my guild. That's what Salen did. So my guild does a bunch of like just social events, and right now they're doing a Lord of the Rings one where you get sorted into some type of I think it's sorted by races. So there's like humans and elves and dwarves and stuff. And as you do things in game, you're awarded points, and whichever race wins the most points wins. And then we hand out prizes and stuff. They're handing out points for coming into chat and tormenting me.
Oh, that's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
That's my guild for you.
That's pretty cool. They did almost have it as well. Charlotte the Kiwi making a good point as well. They did almost have that. That wasn't exactly
everything was
like
down to like 30% health.
Yeah.
They've
gone to an Altharian's lair.
Do you think, in theory, they could have one person not use chains on the first pull and use a chain for that second pull and knock both of them out like that? Or do you need all of the chains for that first pull?
Potentially. I think you need all the chains for that first one. I think you definitely need all the chains. They were going to Neltharian's lair. Are they going back to Neltharian's lair? No, they're going back to Neltharis.
Yep. Back to
okay, so they
Neltharis.
have decided.
Yeah, keep pushing.
We do have a prediction in chat, by the way, at the moment. Which dungeon will be timed as a 25 first? A lot of people saying Freehold. I feel like I'm putting 600 on Freehold. I'm putting 600 on Freehold. I think it's the obvious answer. I'm going for it.
Do you win anything if every bet is on Freehold?
Yeah.
I think now I kind of want to pick something else because
who
that's
put
just
50
too
on
obvious.
none.
50
Who put 50 on none? Oh yeah, so as Blazing Dragon says, yeah, Warrior Gamer about to time a 25 Freehold. This is our first. Well, this is technically our second look at a 25. We did have that 20 coming in. We've got Regiment Gaming. Looks like they are coming into the final part of their Neltharis. They have all the trash count. They've got 9 minutes left on the timer here. I'd love to see Regiment Gaming get this Neltharis. They've been pushing so hard throughout the entire day. Fingers crossed they're able to get some stuff. They're picking up the items here, which is what you want to see. They're doing a good job picking up those items.
Yeah, which is
and they
good.
need to make sure this is the big thing when the shield comes in. Generally there will be a bunch of swirlies that appear around the boss. They need to be ready with using these items here. Here comes the magma shield. This is used almost immediately. It's placed down. There's the anti-magic bomb. They break it immediately. Nobody dies, but Tape will take a lot of damage. The question is, can they do that again?
Well, they might have to do that 2 more times, actually.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have to do it at least.
Boss is at 55.
Twice.
Next one's gonna be another 30 seconds away or so. Next magma shield in 5 seconds according to his timer. So that's coming up right here. Hopefully we have everyone with their tools. It's coming up here right now. Got to get these tools casted. Got to get IC1 go off. 2, that one may have missed.
Yeah, there was one in the back that definitely missed.
That's unfortunate. And then that ticking damage is just really hurting. We do lose 1 DPS. We've now lost 2 DPS. It's probably going to need to be a go again.
Yeah, they do have the time to do it. It's always that second, it's always that second shield that seems to cause them issues here. People are completely... I think the one thing they need to do is the moment you break the first shield, you already
go
start
get your
running to
tools.
get your item for the second one.
Yeah, you have to go get your tools ASAP. You can't put yourself in that position where you're scrambling when the second cast goes off.
And that's what happens. They end up scrambling, and it just, it hoits. It really hoits a lot.
Hoits.
It hoits. It's the same as angui.
Same as angui. Okay, sir.
Yeah, it's hoits. Hoits. It really hoits.
It really hoits. Well, fortunately, they still have 6 minutes on the dungeon timer, so they do still have enough time to come back in and
Lust.
give this boss another shot. They will have Lust in about a minute, which should actually line up with the first magma shield pretty well. So if they get lust plus the damage amp for the 10 seconds, you're going to see a really big chunk of that boss's health just completely melt.
Yeah, if they are able to, if they save it as you mentioned for the shield coming up and they get that damage increase plus the bloodlust, Warlord Saga's over. No one will be able to do this boss again because Regiment Gaming might actually delete Saga from the game.
Wouldn't that be nice? Never have to look at this again.
So they need to make sure that everybody's picked up what they need for the boss here.
I see people run
Let's
around
have
in
a
the
look.
back. I don't see anything laying on the ground, which is good. Looks like there's one extra in the back.
Here comes the magma shield.
Uh-oh.
Do they have enough?
Uh-oh.
The tank's already moving around. There,
Uh-oh.
we've
Tank
got
is around looking for one. Uh-oh. This is not ideal.
I'm not sure who's not picking these up here. It has been broken now. It has been broken.
All right. Well, it looks like the tank does now have it for the next pull, which is good.
Yep.
Or for the next shield, which is good, but really, really need to get those out a little bit more quickly than that. Can't let too many ticks of that shield go off, or people do just kind of fall over.
Yeah, you need to have your item set up ready to go, and also you need to know what the item does. Some of them, they charge at the boss. Some of them need to be close to the boss. Some of them are thrown at the boss. They can hear us. Let's go. We're back.
We're back.
I hope you can hear us. We're back.
Hi.
We are. And they're still working on it. The shield is coming up here. I don't know if they've got everything they need to break it. They've still got one more item to go.
You need one more. They got
One
two
more
dead.
item.
Go. No, everyone's
gonna
dying again. No.
Oh, this is painful for them.
Oh, heartbreak.
It always seems to be the shield. It always seems to be the shield for them.
Oh, absolute heartbreak. That's another wipe on this last boss. They are just struggling with this place.
They really are. We do have under 90 minutes left of the day here. An hour and a half here. We've got the 25 freehold still ongoing on the side of Warrior Gamer. They have taken down Sky Cap'n Crag, the first boss there. We've got on the side of the New Zealand... That's fine. Don't worry about it.
We've got a group wipe.
Fine. We do have the 22 Neltharis. We've got the New Zealand Defence Force currently working on Magma Tusk. On the side of Goats and Glory, the 22 Neltharis working on Naraxus, the third boss in there. Meanwhile, Regiment Gaming, they looks like they're going to take a second step away, kind of stretch their legs, give themselves a little bit of a shakeout, and get back into another key. Meanwhile, that wipe on the side of Warrior Gamer, they're just going to reset that one nice and quickly.
Yup. Just, oh man. Hard to see. They're just really struggling with that. But
I want to bring your attention to something crazy.
Did they reset?
No. We've got obviously Warrior Gamer going back into the freehold. Take a look at the time that is left for Goats and Glory. They have just over 7 minutes left, but they still have 25% trash left to do.
Oh,
and they've got to get Naraxus done.
Could we full screen Goats and Glory for a second? I want to see how many deaths that they have. I can't quite tell, but that's probably the same position they were in last time. 7 minutes is not enough to finish this.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, 7 minutes is not enough to finish
17
here. The 17
deaths.
deaths. There it is. Yep. You have to get through it a little bit more cleanly than that. You just can't be losing that many people. It's at a 22 level. If anyone watching hasn't done keys that high, it's no longer at that level about the 5-second time differential. It's the fact that once you have more than 1 or 2 deaths, you can't just battle res through it, which means at some point you're fighting something down a person. You're down 20 or 30 or 40% of the DPS of the group by missing that person. And so if you have someone die relatively early on in a large trash pool, instead of it taking, a minute and a half, maybe it takes 2.5 minutes. And it's not a 5-second time loss, it's a full minute time loss, just like that. So having that happen 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times, even if it's not full team wipes, really adds up really, really quickly at keys at that level. So they are gonna have to clean these runs up. They can't have, you probably can't complete that key with 10 deaths. So they're gonna have to find a way to survive just a little bit better, make a fewer mistakes overall, just control the trash pools a little bit better, no more wipes. And hopefully we'll be able to see them do that and finally complete that 22. But that is what, their 3rd or 4th time trying it?
I think it's their 4th.
Yeah, that sounds right. That's a lot of time. That's about 2 full hours they've put into trying to get that 22 unsuccessfully.
Well, they haven't timed a key in, because before they were doing this one, they did another. I don't think they've timed a key in about 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, they haven't timed a key since their 20 Neltharis.
Since they're 20 Neltharis, they have not been able to time a key, which is very, very rough.
Yeah, they've just been hard focusing that Neltharian's lair, and unfortunately, when you're doing a 22, they're long. They're not quick keys anymore. It's not beating the 2 chest timer. It's beat the timer at all, and when it's a 30-minute timer, that time adds up a lot.
Yeah, it not only does it add up, but it also it's kind of one of those, you're going to be looking at the clock going, okay, we've spent X amount of time in here and we haven't done anything, and then that starts to play on it starts to play on the morale. Starts to think to yourself, oh my, we need to rush this. And again, the moment you start thinking like that, more mistakes come in, and a key that you would normally be able to time, like I would be fairly confident in Goats and Glory being able to do, say, a 21 freehold or a 22 freehold. I'd be pretty confident in them doing that.
Oh, absolutely.
But if they start to think to themselves, oh, we need to rush, or we're not quite where we want to be, and then you sit yourself into a position of, oh no, we're now we're making mistakes in a key that should be easy for us. And again, you spoke about it right at the start of the show today. It's snowballing. The dominoes start falling.
Yeah, we've seen this before in this competition, where what shouldn't be too much of a problem, just you start feeling it more and more, and then all of a sudden you struggle to recover from it. And that's just not something that you want to see happen. You have to find a way to shake yourself out of it. Now, I like what they're doing here. They've decided they're done in Neltharian's Lair for a while. They're going into Brackenhide to see what they can do there in Brackenhide Hollow. That's also going to be either a 21 or a 22, because they've already completed a 20. So it's not going to be an easy key by any stretch of the imagination, but they've been looking at the same dungeon for 2 hours unsuccessfully. Change up the pace a little bit, change up the scenery, get something different going on, and try to get yourself back on track with where you need to. Personally, I probably would have chosen Freehold, just because it is a straight-up easier dungeon, and you know that you can just walk in and do your Freehold without too much of an issue. I think Brackenhide's probably a little more difficult than I would have wanted to do to try to get back on track, but it's a key that you're going to have to do anyway, so I see why they'd do that.
And getting points in a Brackenhide is probably, it's probably a little bit better in the grand scheme of things. And speaking of the grand scheme of things, chat, a little bit of an announcement. The Regiment Gaming team are going to be bowing out early today. Unfortunately, one of their players is not feeling too hot right now, isn't feeling great, and as they don't have any subs that they can get into play today, they're gonna end the day rather than trying to play with 4 players. However, I want every single one of you in chat right now, everybody that can hear my voice, whether you've got us on in the background or whether you're actually watching it, get your love, get your respect, get your GGs in chat for the folks over at Regiment Gaming. I've been really impressed. I've been really impressed with them today. They have pushed. They haven't given up, and unfortunately, it's just unfortunate circumstances outside of their control that does mean they are bowing out early today. But I'm really looking forward to them coming back tomorrow. So once again, get some GGs in for Regiment Gaming.
GGs,
a huge
friends.
shout out to that group.
Y'all been pumping. Can't wait to see you back tomorrow.
I think they've been pumping too hard. I think that's what it is. You know when you run a little bit too much and you like pull a muscle. I think Regiment Gaming, someone might have been pumping too hard. And that's what it could have been. Superwolf Leo in the chat, by the way. Everyone say hello to Superwolf Leo. We love watching you folks work over yesterday and today. We're looking forward to you folks working through the dungeons tomorrow. GG's, well done. Absolutely well done. But we're going to turn our attention to the remaining 3 teams that we do have here. We've got Goats and Glory. They have just started their 20 Brackenhide Hollow, looking at finally timing a key after a relatively long time, trying to push through a 22 Neltharian's Lair. Meanwhile, the 20...
we got extras coming in. They had one of the mobs run away because mobs running away in dungeons is a thing that happens sometimes. And it ran right into another pack that they weren't necessarily going to pull because there's not one of those cages over there that you would want to open. So that's not.
And who's inside the cages?
I don't know.
It's Tuskar. You got to know the name of the Tuskar.
I love Tuskar.
Yeah, the Tuskar are being kept as food. That's literally that. When you actually, when you see what they say, whenever you open it, they're like, you let food get away. They're literally eating the Tuskar.
But they're Tuskar. They're so cute.
Apparently tasty as well.
Can you imagine? Wait. So, does that mean Taliesin, just lives in this dungeon and does nothing but just this front area to rescue all the Tuskar?
No, he's in the overworld rescuing the Tuskar.
Okay.
He helps out in the village and stuff in Torcup village.
Okay.
I think one of the most cursed thumbnails I ever put out on my YouTube channel was a picture of Taliesin as a Tuskar.
Oh God.
Are they already? I'll see if I can find it and I'll put it in
Please
I'll
do. I have to
you.
see that. Unfortunately, our friends at Goats and Glory, in the meantime, are going to reset the dungeon. Pulling that extra group did set them behind, so they're going to go ahead and reset. It looks like the same thing is happening for our friends at Warrior Gamer on their 25 freehold. They did have a couple of deaths, and I think they may have had a wipe there, so they are also going to reset their 25 freehold. Which, not that big of a deal. We're getting to the point of the tournament now where you're doing relatively high keys. The friends from New Zealand playing on their upside down screens are working through this 22 Neltharis pretty well, pretty clean. No deaths so far. They're certainly quite a bit ahead of the timer at this point. They are on their way to the 3rd boss, going through some trash here, getting close to the 3rd boss. Looking pretty solid overall. Oh my God.
There you go.
Oh dear Lord, that's
chat,
cursed.
And I've got much better at doing stuff like that now as well. So, but yeah, this 22 Neltharis is, again, this is just kind of going to show you how painful the timer is on this one, because they're on their way towards Forge Master Gorek, and the majority of the trash is in between Chargath Bane of Scales and Forge Master Gorek. So there's a lot of trash for them to get through. There's still some really dangerous trash before Warlord Saga as well. So you're looking at another 15 minutes probably on this one. The timer you cannot mess up in any way, shape or form. But as it stands so far, New Zealand Defence Force doing a really, really nice job here. And also, Someone making a good, someone mentioning in chat as well. Warrior, let's go Warrior Gaming. I want to point out they're using a Warrior tank, but we're seeing a Druid tank on the side of New Zealand Defence Force, a Paladin tank on the side of Regiment Gaming. I'm liking the what we have at this point in time, Crazy, of across all the groups, tanks are pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, which is really not something we're used to seeing in higher end Mythic Plus. There's usually the meta tank, and it's so dramatically far ahead of everything else. That's all anything plays. In the past, we've seen DKs be the go-to tank just because of the absurd amounts of self-healing they can do. Means the healer literally can ignore the tank 100% of the time and just focus on damage. We've seen prot pallies just due to the pure amount of damage. And other times we've seen prot warriors be the go-to because they took the least amount of damage and also had the highest output, which was a really fun balancing act that somehow was allowed to happen. So to see all the tanks this even and all of them be quite viable is really nice to see. It's not something that happens very often, and I think it's a really good thing. And we're also seeing kind of the same thing on the DPS side too. Obviously, the top couple teams are all using Augmentation Evokers because they're just broken right now. But we're seeing Hunters, we're seeing Rogues, we're seeing Mages. We even see a Ret Pally in here. It's nice seeing more and more variety in higher level keys.
Yeah, we've got, it is, I think it's probably one of the better times for class balancing, but there are still some outliers. There's still obviously the argument of, what do we need to... Oh, you actually did put it on the forum. You actually did put it in the quad. That was one of the earliest thumbnails I ever created for my YouTube video, and it was just... It was the whole point of the 10.0 leaks that were all coming out before Dragonflight was announced. And because it was Tuscan, I just thought, yeah, why not? Why don't we put Taliesin as a Tuscan? I could make that look much better now. I can make that look much, much better. But yeah,
God.
The argument now for class balancing is now we've got Augmentation Evoker. Why would you ever bring a Hunter or a Shaman to a raid? Like, what is the... they bring nothing.
You bring me my Wind Fury. You do not touch my Wind Fury.
But Wind Fury is not that big. Like, there's no... Wind Fury would give two classes, Rogues and Arms Warrior, a real big increase. But outside of that, is it better to bring that for two classes, or
it's better for
do you bring
me
an
than it is
Augmentation
a warrior?
Evoker? Does your warrior play Fury?
I don't know.
Because if I think...
But it's like a 4.5% increase for my Demon Hunter.
I think for Arms Warrior it's slightly higher.
Yeah, I know it's
for
higher
Fury,
for Arms
it's
Warrior,
not.
but it's big for me.
Fury it's not. But then again, do you want to bring a Shaman for that, or would you rather bring an Augmentation Evoker that can do what Augmentation Evokers do?
Do both?
Well, you don't have enough room.
Not with that attitude.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you really wanted to, you just go and hack the game files and let yourself have 24 people in your 20-man raid.
This man does not speak for us. Blizzard, please ignore.
So, back to the competition here for a second. We do have our New Zealand friends have gotten their way through all the trash that they needed to, and they are on this third boss of the 22 Neltharis with 93% trash finished, which leaves them basically one pull that they'll do with chains after this boss dies. Now, unfortunately, it does look like they pulled the trash on this side that they did not want to, so that's coming in with the boss. That is very likely a misstep. You don't typically want to pull that. You stay on the other side. Hopefully that won't be too big of a deal, but with how much
this
is
trash
going
doesn't
on,
do much.
Yeah, it just always worries me when a little extra comes in, because you never know. There's a lot of stuff you have to dodge in this fight.
You've got the flares that will do a melt cast that's pretty easy to interrupt. That's not too much of a problem. It's just a singular targeted cast. The blacksmith does do a forge stomp, which does a bunch of AoE damage. And if that overlaps with the smash coming in from Forge Master Gorek, then you could end up in a pretty nasty overlap. You're going to see the AoE come in. Keep an eye out on the Blacksmith and see if it does do a Forge Stomp cast. I don't think it will.
Yep,
Here it comes the
here's
Forge
one.
Stomp cast,
Boom.
so you can see extra bunch of damage coming through. Again,
You see a Spirit Link Totem get committed.
Oh, Spirit Link Totem is so good. The Spirit Link Totem is probably the reason why you bring a Resto Shaman. There's no reason for you to bring a DPS Shaman.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. That's kind of one of the other things with augmentation evokers, right? Is because their benefit is just so universal. You can easily have 3 of them on a mythic roster, and all 3 of them are going to get full value out of what they bring.
Yeah,
So
I'm looking. The big danger with this Blacksmith coming in, yes, obviously the Forge Stomp is really, really rough. Oh, they did have that Afflicted go off, I think, so that's going to give them a reduction in their healing and damage that they're doing. So, again, pretty rough Forge Master for the New Zealand Defence Force here. My big worry right now is time. Time that it is left on this key. They've still got to get to the next... They've still obviously got to get to Warlord Saga. They've still got to do one extra group of trash. And then once they've done that... They've got to deal with Warlord. And as we have seen, Warlord can be really rough if you are not properly set up for it. I like to think New Zealand Defence Force will be really, they're going to be quite clean on that one. But still potentially could cause some issue. Yeah, they've got just under 9 minutes. Realistically, getting to the trash and clearing the trash, 3.5 to 4 minutes, which will give them 5 minutes left on the boss, which is only one attempt. And this is starting to look awfully familiar to the Naltharian's Lair runs that we have seen.
yeah, very, very familiar. But hopefully, if they're able to keep it clean, if they're able to manage the magma shields well, and get their tools off in a pretty short amount of time, precast the ones that you can, remove the shield, blow up the boss, they should be okay. I do think they have enough time. Surprised they aren't backing these guys up into that chain, though, for the extra damage.
I don't know if they can.
Don't they move?
I think... No, they do move, but I think once everyone's used that chain, you can't use it again. I think it's one use per person. I think.
Interesting. Because I definitely remember seeing... I definitely do remember seeing the Warrior Gamer people use that chain a second time, but I don't know if maybe it was one person that just hadn't used it the first go or not.
It's possible. It's
So
possible.
that's something I don't know.
Although, maybe they're thinking, oh, look at that damage that goes out. That Phoenix is an absolute menace. So they are going to be capped here on their... it's 2 minute CD. There we go. So they are going to be capped here, obviously, on their trash. They don't have any potions up. They've got potions up in 18 seconds. Are they just going to invis skip here? Well, they've got a hunter, so they might just be able to stealth through.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want to invis skip, and if that means they have to wait 6 seconds, I'd wait the 6 seconds.
There we go, they're getting through. For the druid, it's fine. They just go into cap form. Everything's
Yeah, no
happy.
problem.
Easy. So there we go. So they've got just under 6, or just over 6 minutes for Warlord Saga, which...
I think that's well more than enough time.
Yeah, that's easily doable. The question is, will they survive it?
All comes down to those shields, right?
Paladin's going to have to die again here.
Yeah, which makes sense, because you don't really want the Paladin to waste their potion. You want to have that potion available for the boss on his damage amp phase. So it's better to just do a sacrifice running right in the middle, kill the pally, and then do the mass res with the extended range. You gotta back up, bring him down, everything's fine. That's totally intentional.
When you get knocked down, you got to get back up. It's very, very true.
Sometimes
so here we go.
Plan to get knocked down on purpose.
Well, also true as well. So here we have, they're taking a look around already at these gold piles, and they're setting themselves up. So we've got, obviously we've got Rose of the Veil, which is going to be the bloom around them. They need to stay close to Warlord Saga here, which makes it difficult because you do obviously have those giant swirlies that come out that deal so much damage. They're an absolute menace on any difficulty level.
Yeah, that's
we do have the
definitely
first
the
magma shield
hardest
coming
one
in here.
to use.
And you saw there the precast coming in there. We do lose Jags
They
and
lost 2
Galvoka
people.
immediately, though. They've lost 2 people. They do have 4 minutes left on this. They will have reses up. So they got Jags up, and then Galvoka's probably going to get brought up by Jags on that Paladin if they do have the res available. But that is going to be a lot of damage that they lost on a very, very important damage moment. Yeah, they've got 2.
They do have res available, but it does take, I believe, 5 holy power. So Jags is struggling on that, so the Druid ended up having to do that one too.
Yep, so they are going to have to set up for their next magma shield is going to be coming up very, very shortly here. So they need to make sure they have everything picked up. Do we have precasts coming in? There's the precast coming in. Boom, immediately. And we lost Gale of Voka again. And the magma shield still isn't broken.
They can do. You got to commit it right now.
There it is, incoming. There we go. They've managed to break it. Boom. But Gale Voga has died. And that is the that is the augmentation as well, which means there is so much extra damage that they are leaving on the table. 3.5 minutes. The timer of the dungeon is not a problem. Survivability during these phases is a problem.
You have to live through these shields. If they don't have any more reses left. They've committed 3 reses to this fight already in 2 minutes. They have no reses left available. So they need to stay sturdy. They need to use defenses for this next shield to keep yourself alive and precast your abilities, your tool abilities if you can. This shield has to go down immediately, and no one can soak any of those swirlies.
Yeah, we'll see a precast coming in, obviously, on the side of Ducky Bearcow. There's the precast, boom, immediately breaking it, and that is much, much better. That is much better. Everybody is left alive here. Everybody surviving. They're able to burn Warlord Saga now. The question is, will we see one more shield? I think we will right now, and that's going to be important, because if they wipe here, they're not going to be able to get back in time.
Yeah, absolutely. There's 20 seconds left on timer, bosses, 22% health. You're not going to kill it that fast. You're absolutely getting this 4th magma shield. So you do see everyone running around making sure that they're getting their tools. You can see that the tank has actually probably the easiest one to use because it's the ball that you throw at them. So you don't really have to worry as much about positioning with that one. Definitely makes it a little bit easier. Shield is coming up right now. You're going to see everyone use their stuff. Go, 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 go. We do have the Ret Pally fall. Still waiting on the 3rd piece. Still waiting. Where is it?
I think it was Jags. Jags that had it.
Oh, no. Now we have 2 dead, 3 dead, 4 dead. And that's a wipe again. Wow.
I think it was Jags. I don't know what Jags had there. If Jags had the one that charges you towards the boss, you've got to be so careful with that. Because if you charge in and you get clipped by one of those swirlies on the ground, if you time it wrong, because it also has a cast time as well, you time that wrong, it's basically game over for you. It's game over for you. Take a look on the side of, we do have Warrior Gamer here. I think they reset their freehold. I think.
Yeah, they had reset it a while ago.
Yeah, I think they have
reset it a while ago. And our Goats and Glory friends are still working on this Braconite Hollow. Looks like they have one of the 4 bosses down. They are clearing their way to Treemouth. And look like they're, 60-ish% done with trash. Still have quite a lot of time in there left. So they're actually making pretty good pace through there so far.
So we do have them back, New Zealand Defence Force back in Neltharis. And I've got to wonder at this point, Crazy, after, missing out on the time on so many of those, of those keys that we saw in Neltharian's Lair, now missing out on Neltharis, is the 5 a.m. wake-up call taking its toll?
They didn't miss out on Neltharian's Lair. That was Goats and Glory.
Oh, sorry, Goats and Glory. Yeah, my apologies.
No, New Zealand's pumping.
What, the country?
Yeah, the whole country. The whole
country's
popping off right now.
I'm getting our teams confused. Maybe I'm the one that's getting a little bit tired on these wake-up calls.
Would you like some coffee, sir? I've
got coffee. I've been consistently drinking coffee. I've been constantly drinking.
I think you need just a little bit more.
Oh, no, I don't, because it's nearly 11 p.m. I don't think getting coffee at 11 p.m. is the correct way.
It's always the answer.
But no
Coffee's
matter what the
always
question
answer.
is. So what if the question is, oh, I really need to get some sleep? Are you suggesting that coffee
Yes.
is the answer?
Yes, coffee fixes that.
Well-known sleepy drink, coffee.
You can't
So we
fall
need a coffee
asleep
sponsor?
immediately
No.
after a cup of coffee?
No,
Why not?
because I barely sleep as it is. So adding
Not
coffee
trying
is
hard
not a good
enough.
idea at all. Not again. The phrase "trying," like sleep shouldn't be something you try hard at. Like you shouldn't
Not
be
with
something you
that
try hard
attitude. Come on now.
at.
I play to
I'm not
win.
Again, sleeping is not a game. Although I will say there has been one period in my life where I genuinely did min-max my sleep schedule. And
Really?
it was during the Nyalotha race to world first.
Oh.
Because what I was doing was I was working my day job, and then when I left my day job, I would get back home. So my day job would start at 9 a.m. I'd wake up at 7:30 in the morning. I'd go to work. I'd work through until about 5:30, 6 o'clock. And then what I would do is I would get back home. I would sleep for about 3 hours. Then I would wake up and I would catch up with like a lot of the stuff that I'd missed throughout the day. I'd watch VODs of the Race to World First that were coming out of all the teams. And then at about 1 a.m., midnight 1 a.m., I would start scripting, and then I would record effectively a breakdown of the Race to World First for the day, and that was for Warcraft Radio. And I would then record that. I would go to sleep and then sometimes I'd have to re-record it if something exciting happened after 12 a.m. over in the US. I would get to sleep at about 4 a.m. and then I'd wake back up at 7:30 for work. So I was like min-maxing my sleep schedule and getting 3 or 4 hours here, and then three or 4 hours at quote-unquote night, and then 3 or 4 hours in the sort of like early evening.
Yeah, that's pretty degenerate.
Yeah, it was. And that was for close to 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's Race World First. We've been there.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Again, don't remind me of Sepulchre.
It's a love-hate thing, you know. It's the
Sepulchre
best experience, but oh god, after a while.
Yeah, Sepulchre for me was super interesting because I was doing three different events. 2 of them were EU based, 1 of them was US based.
Oh yeah, you were a BDGG for that one.
BDGG, Method, and Pieces.
Yeah.
But I didn't have a set schedule for any of them, so I had no... so sometimes it would be a 2 a.m. call for BDGG, and then a 11 a.m. call for Pieces, and then I would have a 6 p.m. call for Method, and then an 11 p.m. call for BDGG, 7 a.m. call for Method. It would literally just complete...
That sounds
for 21
like...
For 21 days... I actually had 0 sleep schedule.
That sounds painful.
It was. And it was during a heat wave as well, so the temperature of my room never got below 35 degrees centigrade.
I'm American. That means nothing to me. Hold on.
Google. Hang on. Yeah, 35 degrees centigrade.
Oh, God.
Yeah, my room never got below that.
Oh, yeah.
21
Europe
days.
doesn't do air conditioning, right?
Nope. And because, of course, it was Race to World First, I had my window blocked off, couldn't have my door open.
Yep.
Had my lights on, my PC going. So yeah, it was it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. But I do want to give a warning to everybody in chat. We are under an hour left here on day 2. We still have 3 teams running. Regiment Gaming have called it early here today. However, we've still got Warrior Gamer in this 25 freehold pushing as hard as they possibly can. We've got Goats and Glory working on a Brackenhide Hollow. We've got New Zealand Defence Force working on a now Tharis 22 at the moment. So these teams, they've got an hour left. Probably going to see 2 dungeons out of each of them now, I would assume.
Yeah, probably. I mean, definitely no more than 2 completions, right? There's just not enough time. This 25 is going pretty well for our friends from Warrior Gamer. This trash pack is a lot of stuff. That was a pretty solid double pull. Someone has to go and catch that pig over there. And while they wait for all of the RP, it looks like they are going to do another double pull that they're going to go ahead and drag back. And see, this is the fun part with Freehold, is because it's such a wide open dungeon. It's sort of linear, but lots of space to kind of go your own way in between. You get to do just some ridiculous pulls like this and really min-max your time in here, because you know you have a certain period of RP that you can't get away from. You have to do something during that other than just sit there and slash dance. So they're making.
I mean, it takes
really
my groups
good
about
use-
3 minutes to
Oh,
get
the
the
tank
pig.
goes down.
Nope, that's not what you want. And the worst part was, because they were trying to get back to, they were trying to run back to the middle of the room. They had their back to every single mob, which means they were just getting absolutely pounded by
Tried to
everything.
heroic leap away and just couldn't quite get it. Now the real problem is the tank's back. That's all fine and dandy, but you have to reestablish threat on like 12 targets. And you can see, they pulled extra. That's going to be a GG's.
That's a reset.
Yep, that's a
gonna be
reset. Go again. Not going to be able to recover from that much. That was looking real nice up there, but that just goes to show you, once you get into some of these really, really high keys, by the time you're in a 25, even with perfect BIS gear, these dungeons are hard.
Yeah, and it's also a situation where you would do that normally on a 22, and you would be okay. But you have to start changing the route slightly. You have to start thinking to yourself, is this the right way for us to go right now on this 25, or do we want to take it a little bit more carefully? I think what they're doing is definitely the right way to do it. Mm-hmm. I think either you pull one less pack during that, or you just take your time during it, and you turn and say, we don't need to get back right at this second. We can take another 10 seconds to just get a little bit calmer. Get some.
They still had like 3 or 4 trash mobs up when the tank ran off to do that double pull. So they were certainly really trying to push time forward a little bit, and that may have just been a little too much.
It happens, and I think it's one of those situations where a lot of, I think part of playing a tank and playing a tank well is your understanding of what you can and cannot do in regards to mobs. So I think that's been the big thing for a lot of these groups here is, what can and can't you do here? We do have New Zealand Defence Force still working. They've managed to get a successful pull-off at the start here. 15% of their trash has been completed here. They do have, as I say, that Lucas Maximus unfortunately does drop, but still looking relatively solid. 3 minutes
the
in,
healer. Nope,
there goes the healer as well, and there goes the tank.
That's the reset. Go again.
But it's only 3 minutes in. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Fine.
And we are now getting to a point where we're going to see a lot more of these resets as well as we get to these higher key levels.
Now, can we swap to the Navy team, the Goats team, because they're working on their Brackenhide Hollow. They were working on Gut Shot. That seemed to be going pretty well. It looks like they're actually a fair bit ahead of the timer. To be able to complete what I believe is a 21 Brackenhide Hollow for Goats and Glory.
Yeah, Goats and Glory would be huge. Let's see if we can get a full screen on Goats and Glory, and there it is. And look at that logo, by the way. That logo's amazing. Also,
definitely 10 to 10.
Apparently, the tank of Warrior Gamer has hardly ever tanked. Apparently. which is the warrior tank Handora, which I wouldn't have realized that. Handora's been doing fantastic stuff.
Never timed a 20 on live in my life.
Well, keep up the good work, because my word, you are playing out of your skin.
Yeah, so if you want a Demon Hunter run with, you're welcome to hit me up. Just throwing that out there.
Why are none of these players in the EU? Why are they not on EU servers?
Well,
but yeah, doing a great job. Doing a really, really good job.
Yeah, playing really, really well, if that's actually the case. That's really impressive. Don't poach. I'll poach whoever I want to poach. You can't stop me.
I'll poach whoever I want to poach.
All right, so back to this 21 Braconite Hollow. They have been able to take down Gutshot. Looks like they are on their way to the Decatriarch Rathai. Running around, they're going to skip some of this trash here, hopefully be able to get most of the way through, and then they're going to do probably 2 packs up here on their way in. Probably do this in 2 pulls, if not 3, be a little safe. They still have almost 9 minutes left, so the timer's not really relevant. It's not possible to 2 chests from here, but they're well more than enough time to be able to just time the key. Take it slow, take it chill, don't do anything too dangerous, get yourself to the boss. So you do see a decently big pull here that does include a Rot Hexer in the back. I don't know if that ended up actually being intentional to pull that Rot Hexer.
I don't think so.
I
mean,
but
it's tough to say. It's tough to say because they are short on percentage, so maybe it was.
Maybe. They're still looking okay, though, because by the time this pool's done, they're going to be just shy of 95. So, like I said, another trash pool, maybe a slightly larger one, or just 2. Shouldn't be too big of a deal, though. Still well more than enough time. At this point, their focus should be, more than anything, just play clean.
Yeah, it's one of those weird situations at the tail end of this dungeon, just how little percentage you actually get from the mobs in here. It's very, very little, and it does surprise me. I think you should be able to get more from it, but it is, some of the groups here aren't that bad. The Vile Rot Hexers don't really do that much, to be honest with you. I'm super interested in the setup that we've got from Breakaway here. We've got the party frames, then we've got Group 1, and then we've got Voodoo Buff Watch. And then, that is an interesting setup, my friend.
That is definitely one way to set up a UI. I have seen other ways to set up UIs that aren't quite as redundant unnecessarily, but it's certainly a way to do it. We haven't engaged the Decatriarch Rathai at this point, though. They will still need one more trash mob after this, but that's not too big of a deal. As long as they play this clean, don't touch the poison floaty kill you cloud. Make sure you kill the totems. Don't stand in bad things. Everything's going to be okay. So here we are going into the next totem. Playing pretty clean so far. Looks like they do have Bloodlust up or just kind of running out now. Rathai is down to 75%, so they are chewing through health pretty quickly, considering it is a tyrannical 21. This boss certainly has quite a large amount of health. Was around 50 million health before they pulled it, so that's a pretty decent chunk. Going into the next totem here, again, pretty good. Everyone swapping immediately to the totem. That voodoo setup over there is really something.
I really like this. I really like the fact that they have, percentage, they only need 2%, that's fine. They've got 5 minutes left. They're nearly halfway through Decatriarch Rathai. They did have a rot burst go off there, I think. I'm not sure whether that was the rot burst going off or that was Decatriarch, but it wasn't the rot burst. They would have had an extra debuff. They can probably just kind of relax now. They can relax and they can just say, all we need to focus on now is not speed, we can kill this boss before the timer runs out, and then we just need one or two trash packs.
Yeah, just
if
play
you're in that
safe.
position, yeah, it does give you that comfort zone. The danger is when you start to get complacent in this situation, because Decatriarch is a boss that can ruin your key so quickly.
Yeah, things get out of hand extremely, extremely quickly if you aren't playing this boss right. If you play it right, as you can see, it's pretty straightforward. It's spread, don't stand in circles, don't stand in the big circle, and kill the totem. It's not that big of a deal. But the moment it starts going wrong, it snowballs, and you just explode. So you have to stay paying attention. There's no reason to try to be greedy, try to milk just a little extra damage here or there. You don't need that. You still have plenty of time in this key. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep playing it safe exactly as they are. Focus on the mechanics and just get this done. There's still 4 full minutes left in their timer. Not a problem whatsoever.
And the danger with something like this is it ends up in a horrible situation of, because it's a tyrannical key, the danger is not so much that you're going to fail mechanics. The danger is you're going to fall asleep. Because these bosses do tend to take a relatively long time. I mean, we've been in combat now for 73 years, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Okay.
7 years.
Yeah, exactly. So, again, easily timed 21 Brackenhide. It will give them a 21 option on this Brackenhide. We do have a totem going off. They are able to take it down before the rolling burst. I thought that went off them, but that was the disorient coming in from the boss being defeated. They've now got only 3.5 minutes to get 2%. That's not going to be a problem. That'll be a fairly comfortable key for Goats and Glory here.
Yeah, not a problem at all. Just pull this group and blow up a couple of these ads. No real issue at all. Use a couple cooldowns, use whatever you have available, and stuff's just going to fall over. Really well done. Good way to finally come back. Goats and Glory has definitely had a rough afternoon today with their 4 Neltharion lair resets that were all pretty late into the dungeon too. They lost a couple of hours. So this is really good. This should kind of give them a little bit of a boost of confidence that, hey, everything's fine, everything's good, we've got this, let's move on, we can still time keys, we can still keep pushing some of this stuff up, and I can also move my mouse around extremely, extremely quickly and make the casters a little bit dizzy watching it.
I mean, to be fair, at least it's not flipped upside down like it was yesterday, because that really did make me dizzy when we were looking at New Zealand Defence Force. This 22 Neltharis, they are heading back into it. They are taking on the first boss, Magma Tusk, here. So they want to get that killed as quickly as they possibly can. There's confirmation in the top right-hand corner. Brackenhide is a 21 now for Goats and Glory. Meanwhile, bottom left-hand side of your screen, Warrior Gamer working on a 24 Brackenhide. And if you want bosses to last a long time, a 24 Tyrannical is one way to do it. Let's see if we can check in on the New Zealand Defence Force as they take on Magma Tusk here. This boss is
an absurd amount of health.
Yeah, it's as I said previously, it's a mammoth task.
This boss on a 22 Tyrannical has more health than Decatriarch did on that 21 as an end boss.
Eesh. I mean, luckily it doesn't really do much. And
yeah,
this is the nerfed version.
Yeah, it's not like it's that difficult of a boss, but just the absurd health pool makes it last so long. You can start to run out of space a little bit. You could end up getting smashed by lava waves like we just saw that dragon do, which is not really what you want to happen. Even if you are a dragon that typically breathes fire, lava is still hot.
Yeah, lava is very, very hot. And as you mentioned, the boss does last a very, very long time, which gives you folks more than enough opportunity to go and take a look at our fantastic, fantastic prize. What we're doing with the prize money. So the winning team does select a charity from the Activision endowment, and the prize money from this event will be donated on behalf of the AFDL. If you'd like to help support the AFDL, the fundraiser is open over on our GoFundMe. If you type !charity in the chat and follow the link through there, you'll be able to do exactly that. Your generosity is very, very much appreciated from all of us here at AFDL, especially over these events that we are running this year. So, once again, !charity in the chat. Magmatusk is nearly dead.
Please take a look, because it helps us continue bringing these tournaments to life and continuing the series and getting to showcase these fantastic players. So please check that out and consider supporting.
Yeah, absolutely do that. 100%. And while you're at it, you can go check out our fantastic production partners as well. Our brilliant production partners, Chaos Creative. The AFDL is an initiative of Chaos Creative, and it's a production agency brought together by a team of passionate professionals who help gaming and esports communities take their events and content to the next level. Whether it's online, in person, a hybrid event, no matter what it looks like, the team will be able to help you manage the chaos. You can reach them on social media, Chaos Creative GG, or go to chaoscreative.gg and discuss bringing your epic ideas to life with the team. And speaking of epic ideas, whose epic idea was it to do a 24 Brackenhide Hollow on Tyrannical?
Literally nobody. This is a terrible idea that nobody should ever have to suffer through.
But Warrior Gamer are going to have to suffer through it if they want to win the event this weekend.
That they are, if they want to get to that sweet, sweet prize pool so that they can choose a charity that the AFDL will make a donation to. Which is kind of the goal, right? You play to win. Everyone's here to try to take home that prize. They have managed to get through this opening area and free all of our Tuskar friends, so Taliesin somewhere is definitely smiling. And now they're working on this last trash pool to be able to go and take out the Warband, which is a 3-boss fight thing. Which, honestly, their comp should be pretty good at, because everything's just going to do a ridiculous amount of cleave damage to them.
Yeah, the Warband is an interesting fight as well, because again, if you're not fully prepared for it, there is so much that will ruin you. You've really got to, you've got to know exactly how to deal with all of these mobs, and it's when you've got one boss that is doing X amount of damage or X amount of abilities. I mean, each one of these has got 2 to 3 abilities, which means that you're dealing on average, 3 times the amount of abilities you normally would.
It's fine.
Don't worry about it. Just
everything's fine.
Send.
Kill the totem, interrupt the cast, close your eyes, and new card.
Bloodlust,
interrupt the cast. Interrupt the cast.
Nope.
No,
okay.
You're supposed to interrupt that cast. That's a heal.
That's a big heal. But the augmentation of Ogre still doing a good job there. You see the mage here playing Frost Mage, interestingly enough. Set at around about 400, or was above 400k, is now dropping down. Obviously, cooldowns are starting to wear off. But still sitting pretty there at that 400k.
Yeah, sitting pretty nice. I thought this was a Fire Mage tier, or Fire Mage season with augmented ogres.
It is. I mean, I don't know specifically the reason. There's an incapacitate. That needs to be gotten rid of because of the Savage Charge. There we go. That has been gotten rid of, and now they can stand in front of that one.
Yep,
Down comes the Ravager from the Warrior Tank.
Soak it. Good.
Yep,
they got it back to the guy smacking you with an axe. He's axing you in the back of your head. Turn.
I mean, you've got to ask questions of the tank there.
Ask
questions. Axe.
I don't know. I don't know. If it was me, I don't particularly want axes hitting the back of my head. I'd prefer them to hit the front of my head. But that's just me.
I mean, out of the two, I'd rather not get hit by an axe. But
true. But I mean, in this scenario, you're getting hit. That was another heal that they didn't interrupt.
Yeah, it is gonna cost them time. I don't think it will cost them the dungeon though.
No, I don't think so. It's just little optimizations that they'll need to make over time as they work through this place, whether on this key or on the next one on the 25.
Well, that's going to be the big question, is obviously what is coming tomorrow. We have no idea. We have no idea what's going to happen dungeon-wise in regards to what dungeon it will be and what affixes we're dealing with. So there is, could be a pretty scary world out there. Could be a pretty scary world. But oh, there we go. The mage is there we go. Mage could be spell stealing the hot. That's pretty clever. Pretty big brain tactics.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense then. That's a good thing.
Okay, so there's Hatclaw's Warband done and dusted.
Easy peasy.
5 minutes left. That should be more than doable. I'm wondering how Goat and Glory are getting on with their Neltharis. If we could potentially take a look. There we go. Well, it went really well, because as you can see, they're in freehold.
Oh, I hate when my Neltharis turns into a freehold.
We've all been there. We've all been there. We do obviously have the New Zealand Defence Force now working on a 22 Neltharis. They're still working their way through that Chargath Bane of Scales. We've got 38 minutes left. Realistically, if Ghosts and Glory finish off this freehold, they should have time to start another dungeon.
Yeah,
Each one of these teams has the opportunity to restart.
Yeah, all three teams right now have the opportunity to complete the dungeons they're in and then get another dungeon started to get themselves running into overtime to really maximize the amount of total play time that they have. Hi, Thor. Hi, yes, what? Hi. Sorry, cat interrupted. So
I thought one of the Avengers was in your room.
That would make for some interesting days. An Avenger just smashes through my roof into my little home office here.
We've all been there.
Have we though? Have we though?
Probably not.
So
I haven't.
All three teams have a great opportunity here, right? Because if they can all finish the keys that they're in now, they all get one more shot at one other key. And it is just a single shot YOLO key after that, because we will be in overtime. There is no reset from that point. There's no do-over. There's no, hey, something went wrong, we got to start over. It's you get a single shot at whatever key you think you have the best chance of completing. So if I'm all of the teams, I'm probably thinking freehold for that, just in general. Production is memeing me.
I'd agree with that.
Production is
I'd agree with
memeing
that.
me.
Oh no. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
I mean, let's take a look. So, freehold, we've got so Warrior Gamer have a 24 freehold. They've completed a 24. New Zealand Defence Force have completed a 22 freehold, and Ghosts and Glory have done a 20.
Yes.
Between these teams here, Ghosts and Glory would get. I mean, they're currently in a freehold. They're in a 21 freehold now. Looks like they are resetting, unfortunately. So if they can get a 21 freehold done, and then get another freehold done during that time frame, that'll put them pretty even. Yeah.
They don't have a way to really move up the rankings by the end of the day today, because they're a couple key levels behind New Zealand Defence Force across the board. They're 6 total points behind, so they're going to need to get a couple more points here before the end of the day. They could really use 2 dungeon completions before the end of the day today. And then tomorrow, they're going to have to just play out of their minds to try to catch up a little bit. New Zealand Defence Force is sitting pretty nice. They've got pretty much all 22s except for this Neltharis that they are currently working on to get that 22 finished. And then, of course, in first place still is the Warrior Gamer team, who's completed everything on at least a 23. They've completed 2 24 keys. They're currently working through their Brackenhide 24. If they get that finished, if they get their Brackenhide 24 finished, they're in a pretty commanding lead at that point, to be honest. That's going to be hard for the other teams to be able to catch up to.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I don't think any of the teams today get a benefit of being like, okay, we've got 15 minutes left, we're not going to start another key.
Yeah.
I could imagine. I mean, maybe Warrior Gamer would, but then they'd have to do a 25 Neltharian's Lair.
Yeah.
Because that's all they would have left realistic. Well, they could do a 24 Neltharis. They might do a 25. Maybe.
Yeah, they could do 24 Neltharis. Which
They would have that available.
One-shotting that with the ridiculous pool they do at the beginning is a big ask.
It is a huge ask, but realistically, if they've got 15 minutes left, if they reset that every 2 minutes, they've got a couple of attempts at it.
True. And they are making amazing time in this Brackenhide already. They are, 15 minutes into the dungeon. Obviously, the first boss is dead, and they're at about 71% trash already. By the time they're done with this pool, they'll be at about 74, 75-ish% trash finished. They still have 12 minutes left on the +2 timer. Now, they're not going to be able to do that because it is tyrannical. The bosses are going to take a little over 3 minutes each. But they have 20 minutes left to time the key. That's well more than enough. They are steamrolling this place right now.
Yeah, it is definitely enough time to complete the key. I'm just wondering what would you do if you end up, if something goes wrong here and you have to reset? Do you come back into the Brackenhide, do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, because it's either Brackenhide or Neltharis that you want to do. You want to get another 24 done. You've tried both of the keys that you have at 25 already. They've proven to be rather not easy. So I think you take the 24s that you can and try to get one more of them done today.
What are they going? Oh, they're waiting for those. They're waiting for the Oaks to patrol away so they can pull this. They can pull the Shapers in. I was trying to figure out what was taking them so long, but this does seem to make sense here. And this will give them. I'm trying to figure out how much percentage they're going to get. This is going to give them an extra 3%, 3.64, 8%.
Wow.
So
that's a good chunk of percent for a group that honestly isn't that crazy dangerous.
It's not, but my word, it is definitely worth it. That's 8% in 30 seconds, 45 seconds, which is a great use of your time.
Absolutely.
In a Brackenhide, especially on a 24. I think this is probably, you might not do that pull on a fortified. Maybe this is a specific tyrannical route that they're using.
I could see that because some of those mobs did a pretty good chunk of damage. On tyrannical, it's not that big of a deal, but with the extra buffing that they would get from fortified plus the extra health that they're going to have, that group will just last a lot longer and bad things can happen pretty quickly. But for now, that was a great use of time. They're now at 82% trash completed already in this dungeon, 17 minutes in. Still a ton of time left for them to finish up this dungeon. We are working on the most creatively named boss in the game right now, Tree Mouth, which is a tree with a mouth.
They could have called him Bark Arms. And it probably would have, been the exact same thing they would have done here. I mean, they're not. The obvious thing here is they're not going to 3-chest it. That's completely out of the question. They're probably not going to 2-chest it. That's completely out of the question. But the completion is more than capable. And that's what they want. They want that completion, get the 24 done, and they're going to be looking really, really happy. We do have 30 minutes left. 30 minutes left here for these teams. We do have 3 teams still running. We're currently on board with Warrior Gamer here. We do have the New Zealand Defence Force and Goat and Glory from the US Navy Esports team. They are working as hard as they possibly can on their respective dungeons. Reminder, if they start a dungeon before the timer expires, they are allowed to finish it. So they have to make sure the countdown is finished and they can enter the Mythic Plus dungeon. As long as they do that, they're in a good spot.
They get to keep going, but no resets. You get one try only. If you die, if you wipe, if you get behind and you want to reset it and the timer for the day is already up, you can't. So you really have one shot at whatever key you decide to do running into that overtime. You have exactly
one shot,
one
opportunity.
better make it worth it. Seize the moment.
And these teams are definitely making it worth it. They are, again, it's been, day one was huge. Day two, they've continued to impress. Day three is just going to be mind-blowing. Absolutely.
We're going to see some big keys tomorrow. We're going to see some 25s and
Oh.
stuff get done tomorrow.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, there's technically a world where they complete this Brackenhide and then do a 25 freehold.
Yeah, they would have to one-shot the freehold, though, and we did see them struggle a little bit on the 25. We did see them try that a couple of times and end up wiping and resetting, so that certainly isn't just a given that they'll be able to, blast through that, complete that, no problem, it's only a freehold. By the time you're in 24s and 25s, stuff does actually just get kind of hard.
Yep. It hoits.
But what doesn't hoit is Treemouth, who has now fallen as of the plus 24 Tyrannical boss to Warrior Gamer team. Really not putting out too much difficulty for them here at all. And now they are pulling their friend Stinky Breath. Nice little mini boss. Checking in on our other teams, does look like our friends from New Zealand are working on Forge Master Goric, who is already sub 20%. So he is just about taken down. And then they'll be on their way to the last boss, Warlord Sarga. 94% trash or so finished. So probably one trash pool on their way to the boss. Nothing really major left other than just make sure you do the last boss correctly. That's really going to be the big thing that they have to focus on, is make sure people stay alive throughout that fight and make sure you clear that magma shield as quickly as you possibly can. You can't have mistakes with that. We did see some mistakes last time. We did see people fall. We actually saw 3 battle reses need to get used during that fight last time. So they're going to have to find a way to survive through that a little bit better. Maybe shift some defensives around, or just make sure you have defensives up for the start of that. But they're sitting in a really good position here. They have 8 minutes to get to the last boss, do a couple trash pulls, get to the last boss, and kill it. So plenty of time left for them to be able to complete that. It really is just all going to come down to playing those magma shields cleanly.
Yeah, they need to make sure they're set up in place early with the items that they have ready to use. That's the biggest thing for me is on the shields in Warlord Saga is, if you know exactly which item you have and what you need to do to use it, is it something that you throw? Is it a channel? Do you charge at the boss? So as long as you know all of that, you can set yourself up for it. If you don't, you kind of end up in a little bit of a panic. And I think this team is going to be fully set on everything they need to do. They've got a couple of trash packs here that they need to be doing.
They're going to use the chain for this.
Yep. Chain will be used. And here it comes. They're using it? Oh, they're waiting. Yep. There we go. There's the chain. Boom, boom, boom. Everything's going to do a bunch of extra damage there. And look at the...
Bam! Everything's dead.
They've got to move it from the Sanguine, though. The Sanguini Linguini, that Blazewing got about 40% of their health back.
Yeah, that's
which is not nice.
Unfortunate. The good news is that thing did still just get completely obliterated once they started hitting it again. That was a ridiculous amount of damage. So they're now finished with trash. They're going to skip a little bit right in front of the boss. And so they have, 6 minutes to take out the last boss? Well, more than enough time, even in this tyrannical setting. Like we keep saying, just comes down to doing those magma shields correctly. On the side of our friends from Goats and Glory, they are in their 21 freehold. It looks like they just wiped to, I guess, or almost wiped to the end of a trash pool there on their way to the second boss. That'd be that Rat Trapper pool that you do with like the 1.5 group on the side. Pretty easy for stuff to go wrong there. Because that's the pool where you get the buckets, right? Where it stuns you if you jump.
Yes.
Yeah. Which means I'm just chain stunned for the entire pool and I'm totally useless. So you're basically 4-manning the pool. So I totally see how you can wipe there.
Speaking of wiping, we don't want to see the New Zealand Defence Force here wiping on Warlord Saga. They do have the first Magma Shield coming up in 15 seconds. We've got the roses on the side of our Hunter here on, obviously, I can't see the name of the hunter. Oh, Lucas. There we go. Lucas Maximus, the shield coming in. They know they need to get close here, but they're going to take their time, see where these swirlies come in. They should have got a little bit close and started pre-casting it.
I hope
don't
that
think...
didn't miss.
Oh, they've just missed two. They've just missed two of them.
Nope, they're
not
good.
gonna
Shield
have enough...
broke.
Oh, they're
Shield
good.
broke. I think that did hit. I think it was just close enough where it still hit the edge of the hitbox on the boss. But that was way too close for comfort. Y'all are trying to be a little spicy here.
And there we go. We've got the range one. This is the nice one, especially for a hunter. They can just stay out here. And next Magma Shield,
Beautiful.
they just full send this wand directly towards Warlord Saga. 15 seconds once again on this Magma Shield. They're doing a good job on boss damage, though.
Very
which is
good job
impressive
on boss
considering they've
damage.
done this without Lust.
Yeah, they're only a minute 20 in, and the boss is already at half health. So they are really cranking. The Magma Shield coming in here in 2, 1, casting it
And there's
now.
the wand.
Need to break it.
Boom.
The wand has gone in. I saw
And there's the
one
break.
piece. Okay, it's broken. You're doing double damage. Big damn. Lots of stuff coming out. And just like that, the boss is now sub 40%. And there you go.
Easy.
Immediately grabbing your next tool. Got the wand again, which is fantastic. You've got 25 seconds until the next Magma Shield. That will be the last Magma Shield they have to deal with. So it's just get to that point, get it down cleanly, and GG's, you complete your 22 Niltharis.
Yeah, and also if you are enjoying this point of view here that you are seeing from Lucas, then they are the featured streamer on Raider.io on Tuesday. So once again, keep your eye out on Raider.io, the premier place for PvE players to go if they're looking at their Mythic Plus content. Once again, Raider.io. Lucas will be the featured streamer on Tuesday. There's the broken shield, and they've, this has just been textbook Warlord Saga.
This has been beautiful. This is the way that we're used to seeing them play. Very clean, knowing what you're doing, pre-planning every little bit of movement, not leaving things to chance. Really, really clean dungeon from them. And this boss is about to die, and boom, there it is. 22 Niltharis completed by our friends from the New Zealand Defense Force.
There is a 22 Niltharis done. That takes them up to 22 keys on every single one of the dungeons. Meanwhile, we are seeing Ghosts and Glory still working through the second boss here, the captain crew here. They didn't reset, so they are pushing through. They've got 21 minutes left, so we can see New Zealand Defense Force starting another key right now. Meanwhile, on the side of Warrior Gamer, they are in the 24 Brackenhide. They're coming up towards the final boss here, and they have 7.5 minutes left. So that should be, if they play their cards right, relatively comfortable.
Yeah, that should be more than enough time. It looks like they have the trash pull they're doing, and then they'll need just a little bit more. They did just have a new mob run in late. That's actually going to give them enough to get their 100% completion on the trash. So once this pull is done, they're good on trash, and then you can go off to the Decatriarch, and they'll have probably about 6-ish minutes to take out that boss. Now on a 24, that's a 24 tyrannical end boss. She is going to have an obscene amount of health. That is not going to be a short boss fight, but it's also probably not a 6-minute boss fight. It's probably only about 4 minutes. So they should still have more than enough time to take this out.
Let's see if we could go full screen with Warrior Gamer here and see just how much health the Decatriarch Rathai does have. So I'd be interested to see how high this does go.
Should be like 55 to 60.
I'm saying 67.
Oh. 72 million health. That's a dungeon boss. That's what like a normal
dungeon boss.
Isn't that what normal Kazara has?
Probably.
That's
question mark.
That's an obscene amount of health. Now they do have Bloodlust here on the pool, so that does get committed. But even with Bloodlust, the boss's health is not melting because that's an obscene amount of health. They are able to blast that totem. That's actually going to be the main difficulty here, is having enough burst damage every time a totem spawns to take it out before it's able to start casting. Because on a 24 Tyrannical, these totems are going to do a lot of damage if they're able to get that cast off. And you see, it's a 7-second cast that starts a second after the thing spawns. You have 8 seconds to blow that up.
I mean, augmentation of Evoker, Mage, and Hunter. It's gonna be a pretty quick thing for them to do. They should be able to blow that up relatively quickly. Yeah, we've got 22s across the board for the New Zealand Defence Force. That is a huge, huge showing. But now we're wondering, will we see this 24 Brackenhide be completed, or will we see Warrior Gamer falling to the Decatriarch herself? Only time will tell, but they're looking pretty good right now. 65% left on the boss.
Playing clean. We're a minute 20 in, and they've already taken off over a third of the boss's health. So they're making really good time. Now, Lust obviously has fallen at this point. It looks like a tick got off, but fortunately nobody dies. A single tick didn't kill anyone, so we're still okay. Have another one of the rot clouds spawning. That's the one that moves around that you have to make sure you don't stand in, because it, I believe, puts you to sleep, right? Or incapacitate.
You can't do anything.
Yeah.
So you can't attack. You can't. You're pacified effectively.
Yeah. So
I think the danger with a boss like this as well at this key level for a team like Warrior Gamer, the danger is never ever can you do enough damage. It's can you survive.
Yeah. And
I think there's a difference between the two.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Here's the totem. They don't kill the totem in time. It's another big chunk of damage, but they do all manage to survive. It seems like they're falling just a little bit behind on those totems and almost expecting that first tick to go off, which does seem to be surviving through it.
Because, like I said, the big danger is, can you survive through what the boss does? And if you aren't able to clear up those totem bursts, you've got to be, you've kind of got to be ready to accept the fact you're going to take a tick or two. And as the famous saying goes, if it kind of applying it slightly differently, if you're going to be dumb, you've got to be tough. If you don't have the DPS, you've got to be tough. They do have a totem up. They are pretty late switching to it, but they've got the burst damage that time. And it feels like a lot of these totems, there's maybe one or two that's not lining up with a couple of the cooldowns here for the team. 3 minutes left. They are 29% left here on the boss's, 28%, sorry, left on the boss, Decatriarch Rathai. Should be a completion here. And once again, clearly executed so far
in the back
from Warrior Gaming.
Whoa, something just crit the living hell out of that totem.
Probably the mage.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It sounds like a mage thing to do. I assume, like a frost mage, you can pull resources and just have, that one giant burst of damage there right at the start every time. And it'll reduce your overall damage to the boss, but it helps you blow up that totem. They actually missed that one by a hair, and it did end up having to explode, which is not ideal.
Yeah, it's not great. It looks like it was Deucen's beacon that did the chunk of damage there, so that would explain a lot. Someone's saying, I don't know how Rosie is healing this. Excellently, I think is the term you are looking for there.
With lots of the healings is going out.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the Hunter's Beacon, I mean, the Beacon to the Beyond, it does so much damage.
Yes.
So much damage. And we are going to see the completion there. So there we have our very first 24 Brackenhide Hollow done by the team of Warrior Gamer. They have just about 15 minutes left, so I'm interested to see what key they go to. We've got 23 Neltharian's Lair coming in from New Zealand Defence Force, and Ghosts and Glory still working on that 21 freehold. But I'm looking at the amount of time they have left, and I am...
Is that 11 minutes?
Suspicious, because they've only just started the booty ring.
That's a fair bit tighter than they would like it to be.
I mean, 11 minutes, you come back in, you've got... Trying to see if it's... Is that... Yeah, that is 10 minutes, so yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of tight, actually. That's... 2 bosses and still a lot of trash. Now, you're going to get to do a lot of this trash during this RP, but it does look like Ludwig is already spawned. So, you want to get that go. Oh! The Evoker Healer just got killed! I really hope they have a battle. They do not have a battle res, and they're currently fighting Ludwig. So, they need to kill off Ludwig and that Irontide Crusher with no healer. Now, fortunately, the tank is a Guardian Druid. They do have a fair amount of self-healing, especially
They've got a
with
Ret
Frenzy
Pally.
Regeneration. That should be okay. The Rat Pally should have Word of Glory. I believe, yeah. So the Rat Pally
Yeah.
has Word of Glory, so they can help off
Oh,
heal.
they've lost
you
the
do
warrior.
lose the Warrior. That looked like a one-shot, so it must have gotten hit by something.
I would go for a reset right now.
Probably, because this is just going to take a long time down to DPS. Ludwig
Yeah,
has a lot of health here. He's still got almost 9 million health remaining. It's going to take a while to chew through it. And committing the time to this instead of resetting, you've got 9 minutes left to complete the entire dungeon. I don't know that they can complete the dungeon in time from here.
Oh, that's a very, very good point. The production have just made as well. They could release and run back.
Can you on Ludwig?
Yeah, Ludwig's not a boss.
I thought it counts as a mini boss and it still locks you.
I'll be honest, I've never died to Ludwig, so I don't know.
Oh
Yep,
yeah, he's
release
got a
spirits
release.
there.
Why didn't they? What did they do? A skip or something?
Maybe?
The warrior just. Why didn't you release earlier?
I don't actually know.
Why didn't they release?
That is strange. That is very, very strange. Oh, yeah. You can't go near it while it's active. I remember now.
Okay. Yeah, I
Food
was
gets
gonna
thrown
say,
at you
like,
and just one-shots you.
I don't remember being able to run back for that.
Yeah, I think they changed it for this season specifically.
Okay, so that's something that's new.
Yes.
I don't remember
new.
being able to release during Ludwig, but I haven't exactly died to him very many times.
Yeah, it is. I mean, obviously on a 21, it's very, very different. We've still got 7 minutes left. I mean, this is... I don't see... I'm trying to think of a reason as to why they would continue with this run here. The only thing I could think of is if they are confident in their ability to absolutely annihilate both Trothak and Harlan Sweet in 2.5 minutes, which leaves them 2 minutes to run between the two bosses. It's the only reason I can think of.
I mean, it is a fortified dungeon, so the bosses aren't going to have anywhere near as much health. I mean, you can see Trothak has 36 million. Literally half as much health as as the Catriarch did from what we just saw for Warrior Gamer. So definitely going to melt quite a bit faster, and they will have lust for Harlan Sweet. So that boss should die, pretty quickly too. This is going to be like a 2.5-ish minute fight. Harlan Sweet will probably be 2.5 minutes. It doesn't leave a lot of time for the trash, but it should only be...
Oh, they've lost the warrior again.
That's GG's. No, they have a res. They haven't used it yet. There's the res.
There it is.
This evoker is about to get eaten by a shark.
I mean, I'm wondering if they fail this, they can still reset. If they fail this, they can still reset. If they complete this and they manage to clutch it, which is looking very... Yeah, there goes the warrior again. This is...
again.
Yeah, they should just straight up reset this now.
Yeah, that's going to have to be a go again.
Yeah. That should just be a straight up reset. They've got just over 10 minutes left on regulation time. So I don't think that's not really going to matter for them. They just need to reset. The bigger question is on the other two teams that we have available right now. Are any of them going to be able to complete a dungeon before regulation time is over? Based on what we saw previously, we did see Ghosts and Glory just starting out a Neltharian's Lair. And we've currently got Warrior Gamers sat around waiting to see what they're going to be doing. Sorry, the New Zealand Defence Force is currently in the 23 Neltharian's Lair. That's probably going to be their final dungeon. That's probably going to be their final dungeon of the day.
Yeah, they will not be able to complete that in the 9 minutes remaining on the day's allotted time span. It does give them a chance to reset if they need to, though. But so far, looking pretty good. On the side of Warrior Gamer, it looks like they are taking a couple of minute break in between. And then I guess they are planning on doing one more dungeon after that. So they should get one more dungeon started before the timer ends. And then, like we said earlier, they basically have one shot to go and do it. So we'll see what they decide to do, whether it'll be I would imagine probably a 25 freehold, and just see if they're able to get it complete.
Yeah, I think that'd be great as well. Getting that 25 freehold done before the final day really cements their position at the top of the leaderboard. And we spoke at the start of this, about how for the first day doesn't really mean much. It's kind of like being on the leaderboard day one of a golfing tournament.
Yeah.
Day one doesn't really mean anything. Day two, on the other hand, that changes things a lot,
Much
especially
more
if you are.
impactful.
Exactly. Let's see. We do have Trothat going down now. How long have they got? They've got just over 4 minutes. Are they gonna carry on? They're gonna push it. They're gonna. I mean, they could.
There's
they
no
have
way.
time. Trash into boss.
Oh God. That's not even like a single like. So you have to do this pull separate down here, and then you're gonna have to pull the top group into the boss with Lust, survive that, and be able to go. Which, I mean, I guess at this point there's no reason not to, right? Because
Yeah.
whether you do it or not, you get to start one more key. So give it a try, push it through, see if you can make it work. If not, then so be it, reset. But if it works, then it ends up obviously being worth it. Now, on the side of our New Zealand friends, they did end up wiping the trash in their Neltharian's lair. They did reset the dungeon. So they are getting ready for their last run of the day. And I did also see Warrior Gamers going back to freeholds. It looks like they're going to give an attempt to the 25 freehold as their last key of the day.
So you got 93% now. They've got a full send. They have to full send. There is no other option for them. There's absolutely no other option. They've got a full send, and it's gonna be dangerous.
Yes, and here we go. Full sending everything.
Yep, they are.
Doggy, they had run away. There's the painful
here comes
motivation
Honor
going off. Where's the lust? Here's Bloodlust, and here's all cooldowns and all Bloodlust, and that tank is obliterated.
Yep.
Wow.
I think the painful motivation went off.
Yeah, it did. Painful motivation went off, and the tank just went
out.
Splat.
Okay, so they've still got just over 5 minutes. 6 minutes here left remaining. We've got the 25 freehold going on for Warrior Gamer. We've got the 23 Neltharian's Lair going on for the New Zealand Defence Force. Both of these dungeons here are effectively the last ones that they are going to be able to do here today. Ghosts and Glory, what are they going to go back into? Are they going to go back into that freehold, I wonder?
Yeah,
Let's
probably.
take a look. Freehold, it does seem to be the key. They have gone freehold again.
That doesn't surprise me. If I'm them, I want to get this dungeon done for the day. I want to go get this completed and be good and kind of try to go out on that high note.
The big question now is if any of these teams do want to be resetting their keys, they're going to have to be quick about it now. We are coming very, very close to those final 5 minutes of day number 2 here on the Summer Clash, and we have had some fantastic action going on today. We've seen some teams get, really, really start to pump their keys. Warrior Gamer has set out their stall as the team to beat so far today. The big question is, if we do end up in a scenario where Warrior Gamer are not able to complete their key, we do see a death. It looks like it could be... No, they have stabilized, so I'm wondering if they're going to restart this right now, or if one death is not too much of an issue for them. If we see them not able to complete this freehold, and we see the 23 Neltharian's Lair completed by New Zealand Defence Force, that gives New Zealand Defence Force a little bit of an extra boost going into tomorrow.
Yeah, that helps them catch up a little bit. That'll obviously swing another point in their favor. Right now, there is a 7-point difference between the two teams. Warrior Gamers all the way up to 95 points. New Zealand is up to 88 points. So there is a little bit of a gap. But Warrior Gamers pretty much at the point where it's going to be really difficult to get many more points out of some of these dungeons. Like a 25 Brackenhide is not going to go over easy. Even the 24 Neltharis that they still have available, not going to go over easy. So they're going to get, 23, 24 points, whatever, tomorrow on whatever the new dungeon ends up being. But they don't have a lot more points that they're going to be able to get. Whereas the New Zealand team, they can put in a little bit more prep tonight, not necessarily practice, but get their routes down exactly what they want to, take some time to talk about it, because it is still early in the day for them, right? It's going to be like 10:30 in the morning for them. They have all day to talk about and strategize, and come in tomorrow and be able to start pumping their 22s and 23s, get them done, get the 24s, get in the 25s. They can very easily tie this up tomorrow.
Yeah, Warrior Gamer have just reset their key, their freehold key. They did have a wipe on the trash just before the first boss here. This is probably going to be their final opportunity to reset. And these teams here, it takes normally about I would say around about a minute for you to reset. So there's still the option for all three of these teams now to reset their keys and get them activated before the timer runs out. The moment that timer hits 0, if any of them leave a dungeon, it will be done for them today. They need to start it before that timer hits 0. The countdown needs to end before we see the end of our countdown here that has been graciously put together by the folks at Chaos Creative, our production partner here. Obviously, the AFDL is an initiative of Chaos Creative. Absolutely incredible people delivering immersive and inspiring experiences for your event, no matter if it's online, in person, or a hybrid. Head over to chaoscreative.gg and find out more about bringing your exciting ideas to life. And we have, we are so close to the end of day number 2 here. And I mean, we were expecting some pretty cool stuff here today, Crazy, but I think day 2 has definitely, it's gone beyond our expectations.
Yeah, day 2 has been fantastic. We're seeing these teams get some really good stuff done. New Zealand Defense Force has played fantastic today. Warrior Gamer have played out of their minds. Goats and Glory, unfortunately, has had a little bit of a tough day, though. They spent a lot of time today working on a 22 Neltharian's Lair and just couldn't quite hammer it home. They ended up just a little bit short. They tried 4 separate times. They lost 2 hours of their 5-hour day trying to get that 22 done and weren't able to get it. And that ended up being a fairly big setback for them. So they're going to have to come in really strong tomorrow to make up for it, because realistically, the other 2 teams don't have a whole heck of a lot further that they can go. So they're certainly not out of it. They still have 5 more hours tomorrow. There will be a new dungeon that comes in. If they can blast through that really quickly and then spend the rest of the day working these 21s and 22s up to 23s and 24s, they could certainly catch up. Same with New Zealand. They've got all 22s and 23s. They can keep blasting these throughout the course of tomorrow. And unless Warrior Gamer is able to start completing some of these 25s, it could be really tight by the end of the day.
60-second warning for these teams here. This is potentially their last opportunity to reset any of their keys, and I don't think any of them are going to do that. We have got Warrior Gamer on this 25 freehold, just finishing up the trash before the fight, before the first boss. We do have the first boss falling for Ghosts and Glory here on their 21, and as I say that, we've also got the first boss on this Neltharian's Lair 23 for the New Zealand Defense Force. But this boss has got so much health. It is a tyrannical key, and it just gets nastier and nastier from here on out.
Lots of things that can go wrong. And I mean, from this point forward, right, in that Neltharian's Lair, you have the Pelters in the next area. And we've seen this next area is where a lot of the teams are having deaths. We saw Goats and Glory have to reset at least once in this next area. We've seen the New Zealand team reset in this next area literally 10 minutes ago. The timer has now expired. So no new keys are going to be started. The keys that they're in are the last ones they're going to get to do today. So from here, you have one shot, one opportunity, no screw-ups. If you mess up, you are done for the day. And unfortunately, you aren't going to get your extra points.
Which really sucks, because you are going to continue to put as much effort as you possibly can into these keys. You want to see them completed. Honestly, I think at this point in time, my my eyes are on the New Zealand Defence Force, because like I said, if they can get this 23 Neltharian's Lair done, it sets them up really, really nicely for tomorrow.
Yeah.
If they can get it done and we see Warrior Gamer not able to get this 25 done, which we do see a death on the boss here. We've got a battle res coming out immediately onto the Hunter, so they're going to continue to work here on Sky, Capin, Crag. Meanwhile, on the side of Ghosts and Glory, they're heading into this first this trash pull before they take on the Council Captains. Once again, these teams, all three of these teams, want to end on the strongest point they possibly can. For Ghosts and Glory, the ability to get this 21 freehold done does kind of give them a little bit of extra points, obviously, after a rough day, as you mentioned, not able to time that 22. They spent a lot of time wasting it.
I think of the three teams, New Zealand needs to complete theirs the most, just from the perspective of trying to catch up and put themselves in a position where they have a shot at winning. But I think Goats and Glory needs this more just from the perspective of the mental aspect of the tournament. They really need to get this to finish on the high note and cap off what was honestly a pretty rough day with something positive. If they aren't successful in completing this key, I think that kind of sets them back a little bit further.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And also, having this key done, having this key completed tonight, then means that they, it is almost like the weight off the shoulders of, we don't have to worry about this tomorrow. It does give you a more positive feeling going into the third and final day of the Summer Clash. If you don't complete it, it puts a negative spin on it, like, okay, we still need to do that tomorrow. We're falling further and further behind.
Yeah.
So I would agree with you. I think Goats and Glory at the moment are probably, I mean, you said was it New Zealand Defence Force? You said are the ones that need to complete the key the most.
Yeah, but they need to complete it the most from a standpoint of having a shot at winning. If they don't complete this key, I think that ends up actually being a decent setback at them trying to catch up to Warrior Gamer.
Okay.
But I think Goats and Glory needs this more just from the mental aspect of they have to finish this on a high note. They have to get out of today with something positive.
That's fair. That's fair. We do have, by the way, team, we've got a prediction up in chat, a poll. What do you want to see as the dungeon tomorrow? I'm going to vote for, out of those ones, I'm going to vote for that one. I'm not going to tell you what I voted for, but you can probably tell. But I'm going to vote for that one. That's going to be my vote. I'm excited to see what does come in tomorrow. And honestly, if it's Legacy of Tyr, the Alderman dungeon, that's another really, really long key for these teams to do.
Yep, a long key that's going to be a big time sink, and then you end up with a scenario of where do you spend the time? If you're if you're a Warrior Gamer, you want to spend as much time in the new dungeon as you can, get up to your 21, 22, 23, whatever level. But if you get to a point where you start struggling in there, what are you going to do? Whereas the other teams are looking, especially like New Zealand, they're sitting here and looking and saying, we are one level behind them on every single key. We need to catch up. We need to get just a little bit more. Where are they going to be best spending their time? And unfortunately, it does look like we have a partial group wipe coming out here from our friends from New Zealand on a trash pool here on their way to Ulrog Crag Shaper. Do have both the 1 DPS and their healer down. But fortunately, it's only this one ad left at 2% health, so they are going to be able to recover from this. But that is definitely going to be a setback. They now have 6 deaths on the board, which is painful from the 30 seconds that it adds to the timer, but also painful in that you also probably lost 30 seconds to a minute just from having the people dead of the extra time it took to kill the ads. So that's a little bit of a setback. We also have a death on the screen right now from the Warrior Gamer team. Looks like someone went down on trash. Looks like their hunter went down on trash right before starting the Council of Captains. That shouldn't be enough to fully set them back, and they are about to pull the boss. They are still in a position where they're going to be able to time this key as long as they don't have any other mistakes.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing right now is you're not worrying too much about, oh, we've got to push this super fast. It's more, we just got to time it. We just have to time this key, take a breath and play it steadily. We know we have the damage to do this. Just play it steadily. Don't die. We will have the first 25 of this tournament done, which is super important here. We've just seen another death on the side of the New Zealand Defence Force. We did have a battle res coming in here. Here we've got Warrior Gaming and Goats and Glory going head-to-head right now in this freehold. We've got a 25 on the side of Warrior Gaming in the bottom right-hand corner. Top left-hand corner, Goats and Glory in their 21 right now. And they're pretty much at the exact same positioning in the dungeon right now.
Yeah. Goats and Glory is just a little ahead. They killed the second boss. Our friends from Warrior Gamer is fighting the second boss right now, but the boss is under half health. It looks like one of them is at 24, the other is at about 35. So they're most of the way done with this encounter. That was a little spicy, charging into that grape shot, but fortunately was able to dodge it and not actually get hit. Looks like Goats and Glory is having a little bit of trouble on this trash pool. This was a really large trash pool. It might have been a little more than they can handle. They do lose 2 DPS. You can release here, so it looks like both of their players have released. They should still be able to recover as long as the tank stays stable, but that is definitely going to add a little bit more time that they really didn't want to have to lose there, both from the 10 seconds on the death timer and just having to have these ads up a little bit longer. They are able to pull it together, though, so they are going to be able to move forward, but that does make it just a little bit tighter. And, that's
just shy of 17 minutes for that Freehold 21.
I think they're still fine as long as they don't have another mess up. On the side of our friends down at Warrior Gaming, though, it looks like they are just finishing up with the first boss. I think they pulled a trash group into the boss and then lost someone. They're currently down their fire mage while they have an entire trash group up, well finishing off the second half of this Council of Captains boss encounter. So that's a little spicier than they wanted to, because not only are you losing one of your DPS, but your third DPS is an augmentation evoker, so they're not going to do much on their own. Their contribution is buffing the other damage dealers, which means instead of buffing a damage dealer, they're just buffing a tank, and that's nowhere near as valuable. So that's almost like a double whammy. You're losing like maybe 1 1/3 players there by having a DPS down. Looks like they are able to clean up the trash, though, and the boss has fallen, so they are okay. The mage has released, so they're good to go, and this is probably going to be a pretty large trash pool, which is kind of the typical pool you go with here, is both sets of the little guys, so it's, 8 or 10 mobs or so all coming at you at
there
once.
It is.
They should be mostly okay with this as long as the tank gets stable. The opening of this is really hard when you have all of the whirlwinds going off and the tank trying to establish a threat. But once you've got your threat established, you can kite a little bit and rotate some stuns and stuff. Should be able to survive the whirlwinds. Here's another whirlwind coming out. Looks like everything's going pretty
bananas.
Clean there.
I think we lost the Warrior again on Goats and Glory. The Warrior is no longer there. I believe they are running back right now.
Yes.
They haven't picked up Lightning yet either. They are sub 15 minutes left. Sub 15 minutes left, and they haven't even... There we go. There's Lightning now.
Picked up Lightning.
Pig, the greased up pig has been picked up. So now they can get Ludwig spawned out. But once again, they're running this timer tighter and tighter here.
Yeah, they're starting to get to the point where it's almost too close. Ludwig just jumped down. They are probably going to go ahead and engage Ludwig pretty close to immediate. No, they're going to do a trash pull before engaging Ludwig, which I don't know how I feel about that, because Ludwig has a lot of health. I don't know about delaying that. Ooh, the Ogre gets stunned. Healer stunned is not good. Are able to recover from that.
That was super scary.
That was
the trash pack
very
does have
scary.
a pulling mechanic, and because the Evoker was the one that pulled that trash pack, they were the one that had the aggro, and it was pulled in at the same time as we saw that boulder coming out from the giant, from the huge Etin mob as well, which again is not what you want to see. They were able to survive it though, which is pretty big. Ludwig, I think, has spawned now, and they should be going in to take on the turtle, because
Here
you're looking at
comes the turtle.
sub 13.5 minutes right now. Sub 13 and a
They
half
have to
minutes to
get
get
that
through
turtle.
Ludwig and Trothak and Harlan Sweet. That's a lot of health to get through.
Yes. Turning attention a little bit here to our friends from New Zealand. They're currently working on Ulrug Cragshaper down in their 23 Neltharian's lair. The boss is a little just sub 50% health. They just completed the intermission phase. Has been going decently for them, although they did put some more deaths on the board. They're a little bit tight on their timer. They're about 2/3 of the way through trash. Still have this boss and then 2 more entire bosses, including Neuraxis, which is a notoriously slow and long boss, along with Dargrul, who is just about a 3.5 to 4 minute fight. So you sit there and start doing math on them. They got 14 minutes left. They're going to have to devote probably almost 8 minutes of that to trash. Or to bosses.
Yep.
So that's not leaving a lot of time for the 1/3 of the trash that they still need to do. They're getting really tight down there.
We've got 15 minutes left on the side of Warrior Gamer for their 25 freehold. I believe they have got Ludwig spawned. They're not taking on the boss currently. They are dealing with another set of trash. They're looking better on time for their freehold than we do see on the side of Goats and Glory. Ludwig is not going down quickly, and they still have that Crusher in as well. 11 minutes left here on the timer. And, I mean, last time we saw them in this, they were in this position pretty much the last time we saw them in freehold, and they unfortunately they did, the tank just got absolutely deleted. We do see the Evoker, they're having to move out of those shells. That was going to really hurt them. Doing a great job in avoiding that one, making sure that everybody stays alive, pumping as much damage as they possibly can, and having these shells plus having the big crash coming in from the Etin mob as well. And it looks as though there was I'm not sure where that stun came from. That was very strange.
I think he got hit. Did he get hit by the throw?
It might have clipped them, but it was so close. So close. I'm not sure whether or not it was because of terrain or what, but we have seen that happen previously. Trothak is going to be coming in shortly. Just under 11 minutes left on this freehold 21. It is doable, but it is going to be so tight for them here.
Yeah, that's getting...
Here comes Trothak.
Very tight. On the side of Warrior Gamer, right before we swapped off of them, they did finish that trash pull, and it looked like they were about to pull Ludwig. They still had about 14 minutes left on their timer, so they're actually making pretty decent time through their 25 so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 11 minutes. It's doable. They've just used Bloodlust here, interestingly enough.
I could see that because this boss takes longer than Harlan does.
That's true.
Because like the last 30% health on Harlan just doesn't really exist because he takes extra damage. So you don't really have to worry about that. This is probably the most time-consuming piece that they had
Open
left.
achievements.
That's important, is making sure you know what achievements you've gotten on Tournament Realm while you're mid-boss at the end of the day. Priorities.
We've all been there.
Making really quick work of this boss's health pool. He's already at half health. They're only 48 seconds into this boss fight. So I had said, 2 minutes and 30 seconds? They're on track to actually very slightly beat that on this fight, which means they may have made up enough time by lusting on this fight to still time this key.
Possibly.
They're going to have about 8.5 minutes.
A boss like Trothak is interesting to me for this setup on Goats and Glory, and I've only just noticed it. I mean, the Shark Tornado, they have to move away, but what DPS do they have?
All melee.
That's a fair amount of time they're losing on uptime on that boss, on Trothak.
Yes.
It's only a couple of seconds, but I mean, you just saw the Warrior there. The Arms Warrior was Blade Storming, which is one of their biggest cooldowns that they have available. So, not being able to hit the boss with Blade Storm, is really, really rough.
Yes.
As you mentioned, I think 8.5 minutes is a pretty fair shout based on how this is going down right now. I mean, look at the damage they're losing here. Nobody can get near that boss.
So we're going to have a good direct comparison, right? Look at what their 3 DPS combined are doing. We have 80, 70 is 150, and another 60 is about 210k DPS between the DPS, plus another 50 from the tanks. You're looking at about 260 to 265k total DPS for the length of the fight. We're going to get a direct comparison here momentarily from our friends from Warrior Gaming, who are also going to be doing this fight. But the difference
the Frost Mage is doing that by themselves.
Well, yeah, it's 3 ranged DPS.
330k.
Well, that's a trash pool. That's not a fair comparison. That's not single
Although,
target.
interestingly enough, they've got 10 minutes left and they haven't pulled the boss yet.
Right. They're trying to catch up on trash just a little bit, I think.
And they won't have Bloodlust for another 3 minutes.
Right. Did they kill Ludwig yet? I can't quite
I'm pretty sure they've killed
tell.
Ludwig. Yeah, because there's Trothak, yeah.
Okay.
Ludwig is dead. So now it's...
Do you go do one more trash pull and wait for Lust, or just use Lust on Harlan? Nope, looks like they're gonna Lust on Harlan. So
I think what they're gonna do is they are going to pull trash into Harlan and Lust there.
yeah, I could see that. So our direct comparison for DPS, right, is about 270-ish single target for the duration of the boss. Right now, the 2 DPS here that are not called a augmentation evoker are combining for over 300. And they're not going to lose uptime to this Shark Tornado. That's the really big thing, is every 30 seconds you lose 5 seconds, which doesn't sound like much, but that's like 12% downtime. That really adds up quickly on a boss like this, where you are just trying to chew through as quickly as possible. So, okay, we're swapping to our New Zealand friends here who are on Neuraxis. Looks like they've put up 2 more deaths since the last time that we checked in on them. But this boss is going okay at this point, down to 40% health. Do have the spiked tongue coming out, which is a big chunk of eating on the tank. Isn't the tank supposed to run away from that?
Yes.
Did he just full send and say, I'm a bear, you can't eat me?
I mean, Ducky Bear Cow is just built different. Let's be perfectly honest here. They've got just under 7.5 minutes left, but they have lost the Hunter. Lucas Maximus has unfortunately fallen. They've got 7. They're going to have about 7 minutes left for 20% trash count and Dargrul the Underkin.
I don't think that's enough time.
They will have Bloodlust available.
Even on Fortified, I don't think that's enough time.
We've spoken previously, though, about, when you get into a situation, full send one of the Scorpions into the boss with Bloodlust.
Ooh, that's a spicy pull, but they will have that. They have Lust in 90 seconds. So they will have the opportunity to do that as long as they can finish. Looks like Ducky decided not to let himself get eaten on this pull, which is good. And you see he has to work extremely hard and going all the way into cat form, which is a whopping 1 button press to make sure he doesn't get eaten. And no, he almost got eaten at the end anyway.
He very nearly went back in a little bit too early then. I'd be interested to see what our friends over on the side of Ghosts and Glory are doing as well, because they did have that freehold. They were looking pretty tight on time there. Gale Evoker dropping so low. But if we can get potentially the 3 up right now between these 3 teams, because Ghosts and Glory were getting so close.
Where are
and it looks as though they are going to be resing. They've got 4 minutes left. Harlan Sweet is in front of them.
4 minutes left to kill Harlan. They can kill Harlan in 4 minutes. They're going to manage to pull that out. Good for them.
We do have, unfortunately, on the side of the New Zealand Defense Force, looks like the tank did die, but they were able to kill Neuraxis here. We do have Ghost and Glory pushing as hard as they can. This is, 4.5 minutes left. You would imagine that Harlan Sweet is going to be able to die during that time frame. So this 21 freehold will be timed by them, unless anything goes horrifically wrong.
Unless something we've seen horrific things go on this fight. Don't say it's done yet. We saw exactly this scenario yesterday where everything looked great, and then someone just went the wrong direction to dodge something, and bad things happened.
Bad things always happen.
Does look to be going clean. Could we go back to the triple point of view so we can check out everyone? Because
If possible,
this,
that would be absolutely fantastic.
this should be relatively clean up until a little later. Let's see where our friends down at Warrior Gaming are at. They have about 6 minutes left to do 2 trash pulls and the boss. So this first trash pull really shouldn't take too long. I believe they'll have lost if they need to full send the second group into the boss too. But I don't know if they're actually going to need to do that. They will probably have enough time as is, as long as they play safe here and no one takes any unnecessary damage. On the side of our friends over with New Zealand, they are still working on this first Scorpion who has an obscene amount of health. And unfortunately, it looks like they only have about 4.5 minutes left to take out the last 2 trash pulls and the boss. Will that be yeah, that'll be enough count. Because the Scorpions are worth like 4.5. Getting late in the fight for Ghost and Glory.
Ooh, they're coming up towards the end here. 40%, 10% left on
No,
the boss
don't
here
run
before
into
they
the
do
lava. Get
Not
out of
the
the
lava.
lava.
the lava is. I think they're being very, very cautious because of the trash pack that does come up. Obviously, the stairs there, so they're being really, really cautious with that one. We are coming up towards that 30% mark, 33, 32, 31. We will now see the boss start to melt, but it also ties up with a cannon barrage.
They do lose
the
the warrior to the cannon barrage, but it looks like they do have a res, which is great. And now Harlan would have cast his last loaded dice, so he is now taking substantially increased damage. And you're just going to see this health kind of evaporate. All they have to do is survive this cannon barrage, but they almost nuke each other there. Oh, that was close. Oh, that was scary.
That was so close. It's super scary.
Another cannon barrage coming in 3 seconds. Everyone already so low. Have to watch your feet here.
They've lost the warrior
again. Boss is only at 6%. They
left
do
on the
have
boss.
another
In comes the
res.
saber.
Have another res for the warrior. Get the warrior up again. Looks like they are going to be able to cap it off. And boom, there it is. 21 freeholds completed.
There is the 21 freeholds for Ghost and Glory. Oh, finishing strongly. Let's take a look and see what's happening on the side of the New Zealand Defence Force right now, because when we last left them, although we do have Warriors Gamer, they've gone for the big pull. They've gone for that big pull. They did get Harlan Sweet. They have absolutely ripped Bloodlust as well. They're doing everything they can. This could be the first 25 we are going to be timed here over this weekend. It looks as though the trash pack is almost done with. This should give them the count they need, but 3.5, just under 3.5 minutes for the last boss here.
Watch that bomb. Watch that bomb.
End of the world for them, but it's still a 25.
This is going really, really well, and as dangerous as it seems to pull trash onto the boss, the first phase of this boss, he really doesn't do that much. His cannon barrage only affects one person. His Swift Wind Saber only targets the tank. So if you want to do something spicy, that's actually a really good place to do it with Lust, with all the buffs, and look how much damage the 2 DPS that aren't Augmentation Evokers are doing. 400k, 300k, they combine for almost 800,000 damage per second there on the pool to be able to just absolutely annihilate things. They are really pushing through this well. Boss is already down to 60-ish% health. Still have 2 minutes left. They're only a minute into the fight. Plenty of time here. At this point, you just got to play it clean. At 60% here, we have our next loaded dice. He is now going to be doing the Swiftwind Saber 5 targets around him, and Cannon Barrage is now going to target everyone. It looks like they are going to be doing the stacking strat for Cannon Barrage for most of them, which is typically the way that you want to do it on higher keys where you kind of stutter step. Keep them all together. Make sure you have as much room to move around as possible. They handle that absolutely beautifully, keeping all of that nice and close. Managing to get the trap on the bomb guy in the back. Swiftwind Saber coming out. Not a problem. Boss is sub 50. Got another 15% to go before he casts the second loaded dice. And you just get to finish melting him off. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Have this cannon barrage. Again, handled absolutely beautifully. Giving themselves plenty of room. Making their path out for the next direction. And
they're setting this up
There
perfectly
you
with this
go.
cannon barrage because, as you mentioned, the stacking being very, very important for them. They're able to direct exactly where this cannon barrage is going to go and what area of the room is going to be cut off for them. Here comes the cannon barrage. We do have
Ooh,
groups
they
going
spread out
right
this
and
time.
left. But that's not the end of the world. We
spread
get
out.
the 30%
Here's the
coming in here.
loaded dice.
Everybody is looking super, super healthy. They've been able to top everybody off. A minute left, but this is where we do see the boss absolutely get destroyed, taking 100% extra damage. The Swift Wind Saber needs to be dodged. They need to stay calm. They need to stay collected.
Keep
They're
going.
grouping up here for the cannon
18%,
barrage, and they're
17%.
moving as a group, and that communication is perfect for them.
Survive this
12%
cannon barrage,
left on the
easy
boss.
Cheesy. 10%. You have another cannon barrage coming in about 3 seconds. As long as you don't lose to this
They won't
cannon
even
barrage,
need it.
this boss is done. And
And
there
is
it
the
is.
first 25 of the
freehold.
entire weekend done. Congratulations to Warrior Gamers. That is huge. But unfortunately, the New Zealand Defence Force, they were pushing as hard as they possibly could towards the end of that Neltharian's lair, and they broke a hunter trap right before they pulled Dargrel, which could have potentially got them the key completion. But we have confirmation now on the side of Warrior Gamer. On the bottom left-hand side, Freehold 25, the first 25 key done this weekend. And you've got to say, Crazy,
impressive.
that's going
Beautiful.
to put Warrior Gamer into a huge position going into the final day.
That puts them 8 full points ahead going into the last day, which at this point in the competition is actually a pretty substantial lead. That doesn't mean the other two teams are out of it. They can absolutely catch up because Warrior Gamer doesn't have really all that far left that they can go from here. It's not like they can take one of their keys and say, oh, well, we did a 25 freehold, so let's press that twice and go get a 27 done. They're probably not going to get a whole heck of a lot higher than that. So they have, I'm looking at the leaderboard now. Looks like they have, actually, I think we're going to bring the leaderboard here up on the screen. I believe Warrior Gamer has a 23 Nelthara at their low so far. So that's really their only place they have a chance to get a ton of extra points. Everyone else is actually going to have a chance to start catching up.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look here. Freehold, there's that 25 for Warrior Gamer. We got a 22 from New Zealand Defence Force, a 21 from Goats and Glory, and Regiment Gaming there with the 17 across both Freehold and Brackenhide. 24 for Warrior Gamer in Brackenhide, a 24 in Neltharian's Lair, once again for Warrior Gamer, and then a 23 in Nelthara. So as you mentioned, it's probably the one place that they can get, obviously, a little bit of extra score from the 4 dungeons that we've seen over the past couple of days. But New Zealand Defence Force, don't count them out just yet. They can come in tomorrow, and they could be pushing really hard.
They absolutely can. You know, it's going to take a number of tries for the folks over from Warrior Gamer to really push any of those keys much higher. I mean, that was, 5 tries to be able to complete the freehold? 4 or 5 tries? They were definitely in there a few times and a few resets. We saw the same thing in the Neltharian's Lair. We saw them give about an hour to that, trying to push that a little bit higher. So it's going to be a time investment on their end to get any more points, aside from the new dungeon, whatever we get tomorrow. It's going to give the other team some chance to catch up. So make sure you come back tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting end to this tournament.
Yeah, the final day of the Summer Clash will be, I think it's going to surprise a lot of people with just how close this could end up being. Yeah. Even though we are seeing Warrior Gamer pulling ahead today, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to keep hold of that for tomorrow. And remember, we do have one more dungeon left to come. We don't know what it's going to be.
Scarlet Monastery.
But Wailing Caverns. I'm going Wailing Caverns. I'm going really left field.
Wailing Caverns,
right now.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with
Wailing
that.
Caverns tyrannical. No, fortified, because the trash is even worse. I'm really, really excited. Chat, can I get some GGs for everybody? Can I get some GGs for Regiment Gaming, New Zealand Defence Force, for Goats and Glory, and for Warrior Gamer? They are all going to be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, for the final day of the Summer Clash here in AFDL events. My name's been Kexman. I've been joined by Crazy. We'll be back tomorrow. We hope to see you there.
See you tomorrow, friends.
retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.